Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 478, Panic in Horario. Again. Alex calmly looked at handsome Jack's lifeless body, the man who had chosen a bullet over a trip to the Red City, where a faint hope of liberation awaited him. For several seconds, he said nothing, simply watching the smoke from his cigarette rise slowly into the air. Shame, he said quietly, shaking his head. I expected more from the men who deceived everyone. Once, Jack had ruled an entire corporation, manipulating people and killing for power and influence. And now, he was just a frightened man, stripped of everything he once called his own. At first, Alex had planned to throw him into the Red City himself, but upon seeing the pitiful sight before him, he decided to offer a choice, death, or hell with the illusion of freedom. Exhaling smoke, Alex snapped his fingers. Jack's body slowly began to crumble into ash until not a trace remained. The blood and brain matter splattered around the office vanished as if they had never existed. The office itself began to change, Jack's golden statues, tasteless decorations, all that gaudy luxury, disappeared, as though swept away by the wind. Moments later, the director's office had transformed completely. It was now restrained yet majestic, just the way Alex preferred it. He sat down behind the desk once belonging to the former director, placed his hands on the keyboard, and connected to Hyperion's main system. The first thing he did after taking over the orbital station Helios was activate the repair and cargo robots. They were to clear the station of all traces of the massacre caused by the creatures from the Red City. Alex didn't want the bodies of Hyperion's staff, who had died in agony, left scattered through the corridors. Clean everything down to the last stain, he said quietly into the microphone. No blood, no flesh, no smell. The robots were already at work, coming to life one after another. The rhythmic hum of their steps and the mechanical sounds of cleaning echoed through Helios's halls. Meanwhile, Zhangya sat on the couch beside the desk, still holding a balloon shaped like a flower, a gift from the ghost clown. Her marble-like face remained calm, her gaze steady. For her, this was a typical kind of date, just sitting beside Alex, watching him work. To an outsider, it might have looked ordinary, but for Alex, it was one of those quiet moments when the world almost seemed peaceful. Almost. He felt her gaze and turned toward her. A soft, warm smile lit up his face, a smile that held love, calm, and acceptance. A faint blush appeared on Zhangya's cheeks. She knew she wasn't very talkative, that her nature was dark and bloody. But Alex loved her all the same, no less than the other women in his family. Zhangya pulled a thin book from the air and opened it to the first page. Alex noticed her reading and instinctively glanced at the cover. A romance novel. He quietly chuckled but said nothing. Let her read, she'd earned it. He turned back to the monitors. Helios was gradually returning to order. Meanwhile, on Pandora. Lilith had returned to Sanctuary, where, after Alex's departure, she discussed with the townsfolk the idea of relocating to his world. Long talks ended with a refusal, the people didn't want to leave Pandora. For them, the planet, with all its madness and danger, had long become home. Handsome Jack is dead, someone said. Hyperion no longer threatens us. Why leave? Lilith didn't argue. She simply nodded, saying she would still leave with those willing to follow her. Only a few Crimson Raiders agreed to go. She didn't mention the gods, the other worlds, or the fantastical beings. People simply wouldn't have believed her. Meanwhile, Moxie headed to her son Scooter's workshop. When she walked in, she saw him hugging a brand new vehicle, whispering words of love to it. Not even gonna ask, she said, rolling her eyes. Ma, I just found the true love of my life, Scooter replied, still clutching the hood. After a short talk, Moxie explained the reason for her visit. Scooter just shrugged and smirked, news about his mother's new lover didn't surprise him in the slightest. But the idea of a new garage and a ton of vehicles instantly lit up his face. So I'm gonna be the head mechanic there, right? He asked, his enthusiasm flaring. Yes, sugar, Moxie replied with a soft smile. The head of them all. The conversation with Ellie was bound to be similar to the one with Scooter. But to reach her daughter, Moxie had to travel to the dust, a scorching, dusty wasteland where Ellie's auto shop stood. Using a fast travel station, Moxie appeared right in front of the garage. Stepping inside, she immediately noticed that her daughter wasn't there. But when she listened closely, she could hear the sound of grinding metal and a muffled voice coming from behind the building. Walking on tiptoe, Moxie slipped out the back door and found a typical Pandora scene. Ellie stood by a massive car crusher, and inside it was some unlucky thief. The man was babbling desperate excuses, but Ellie, her face calm and cold, simply pulled the lever. The metal plates came together with a sickening crunch, crushing both the car and the thief. Moxie couldn't help but smile, not out of horror, but out of pride. Her daughter had clearly learned the most important lesson: on Pandora, only those who don't forgive fools survive. Ellie, as always, looked striking, a large, confident woman with a powerful frame. She proudly called her curvy beauty. Her mechanic's jumpsuit was unzipped halfway down, revealing a heart tattoo identical to her mother's. Her skin was dusted with grime and oil stains, her short dark hair was messy, and her eyes shone with vitality. "Hello, darling. I see someone tried to rob you again." "I told you not to build your shop in a place like this," said Moxie as she approached. "Oh, Mom. You're the last person I expected to see. Usually you're busy, your bar, the drunks, the admirers." Ellie replied with a grin, wiping her hands on a rag. "Oh, darling, so much has happened in the last few days," Moxie sighed, pressing a hand to her cheek. "Yeah, I heard. Hyperion, Helios, a flying city." "Scooter did good, but he could have done better," Ellie replied lazily. "It's not just that. I came to talk," Moxie said with a slight smile. "Go ahead. If you came all the way out here, it's not just for small talk," Ellie said, shrugging as she walked back into the workshop. They settled inside. Moxie sat down on an old, greasy chair, not caring about the oil stains, while Ellie poured them a drink. After just a few sentences, Ellie started noticing that something was different about her mother. Her skin looked cleaner, her eyes brighter, her movements lighter. Even her face seemed younger. "Mom, you look like you've gotten younger," Ellie said suspiciously, narrowing her eyes. Moxie smiled faintly and, without hiding anything, explained the reason. Her new lover wasn't human, he was a demon who had changed her body and restored her youth. Ellie stared at her in disbelief. "Mom, maybe you should see a doctor." "That's complete nonsense. I mean, I know your taste in men, but a demon. Seriously?" Ellie said, shaking her head. "Sweetheart, why would I lie to you? You think I've got nothing better to do than prank you?" "I'd much rather still be in Alex's arms," Moxie replied lazily, resting her elbow on the table. "Or do you need more proof than the blood-red sky over Pandora?" Ellie fell silent, processing what she'd just heard. "All right. Let's say, ancient races, experiments, an evil god, demon lover, all sounds like total bull, but fine. So what's the point of all this?" she finally asked. "My sweet wants to offer you a job. He's got an entire organization, and he needs a mechanic to handle the vehicles. Safe world, no psychos, no monsters, no raiders." "And Scooter's already agreed," Moxie said, leaning back in her chair. So a job, a garage, and my brother nearby. And no one messes with me." Ellie clarified, crossing her arms. "Exactly," Moxie nodded. "Then I'm in," Ellie said firmly. "Just as long as no one touches my workshop." "Perfect. Pack your things, we're heading to Sanctuary. Your new father's just finishing up taking over Helios and killing Jack," Moxie said cheerfully, clapping her hands. Ellie blinked, staring at her mother in surprise. "You're telling me your new boyfriend's storming Helios to kill Jack?" "That's right, darling," Moxie confirmed with a pleased smile. Ellie burst out laughing, slapping her thigh. "Ha. All right, Mom, I already like the guy." Moxie just smiled mysteriously. After Ellie packed her things and tools, they headed to the fast travel station to go to Sanctuary. A flash of light, and they were standing in the familiar streets of the city. Moxie expected to see the chaos of an evacuation, but the residents of Sanctuary seemed in no hurry. Someone was fixing weapons, someone chatting, children running, a normal day. It puzzled her a bit. She had assumed everyone would happily agree to move to a safer world, far from Pandora's madness. Reaching the headquarters of the Scarlet Raiders, Moxie and Ellie went up to the second floor. Almost everyone was already there, some packing their things, others checking gear. Ellie was the first to spot her brother and, wasting no time, approached him, patting Scooter on the back so hard he nearly dropped a box of tools. "Well, little brother, back to work together." "Like the good old days," she said, smirking. "Just as long as we don't repeat what happened last time," Scooter laughed, rubbing his shoulder. "Oh, stop it. I only asked you not to touch my tools." "Your fault for being left without a wrench back then, and almost losing a hand," Ellie replied, folding her arms triumphantly. They both laughed, recalling the past. Meanwhile, Moxie approached Lilith to find out what was going on. "Why is everyone so calm?" "I thought you were all ready to leave," she asked, frowning slightly. "No one wants to go," Lilith replied, shrugging. "People think that if Hyperion and Jack disappear, the danger disappears too. So why abandon home?" Logic and Pandora's people, incompatible things," Moxie muttered quietly. Soon, Brick and Mordecai entered the headquarters, carrying their bags. "And how much longer do we have to wait?" Brick grumbled, sitting down and crossing his arms. How should I know? Lilith sighed, rolling her eyes. Alex cut the broadcast, and no one knows what's happening on Helios right now. The girls from the family chat said even the Valkyries can't see anything, Maya added, waving her phone. A light tension filled the room. Brick muttered under his breath, Mordecai poured some alcohol, and Maya and Lilith exchanged glances. Everyone was tired of waiting, and curiosity grew with each passing minute. Then the air on the second floor trembled. The space before them cracked like glass, and a shimmering portal appeared in the middle of the room. Oh, looks like our transport has arrived, Mordecai said, placing a bottle on the table. Everyone immediately turned toward the portal. But instead of Alex, a child about 8 years old stepped out, neatly dressed in a school uniform, black shorts, a white shirt, a black blazer, and a red bow tie. He stood, looking at them with a serious, almost adult gaze. The first thing everyone noticed, the boy looked exactly like a miniature Alex. Kid, who are you? Lilith asked cautiously. It's me. Well, not exactly me, another me, the boy replied in a childish voice, hands clasped behind his back. Wait. Alex. Why are you a kid? Maya asked, surprised, crouching down in front of him. I said, I'm not him. I'm a clone, the boy answered, crossing his arms. And I look like this because the original has a terrible sense of humor. The other clones decided to play a joke on him, and now I'm the one paying for it. Brick snorted, leaning over him from above. Heh. And here I thought you were Alex's son. Well, fine, a clone it is. So you're here to take us to another world, huh? Something like that, the boy nodded, smiling innocently. And I advise you, Brick, don't stand so close. You think being taller makes you stronger? Wrong. Don't forget, I'm exactly at the level of your balls. Brick hadn't had time to fully understand what Alex's clone meant when he suddenly doubled over, clutching his groin. Sweat appeared on his face, his breathing hitched, and his eyes filled with agony. He slid to the floor, writhing in pain. Lifting his head, Brick met the gaze of mini Alex standing before him with a mocking smirk. The clone lazily waved at the others, as if nothing unusual had happened, then grabbed Brick by the collar and dragged him into the open portal. The others barely contained their laughter, exchanging glances before following them. Passing through the portal, they found themselves in a spacious office decorated in an expensive style. A huge panoramic window offered a stunning view of Pandora. Behind a massive desk sat Alex, his hair neatly slicked back, glasses on his nose, his face calm and cold. He looked every bit the director of a major corporation, and this restrained authority only enhanced his allure. Moxie couldn't help but flash a seductive smile and lightly lick her lips. Alex in this form looked devilishly attractive. Beside him sat Janya, her presence filled the room with icy calm. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie immediately recognized her from the memories Alex had shared, but seeing her in person was a completely different experience. The girl radiated strength and silent menace. Alex tore his gaze from the monitors and looked at his little clone. Good job, mini-me, he said with a slight smirk. Damn it, don't call me that, the clone protested, folding his arms angrily. It's not my fault the other clones decided to play a joke on you. Why should I pay for their stupidity? Where's the justice, huh? I'm filing a complaint with the Clone Rights Organization. Freedom for clones. Clones are people too. Yeah, good luck with that, Alex smirked and snapped his fingers. The mini-clone instantly vanished in a puff of white smoke. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, not quite understanding what had just happened. Only Brick continued to groan, clutching his groin and glancing sideways. Alex turned off the monitors, stretched, and looked at those who had arrived. His gaze quickly scanned the familiar faces, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, Tanis, Ellie, Scooter, Axton, Zero, Salvador, and Mordecai, who had already opened a bottle and poured himself a drink. Behind them stood 5 people in crimson helmets, apparently, all those who had agreed to leave Pandora. We're leaving soon, Alex said calmly, leaning on the desk. I just need to finish a few things first, then it's simple. By the way, what's up with Brick? He got hit in the balls by your clone, Lilith snorted, sitting on the edge of the desk. So, what do you need to finish? Cleaning Helios, Alex replied with a slight smile. And a piece of advice, don't leave this office until it's done. Even for Pandora's residents, it's a lot. Oh, come on, how bad can it be? Moxie asked, sprawling on the couch. Imagine your worst nightmare, Alex said, resting his cheek on his hand. Now multiply it by 10. That's roughly what's happening behind that door. Some tried to imagine it but quickly changed their minds. Alex then called Angel over to tell her about her father's fate. She stepped closer, and as Alex spoke quietly, her face paled and her eyes dimmed. She only let out a heavy sigh, unable to find words. While everyone discussed what they had just heard, Brick, having not caught the warning, finally got to his feet. Still angry from the blow, he decided to step out and take a look around. As soon as he opened the door, a sharp, squeaky sound rang right in front of his face, a toy horn. Irritated, Brick pushed it aside, lifted his gaze, and froze. Standing in the doorway was a man in a blood-stained suit, with a mad smile and dead eyes. Even a brute like Brick felt a chill run down his spine. He stepped back in fear, and Art seized the opportunity to enter the office. As Art stepped inside, everyone got a better look at the horrifying clown, carrying a black bag on his back that rattled as if filled with metal objects. "Art," Alex said hoarsely, lifting his gaze from the desk and frowning. "What did I tell you?" The moment the clown crossed the threshold, a wave of unpleasant cold seemed to sweep through the room. The air grew heavier, and everyone inside felt goosebumps prickling their skin. Art tried to smile with crazy innocence, but it only made him look even creepier. He carelessly dropped his black bag onto the floor. Thick crimson liquid immediately began to seep from it, spreading across the floor. Alex exhaled wearily, his eye twitching nervously. "Darling, take this idiot back." "Not only does he not listen, but he's covered the whole floor," he said, glancing at Zhangya. She quietly set her book aside and cast a cold look at Art. The clown immediately sensed trouble and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Zhangya's shadow shot out sharply, as if alive, and long, pale arms covered in bulging crimson veins burst forth. They grabbed Art by the legs and dragged him into the darkness. Defiantly, Art didn't lose his nerve. He grabbed his bag and, before disappearing, pressed the horn, releasing a disgusting, shrill squeak. In an instant, the clown was completely engulfed by darkness, and everything returned to normal, silence, calm, and the steady rustle of pages as Zhangya returned to her reading. A grave silence hung over the room. Even Moxie, usually quick to joke, looked shaken. Ellie and Scooter exchanged glances. Now they truly believed their mother's words about who Alex really was. After all, you don't see every day something emerge from the darkness to drag a living person into what seemed like a hellish abyss. What the hell was that? Brick muttered, still staring at the spot where Art had disappeared. "That bastard made my skin crawl." "That was the clown, Art," Alex said calmly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "In short, a spawn of evil. The embodiment of cruelty and sadism. Where he went, you'd better not know." "And, I remind you," I asked, "not to open the door." "I don't even want to know what else is wandering out there," Lilith said, covering her eyes with her hand. "Good choice," Alex smirked. "Now just sit quietly until the Helios cleanup is finished. Then we'll continue." Gradually, everyone settled down, and the tension began to ease. Wasting no time on long explanations, Alex handed out updated Orario guides to everyone, a revised version reflecting all the changes he had caused. While the others flipped through the pages with curiosity, asked questions, and discussed what they saw, Alex answered calmly, occasionally glancing at the monitors. About an hour later, a message arrived: the cleanup was complete, and there were no traces of the slaughter left. Alex rose from the desk and walked to the panoramic window. "And how exactly are you planning to transfer an entire orbital station to another universe?" Lilith asked, approaching him. Alex turned, the corners of his mouth lifting in a mysterious smile. "Heh. You'll see for yourself soon. This kind of thing only happens once in a lifetime. Trust me, it's a sight worth seeing." Everyone put their guides aside, focusing their attention on him. Alex closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and raised his hands. Pale black flames ignited on his fingers. In the void before Helios, enormous ethereal skeletal hands began to form, burning with the same black flames as Alex's. They moved in sync with him, like a mirrored reflection. Alex slowly spread his arms to the sides, and the space in front of the station trembled, like glass being pressed from within. Then it cracked. The fissure widened, opening a portal through which another world peeked, alluring with its unknown mysteries. A few minutes before Alex opened the spatial rift to transfer an entire orbital station into the fantasy world, life in Orario continued as usual. Some people were rushing to work, some were returning from the dungeon, and others simply idled, enjoying the rare quiet. At the same time, a group of men in military uniforms stepped out of the Guild of Guardians: Lem, Price, Ghost, Soap, and the other guys, freshly returned from a mission in another world. They stopped at the entrance, lit cigarettes, and decided to take a short break before heading home. "Ugh, that mission was something else," Lem sighed, holding the cigarette between his teeth and stretching his shoulders. "I'm too old for this kind of strain." "Come on, Lem, let's laugh," patting him on the shoulder. "It was fun. But who would have thought that guy would survive a bullet to the head?" "Yeah," R smirked. "And yet he turned out to be the head of an entire organization. Only an idiot like him would work as a guard while being the boss of the largest structure in the country. Especially with his drama." Soap added, shaking his head. "How dare you humiliate my woman and make her marry that bastard?" He mimicked the actor, making the others laugh. A secret organization boss acting like a teenager in a cheap melodrama. The guys kept chatting when suddenly a sharp crack cut through the air, like a giant pane of glass shattering. Everyone lifted their heads at once. The sky had cracked. Right above Orario. And you didn't need to be a genius to know who could pull off something like that. Curious guild members ran out, passers-by stopped, and all eyes turned upward, to the spot where a massive rift had opened in the sky, revealing a colossal golden orbital station. Don't tell me, Lem exhaled, blowing smoke tiredly, that our boss stole an entire orbital station, and brought it here. Looks like that's exactly what happened, Price said with a smirk, holding a cigar between his teeth. Our little guy pulled off something grand again. Though, on the plus side, our organization now has its own orbital station. I wonder how the gods will react, R grinned. They'll probably crap their pants when they see it. Let them figure it out themselves, Lem said lazily, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. It wasn't us who dragged a space behemoth here. Let Alex decide what to do with it. I'm going home. The others just laughed and, swinging their backpacks over their shoulders, followed his lead. Meanwhile, Alex's girls working in the guild stepped outside and also lifted their eyes to the sky. There wasn't a trace of surprise on their faces. After all, Alex had done something crazy again. What concerned them more were the consequences of an orbital station appearing over their world. Brunhilde was already feeling a headache coming on. She knew perfectly well how all of this would end, a wave of rumors, delegations from various kingdoms, and endless questions. Why didn't he just make it invisible, she muttered, rubbing her forehead. Because, as usual, he forgot we live in a fantasy world, not a sci-fi one, Saya said, adjusting her glasses and folding her arms across her chest. Darling, even in the modern world, the appearance of something like this would cause an uproar, Yuriko remarked gently. PFT, whatever, Coco said lazily, stretching. Now our family has its own orbital station. Everything else is minor. Coco, don't forget, Gondel said calmly. In a couple of weeks, ambassadors from across the continent will surely arrive in Orario. And I'm afraid this is only the beginning. Such conversations weren't limited to the guild. All of Orario froze, looking up at the sky with a mix of awe and concern. Through the cracked sky gaped a spatial rift, and on the other side loomed a massive orbital station. No one understood whether it was a miracle or a threat, but one thing was clear, the city's peace had been disrupted once again. Near the Mistress of Fertility restaurant, the waitresses and the formidable owner, Mia, gathered. They all silently stared at the celestial rift until their eyes inevitably shifted to Seer and Ryu, the only ones closest to Alex. No one doubted that he was behind this. After all, no one else in this world could have created something like it. Meanwhile, through the streets of Orario, a short elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing dashed desperately. With one hand, he held his hat, and with the other, skillfully pushed past passers-by. This was Ma Kensei, fleeing from his own wife. She had recently discovered that her husband had reopened an underground club for men with very specific interests. Unfortunately for Kensei, the rumble of the rift made him stumble, and he fell onto the pavement. That meant only one thing, Ma Ju had caught up with him. Wait, darling, look. There's something in the sky. Kensei blurted, pointing upward with a trembling finger. Nothing unusual, Ma Ju replied calmly, not even looking up. Your son-in-law is up to something again. Now, come on, let's have a heart-to-heart. I warned you, no more underground clubs. All your friends have been caught, including your chatty pal Hermes. Only you are left. With that, she grabbed her husband by the collar and dragged him through the crowd, while he muttered plaintively, as passers-by with open mouths stared at the sky, unable to look away from the rift. In another part of the city, on the roof of the clinic, two pranksters, Sasaki and Sojetsu, were perched. Having finished another mission, they decided to relax in their own way. They pulled out a bottle and made themselves comfortable, enjoying the view. Akasame stepped out of his clinic and leapt onto the roof, landing right next to Sasaki and Sojetsu, who were drinking up there. So, did Alex pull something off again? Came Akasame's calm voice from behind them. What does it matter? Sojetsu laughed, taking a sip. Look at these people's faces, they think the world's ending. Ha ha ha. Sasaki chimed in. Alex outdid himself again. He scared the entire world just by existing. Akasame shook his head and smirked, stroking his mustache. These two could vanish for a week on a mission, and the moment they returned, they'd sit down to drink. A moment later, Hayato, Elder Quan, and several elders of the Sunwoo clan appeared on the roof. All of them silently stared at the sky, where the orbital station shone through the tear in space. Meanwhile, at the Voldigode family mansion, boredom reigned in the spacious etiquette lesson room. On the chairs sat Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina, their faces so dull it seemed they were about to fall asleep. Before them stood Alcina, tirelessly explaining the basics of refined manners. But as soon as a sound resembling shattering glass echoed, all four gremlins leapt to their feet and rushed to the window. Outside, they saw a rift in the sky and the enormous Helios orbital station. Recognizing it, the girls cried out in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. None of them had ever been on a station before. Alcina, noticing her students no longer paid attention, sighed deeply and approached the window herself. With a mouthpiece in hand and a cigarette she hadn't managed to light, she looked up at the sky. "What has my foolish husband gotten up to this time?" she muttered wearily, a twitch in her eyelid betraying her tension. "Why can't he ever act cautiously just once?" "Mommy Alcina, can we go take a look?" Anya asked, her eyes pleading. "Please." Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina shouted in unison, giving her puppy dog eyes. "All right," Alcina gave in with a sigh. "You weren't listening anyway. But tomorrow, the lesson will be twice as long." "We love you, Mommy Dracula," the gremlins cried joyfully, hugging her legs tightly. A second later, they were already leaping out the window and racing down the street toward the guild, laughing loudly. Alcina watched them go, smiling. Her movements remained flawlessly graceful, even as she held the mouthpiece between her fingers. These girls weren't her biological daughters, but she loved them as if they were. Even Tina, mischievous, crazy, but still her own. Everyone in the family knew what she had been through and understood that beneath her madness lay something much more fragile. Meanwhile, the Donatus was underway, with the gods animatedly discussing the upcoming tournament that was to take place between their families. However, this time, the discussion was far more heated than usual. The idea of holding such an event in Orario itself seemed revolutionary to many. The tournament could give families with weaker adventurers a chance to make a name for themselves, and it could be an excellent opportunity for some heroes to gain fame. But most of the conversation centered on the fact that the sponsor was the Guild of Guardians, the guild founded by Alex. Everyone understood perfectly well that this organization was fabulously wealthy and possessed resources no one else had. Loki, Freya, Hestia, and Hephaestus weren't involved in preparing the tournament, but they attended the Donatus as representatives of their families and also as delegates from the Guild of Guardians. No one was planning to change the old rules, only gods could attend the assembly, so no matter how much they wanted to skip the meeting and relax at home, Loki and Hestia had to come. However, the session was abruptly interrupted when a panting elderly elf burst into the hall, Royman Mardil, the executive director of the Adventurers Guild. His face was pale, and he was struggling to catch his breath. Uran, seated at the head of the table, immediately cut off the speech and frowned. "Royman, what happened?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Lord Uran, the sky," it cracked, the dwarf managed to gasp out, barely breathing. A deadly silence fell over the hall. Uran slowly turned his head and looked at Freya, Loki, Hestia, and Hephaestus. His first thought was clear: the husbands of these four goddesses had pulled some stunt again. In his eyes, the thought was unmistakable: only one madman was capable of such a feat, and of course, that madman was Alex. Within moments, all the gods rushed outside to see what had happened with their own eyes. Freya, Loki, Hestia, and Hephaestus exchanged glances. There was no fear, only quiet understanding and slight weariness. They knew perfectly well who was responsible. Alex had recently warned that he was planning to hijack an orbital station. But no one expected him to do it so spectacularly, right in front of everyone. "Let me guess." Uran began, glaring gloomily at the four goddesses. "This is your husband's doing again." "Maybe," Loki replied, innocently shrugging her shoulders. "But who knows, maybe something else happened." "Loki, don't think your words will calm me," Uran said, narrowing his eyes. "Shall I remind you of what your husband has already done in this city?" "Oh, Uran," Freya said softly, covering her lips with her hand and smiling faintly. "Don't be upset. Yes, our husband pulled another foolish stunt. It happens. After all, the mortal world has long needed a change. And Alex is just helping it move forward. Even if in his own, slightly unorthodox way." "I'd agree with you," Uran muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose, "if I hadn't just heard that the sky cracked like glass." Freya let out a quiet laugh, and Loki just squinted slyly. Hestia and Hephaestus also couldn't hide their smiles. They were already used to their husbands' antics. Uran, finally weary of the situation, just sighed and shook his head. Since he had stopped managing the dungeon personally, he had more free time, and now Donatus assemblies were held almost every week. But the more Alex pushed progress forward, the more headaches Uran got. Stepping outside, the gods saw a massive spatial rift cutting across the sky like a shattered mirror. Hestia and Loki exchanged glances and smirked. The anticipation of getting to the orbital station was clear in their eyes. Hephaestus sighed wearily, while Freya smiled softly, looking forward to reuniting with Alex. The other gods stood frozen, unable to find words for what they saw. Uran, the last to step outside, lifted his gaze to the heavens, letting out a tired, resigned sigh. "I'm too old for this shit," he muttered, staring at the cracked sky. To be continued. So the Pandora mini-arc has come to a final end. Alex will resolve some issues in Horario, and then it's back to Twilight. Chapter 479, Chapter 479, The Disguised Demon King returns to Horario. Opening the dimensional rift leading to the Damachi world, Alex made a smooth motion with his hand, as if pulling on an invisible thread. Slowly but steadily, he was transferring the massive orbital station Helios from one universe to another. He had to act with extreme precision. One wrong move, and the station could be damaged. Alex wasn't about to risk his payment for overtime work in a world that wasn't even part of his original contract. As compensation, he decided to keep the station for himself. The enormous Helios slowly passed through the rift as Alex, using his magical vision, observed the process from the side, controlling every inch of the movement to make sure everything went perfectly. Meanwhile, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, Angel, and the others who agreed to move watched the spectacle in awe. Through the rift, they could already see an entirely different planet. Their amazement was boundless. Just as Alex had said, this wasn't something one could witness every day. Especially when skeletal hands made of pure energy literally tore open the fabric of space, creating a gateway into another universe. Even Alex's strange movements didn't seem ridiculous. Instead, they were mesmerizing, as if he truly held the entire station by invisible strings. Tanis even pressed her face against the panoramic window, trying to get a better look. With a deep hum, Helios slowly crossed the dimensional tear. A thought flashed through Alex's mind. Right now, the world of Damachi was probably in complete chaos. He could easily imagine the people of Horario panicking as they looked at the sky cracking like glass, while a giant orbital station drifted through the gaping rift. Alex smirked. He had no doubt that rumors about his involvement were already spreading through the city, and soon wandering merchants would be shouting the news across the entire continent. But he didn't care much about that. The important thing was that he now had his own orbital station in a fantasy world. He was already thinking about how to use Helios. The possibilities were endless. Why not turn it into a headquarters for the guild? Or maybe a flying city where technology and magic coexist side by side. When the station fully crossed the rift, the crack in the sky began to slowly seal, leaving behind only a faint shimmer. Now, above the Damachi world, right across from the moon, floated the colossal orbital station. Alex stepped up to the panoramic window, standing between Lilith and Moxie. The women couldn't tear their eyes away from the sight below. The Damachi world stretched out beneath them, bathed in the soft glow of night clouds. Even Alex, who had seen countless worlds, couldn't look away. The view was breathtaking. He never grew tired of gazing at planets from above. Each one carried its own story, an endless expanse, and the feeling that he was standing above an entire world. "So this is your world?" "Looks pretty ordinary," murmured Brick, not taking his eyes off the window. At first glance, yeah, Alex replied with a faint smile. "But once you get down to the city, you'll feel it's completely different." "Yeah," Lilith chuckled. "If you don't count the fact that there are actual gods living here, and that you probably just gave half the population a heart attack. Then sure, it'll be something new." "Let them get used to it," Alex replied, resting his hands on her shoulders. "Without me, this world would have stayed stagnant. Even if my influence only reaches one city, it's enough to change the entire world." "Right, I bet your fantasy world guidebook already has everything planned out," Maya said with a smirk. "So, when are we going down? Or should we wait until everyone down there stops screaming at the sight of a giant machine hanging over their heads?" Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I can already see crowds gathering at my mansion and at the guild building. They're probably rushing to find out what the hell just happened." "And why would they come to you?" asked Angel, tilting her head. "Is it that obvious you're the one who did this?" "Well." Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm kind of famous in Horario. In both good and not so good ways." "And what exactly did you do?" Moxie asked, turning to him with a curious smile. Alex smirked and began counting on his fingers. Let's see. Helped develop the city, funded orphanages, improved the streets, rebuilt districts after disasters. Created patrols to maintain order. That's the good category. And from the bad ones. He paused for a moment. Broke into divine families' homes with a stick and beat up their adventurers. Attacked adventurers in the dungeon. Blew up part of the dungeon during a dragon fight. Scared the gods half to death, nearly killed one during a meeting, then another round of adventurer beatings, and another. I think that's all. If I remember more, I'll let you know." He scratched his chin thoughtfully, while Lilith quietly giggled, shaking her head. Everyone listened to Alex attentively, nodding as he spoke about how he'd helped make life in Horario better. But when he moved on to his list of feats, the same expression appeared on everyone's faces, a mix of bewilderment and mild shock. The same question popped into everyone's heads: is this normal at all? Or was Horario so lawless that you could just break into a god's house and beat up their adventurers? Alex just waved off their looks, explaining that Horario used to be far from safe. The city was full of orphans whose parents had died in the dungeon. What especially annoyed him were the slums, filthy, dangerous, abandoned. That's why he'd done everything so people could actually call Orario home. Before going down to the city, Alex considered how best to proceed. If he showed up on the streets, he'd immediately be the center of attention. Crowds of townspeople and adventurers would mob him before he could even reach the house. He tapped his chin thoughtfully, weighing options. Dress as a child? No, he'd already been seen as a 10-year-old boy more than once. He needed something else. Then a light bulb seemed to go off above his head. Smirking, Alex snapped his fingers and activated a spell. A soft glow wrapped his body, bright enough to make everyone turn instinctively. The light thickened, and Alex's body shrank. A few seconds later the glow died out, and on the table sat a black cat with short fur, 2 tails, and eyes that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. Having transformed into a Nikomata, Alex examined his new body, gingerly moving his paws and curling his tails. It felt very different from turning into a half-human form. Fully becoming an animal offered a whole new experience. He spun around, then, fascinated by his tails, tried to catch them with his paws. Lilith, Maya, and Moxie just stood there, blinking. Their mighty, confident guy had turned into a black, fluffy cat. And an incredibly cute one at that. Their hearts melted as Alex scratched behind his ear like a cat. The girls immediately wanted to scoop him up and pet him forever. Alex looked up, squinted lazily, and bared his sharp fangs in a smile. "How do you like my new look, Naya?" he purred. This, how? Why did you turn into a cat?" Maya asked, bewildered. "To avoid unwanted attention, Naya. I'm too famous, Naya. If I show up in the city like usual, I definitely won't make it home, Naya," Alex replied, nodding solemnly. "And why do you add Naya to every word? And what's with 2 tails?" Moxie couldn't help herself and reached out to stroke his back. "This is, Naya, a side effect, Naya. I'm a cat now, Naya. Well, a Nikomata, Naya, a cat demon, Naya. Oh yes, right here behind the ear, marvelous, Naya." Alex purred, rubbing his head against her hand. The scene was so strange and adorable that no one could help laughing. Moxie carefully picked him up and began to pet him, and Alex squinted in pleasure, reveling in the new sensations. Now he truly understood why cats love being scratched. It was divine. Before he knew it, he was being passed around. Lilith scooped him up, holding him close, then Maya, even Angel couldn't resist. "And do you have everything like animals? Or is there something special?" Tanis asked, approaching with curious suspicion. "Get away from me, Tanis, Naya." Alex hissed, arching his back and extending his claws. "I know your I'll just look shtick, Naya. Try it, I'll bite, Naya. And my claws are not for decoration, Naya." "Oh come on, I'm just curious," Tanis smirked, stepping forward. "I'm especially wondering why you have 2 tails, and how they even grow." Alex crouched, puffed up his fur, and swished both tails angrily. "Tanis, one more step and I'll perform a live experiment on you, Naya." Alex narrowed his eyes, jumped down from Angel's arms, and did what any cat in his place would do, he ran. But the scientist in Tanis immediately woke up, and she decided to confirm everything personally. Alex, however, had no intention of letting a woman like her get her hands on him, someone clearly incapable of appreciating the true charm of cats. So he darted across the room, dodging Tanis as she desperately tried to catch him. However, Tanis didn't know one simple truth: catching a cat that doesn't want to be caught is nearly impossible. And if that cat happens to be Alex, then it's completely hopeless. A few minutes later, Tanis was already sitting on the floor, gasping for breath and utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Alex jumped onto the table and began to lick his paw with a self-satisfied squint. But after doing so, he suddenly froze and stared at it, confused as to why he had even done that. It had happened so naturally that he didn't even realize his feline instincts had taken over. "Looks like I overdid it a bit with the transformation," he thought. "Next time, I will catch you," Tanis panted, breathing heavily. "No, Naya. That Naya will never happen, Naya. But I'll give you 10 Naya points for effort, Naya," Alex smirked, raising a paw. Tanis's chest rose and fell heavily, not just from exhaustion, but from the teasing tone of his Nayas at the end of every sentence. Alex chuckled softly and soon jumped onto Lilith's shoulder, affectionately rubbing his head against her hair. But before he could get comfortable, he found himself once again in Moxie's hands. She held him gently, running her fingers through his short fur. Alex squinted in bliss. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant, and he thought that he really should have tried turning into a cat sooner. While the girls enjoyed this miracle of fluff, Tanis finally caught her breath, though the look she gave Alex clearly said, "The war isn't over." Alex met her gaze with a lazy, almost mocking expression. Brick also reached out to pet Alex, but immediately got his hand smacked, the girls all shot him a simultaneous glare that clearly said, "Don't even think about it." Brick just sighed heavily. Even a big guy like him couldn't resist cute, harmless, fluffy creatures. Once everyone was ready, Alex activated a teleportation spell to take them to Orario. Before leaving, he left one of his clones in charge of Helios to oversee maintenance and improvements. The clone lazily waved a hand before disappearing, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Alex teleported the group not outside the city, but directly into a quiet alley, no need to stand in line at the gates. Besides, after Helios appeared in the sky, the guards were probably too busy to check arrivals anyway. When the group stepped out of the alley, they were greeted by the same sight, Orario's residents staring up at the sky, talking excitedly about what they had just seen. Among the chatter, one word stood out, Alex's nickname, Demon King. But he, lying on Moxie's shoulder, didn't pay the slightest attention. He was pleased, everyone was too preoccupied with the new wonder in the sky to notice his team's arrival. "So this is your world?" Lilith asked, glancing around. "Looks peaceful, even pleasant. No one's trying to kill anyone." "Well, Naya, obviously Naya," Alex replied, leaping onto her shoulder. "For now, let's head to the guild, Naya. Or rather, you all need to visit the clinic, Naya." "And why exactly do we need to go to a clinic?" Ellie frowned, crossing her arms. "The thing is, Naya, you've all lived on Pandora for a long time, Naya," Alex began, nodding importantly. "You might be carrying viruses, Naya, that don't exist in this world, Naya. And I don't want Naya to start an epidemic, Naya, here." Lilith just smirked, continuing to scratch his chin, and Alex narrowed his eyes contentedly, letting out a soft purr. No one objected to Alex's words, he was right, after all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Sitting on Lilith's shoulder, Alex pointed a paw in the direction they needed to go to reach the guild. He had purposely teleported everyone to a more remote district so they could calmly explore the city and enjoy the sights along the way. As they walked, the girls took turns carrying Alex, he remained in his cat form, lazily and authoritatively explaining what was what, pointing his paw at various buildings and Orario residents of different races. For the guys, Alex mostly described bars and establishments where one could have a drink or two and spend the evening. "But personally, I prefer the Afterlife bar," he purred lazily. "Even if Falco opened it." "Why that one specifically?" Maya asked, holding Alex in her arms. "My friend opened that bar," Alex replied, rubbing his head contentedly against her chest. "You could say Afterlife is the only reminder of my time in Night City. And, in fact, it's the only place in all of Orario that has a touch of modernity. While everything else is still swords and magic, there you can feel the atmosphere of technology and neon. Even gods stop by, and not just for drinks." "Oh, interesting. I wonder how long it'll keep its popularity," Moxie said with a lazy smile, covering her lips with her hand. "I hope your friend won't be upset when my bar opens." "Darling, your bar will be right by the guild," Alex said, squinting with his multicolored cat eyes. "Adventurers and gods don't tread on my turf. They value their lives." "Your turf?" Axton asked, surprised. "What do you mean?" "In the most literal sense," Alex replied with a smug grin, stretching proudly on Maya's hands. "I bought out an entire district for my people to live in. About 25% of Orario belongs to me. And that's exactly where we're headed now." "How rich are you, exactly?" Scooter's eyes went wide. "I don't know," Alex said lazily. "Just the weapons my wife or I have made could be sold for a fortune. Even a simple piece from her hands costs about 1 to 1.5 million valis." He flipped his paw, and a golden coin appeared in the air, glinting in the sunlight. "Valis, the local currency, looks like this. Why is your wife's weapon so expensive?" Mordecai asked, scratching his chin. "And how else do you value a weapon made by the goddess of smithing herself?" Alex replied, lazily swishing his tail. "The price reflects the quality, the time spent, and the rare materials. So yes, the prices are high, but fair. In short, my family monopolizes a big part of the market in this city." He gave a sly smile. "And no one objects, because I've given people far more than I've taken. Want something cheaper? Buy from someone else, but the quality will match the price." "And what else does your family do in the city?" Lilith asked, picking Alex up. A lot of things," he purred. "Food supplies, alcohol, and much more, Naya." In reality, Alex himself hardly dealt with any of this. All of it was managed by the women in his family, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya. Even while working through the guild, they had managed to monopolize many trade routes in Orario. Alex found out about it by accident, through the family chat, where the women discussed their ideas and projects. Thanks to the guild, which allowed seamless travel between worlds, they could bring goods to Orario that didn't exist there, rare foods, animals, metals, and even exotic herbs for potions. Alex's family controlled the city's market but didn't deprive anyone of work. Even a god like Mia, the owner of his own potion shop, bought herbs through their channels. Meanwhile, the group continued toward the district controlled by Alex's family. Passing by food stalls, Alex suggested everyone try the local cuisine, especially the fried potato cakes sold by a sweet old woman. The old woman wasn't even surprised when a black cat with 2 tails paid for the food, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Apparently, nothing in this city shocked anyone anymore, not talking cats, nor the appearance of the Helios orbital station above the horizon. Following Alex's recommendation, everyone tried the cakes and were amazed at how tender and crispy they were. Alex, perched on Lilith's head, explained that he often bought them from the same old woman. Brick, after tasting one, immediately ordered 10 more, figuring that one definitely wouldn't be enough. "Granny, your potato cakes are really delicious," Lilith said with a smile. "I'm glad to hear that, dear," the old woman replied, placing another 10 in a paper bag and handing it to Brick. "Aren't you at all surprised by what's happening in the city?" Maya asked, wiping her hands with a napkin. "And why would I be surprised, dear?" the old woman answered gently. "I'm old and have seen a lot. Every major event in this city is somehow connected to our demon king. His return always brings change. I'm used to it. And you're not the first oddly dressed travelers I've seen, there are plenty of them around here." The group realized that their presence didn't seem unusual at all. After grabbing a bite at the stall, they continued on their way. Alex, still sitting on Lilith's head, turned and waved a paw toward the old woman. From her look, he could tell she had recognized him. Along the way, Alex continued his tour, talking about the city. When they reached his district, everyone noticed how different it was from the rest of Orario. It had once been slums, but Alex had bought the land, renovated it, and rebuilt everything from scratch. At the same time, he hadn't kicked out the old residents, he simply gave them new homes and the chance to live properly. "And who are those women in the strange uniforms?" Angel asked, pointing at the girls patrolling the streets. How do I put it, Naya, without sounding absurd, Naya, Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin with his paw. "Are they some kind of security?" Moxie asked, examining their uniforms. "Yes and no, Naya," Alex replied, carefully choosing his words. "What do you mean?" Maya raised an eyebrow. "On one hand, they really do patrol the streets, but on the other hand, their organization was created to deal with perverts," Alex explained with a heavy sigh. "The head of this group is my mother-in-law, Ma Ju. It all started when the old pervert Ma Kensei, a fan of spying on women, became friends with a god who shared his interests. One time they got drunk and decided to spy on women in a bath. Of course, they were noticed, but they couldn't be caught. This went on until the girls finally lost their patience and created a vigilante squad against perverts. Ma Ju led it, and on the very first day, she hung over 100 men upside down, including her husband and his godly buddy. Since then, they've, of course, continued their adventures, but now secretly. Secretly? Like a club for perverts? Brick asked skeptically. You could say that, Naya, Alex shrugged. In reality, it's just a group of harmless men who exchange pictures. Pictures taken under the skirts of women, Naya. So the essence doesn't change, Naya. That's why the vigilante squad was created, Naya. These idiots are caught, given a little lesson, beaten a bit, and then released. Fun, right, Naya? Especially when a crowd of women, ready to take revenge, chases after one man. The spectacle is worth $1 million, Naya. The group from Pandora didn't know how to react. And as if on cue, a man with a terrified expression burst out of an alley, followed by 3 furious women. He tried to run but was quickly caught, tied up, and lightly beaten, after which they dragged him toward the headquarters for his lesson. Everyone watched in astonishment as the seemingly fragile women skillfully took down a man the size of brick. Alex, sitting on Moxie's hands, just chuckled, squinting his cat-like eyes. I told you, Naya, this is something you have to see at least once in your life, Naya. After that, there was no doubt, Ma Ju was truly a formidable woman. In everyone's mind immediately appeared the image of a huge, muscular lady with a stern gaze and long hair. The group continued on, pleased with the unexpected spectacle, the capture of a pervert they had just witnessed moments before. Alex continued telling them about the city as they walked through streets bathed in the soft evening light. He couldn't help but note to himself that even if most of Orario was probably still staring at the orbital station Helios, here, in his district, people were living their lives. No one paid attention to the sudden appearance of the station or the strange newcomers, as if it were all normal, something that had already become part of their everyday life. And what's that building in such a strange style? Tanis asked, pointing at a massive, modern-looking structure resembling an office building. Ah, that, Alex replied lazily, flicking his tail. That building belongs to the Sunwoo clan, Naya. Essentially, it's an ancient clan of martial arts masters, Naya. What martial arts are, you can read about it in the guidebook, Naya. In this district, there are several dojos where you can learn everything from kendo to hand-to-hand combat, Naya. Do they even accept children into the clan? Maya asked, pointing at a girl walking out of the building. Alex shifted his gaze and immediately recognized two familiar figures. Two girls stepped out of the doors, one in an elegant black dress with lace frills, the other in jeans, a white t-shirt, and a short leather jacket, with bright red hair flowing in the wind. They were Seol and Jaini. Seeing them, Alex smiled. He was glad that Seol, despite being the head of the clan, lived a normal life, retaining her simplicity and humanity. Sensing someone's gaze, Seol turned around, and immediately noticed the strange group, especially the red-haired girl with a black cat with two tails and all too familiar eyes perched on her head. Alex lazily waved his paw at her. Seol, of course, immediately knew who it was. She wasn't even surprised by his appearance and returned a small smile with a wave. Lady Seol, who are you waving at? Jaini asked, frowning. It seems Alex is back. And it looks like he's brought a new group with him again, Seol said with a quiet chuckle. And where's that idiot who's saving another world? Jaini muttered, not noticing Alex. Seol simply pointed at the cat. Jaini followed her finger, and instantly understood everything. Only Alex could look like that, with a lazy, mocking expression, as if he already knew all the answers. When he stuck his tongue out at her, Jaini gritted her teeth and almost lunged at him, but Seol grabbed her arm in time, reminding her where they were headed. All right, Jaini muttered, but as she passed by, she made a gesture at Alex that clearly suggested the conversation wasn't over. In response, the cat stuck out its tongue again and lazily flicked its tails. It seems that red-haired girl is mad at you, Angel said awkwardly. Ah, she's just Sundara, Naya, Alex replied in a lazy tone. She doesn't know how to properly express her feelings, Naya. He knew perfectly well that Jaini had heard him, and he was right. In that very second, the girl stomped her foot so hard the pavement cracked beneath her. She was literally shaking with the urge to smack that cheeky cat. Alex chuckled smugly and suggested they move on, the guild was just a short distance away. When the group finally reached the guild building, everyone caught their breath. It looked like something straight out of the pages of a fantasy novel, white stone walls crisscrossed with emerald green beams and arches, topped with a pirate flag bearing the symbol Alex had used in the zombie apocalypse world, a cheerful Roger in a half-broken ultramarine mask, two chained sabers crossed behind a skull, and a golden eagle in the background. Above the massive gates, adorned with gold-carved patterns, hung a metal sign reading, Guild of Guardians, decorated with runes that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Stained glass windows cast rainbow reflections onto the plaza, while galleries flanked the building, lanterns shaped like dragon heads seemingly ready to ignite with living flame. People came and went, laughing, talking, carrying scrolls, books, and artifacts. So this is your guild, Sugar? Moxie asked in amazement, looking up. That's right, Alex replied with a satisfied smile. Well, what do you think? Feels like stepping into a fairy tale, Naya. It's not just a feeling, Angel said, gazing at the building in awe. It's like crossing the threshold lets you start a whole new story, full of adventures. I'm glad you feel that way, Alex said, flicking his tail. Yes, the main goal of our guild is the preservation of timelines. But that doesn't mean members can't have their own adventures. After missions, anyone can rest, travel, or seek inspiration. My guild is one big family. Even if I'm technically the boss, I just want everyone to feel at home. As one little drunk said, family isn't those you're bound to by blood, but those who stay by your side in hard times. You know, Alex, Lilith said softly, holding the cat close, this place really gives a sense of home, a place you want to return to. Heh, not for nothing, Alex replied proudly. The building was blessed by Hestia, goddess of the home, family, and hearth. A home isn't just four walls and a roof. It's a place to rest, recharge, spend time with friends, or do what you love. A home is warmth and peace. That's exactly what I wanted to create here. Alex stretched slightly in Lilith's hands, flicking his tails, his eyes glowing with a soft golden light. No one argued with Alex's words, as usual, he was right. But, like the people of Pandora, the group still felt a faint twinge of nostalgia. They missed the chaos, when anyone could attack your home at any moment or simply throw you out without warning. Alex jumped down from Lilith's hands and waved his paw, beckoning everyone to follow him inside. Once inside, the group paused for a moment. The guild was breathtaking, an astonishing blend of fantasy atmosphere and modernity. People stood at mission screens, choosing which world to travel to. Groups of adventurers sat at tables, laughing and animatedly discussing their exploits. Alex, still in cat form, scanned the room attentively. The crowd was noticeably larger than before. He then remembered Brunhilde writing about recruiting new members. Her suggestion to go to Valhalla and bring people back now seemed like a very clever idea. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze on him. Turning his head, Alex met eyes with Gyrolol. She smirked, instantly recognizing him thanks to their spiritual connection, Volander. Alex responded with a light smile and waved his paw. Gairolo, sitting behind the reception desk, just squinted mischievously. Without delay, Alex led the group toward the clinic, where Mari and Shizuka were in charge. Approaching the door, he pushed it with his paw, and it swung open. Behind the reception desk, Shizuka sat in a white coat. "Who's here?" she asked, turning her head with a smile. But when she saw the newcomers, she froze. She already knew these faces, thanks to the broadcast run by Navi, the fairy drone that had followed Alex. The only thing she hadn't seen back then was Alex himself. But now her attention was immediately caught by a black cat with two tails. Shizuka's eyes lit up, and within a second she was beside the cat, holding him close and gently rubbing her cheek against his soft fur. "You're so cute," she said, purring contentedly. "Thank you, Shizuka." "I know I'm cute," Alex replied with his usual self-confidence, feeling her cheek glide softly across his. Hearing his voice, Shizuka recoiled, staring at his eyes in shock. Alex simply raised his paw in greeting and nuzzled his nose against hers. She giggled and pressed him to her chest again, causing Alex to almost vanish entirely between her ample curves. The others couldn't help but glance at Shizuka, or more accurately, at her enormous chest, into which Alex's head was now buried, still in cat form. At that moment, a voice came from the reception area. "Shizuka, who's there?" "Don't tell me these idiots came back from a mission in bandages again," Mari said, stepping out of the adjacent room. "Mari, look. Our husband turned into a Nikomata. He's so cute," Shizuka exclaimed, eyes sparkling as she stretched the cat forward. "Yo, my love," Alex said, lazily raising his paw. Mari froze, taking in the sight of the cat, then slowly stepped closer. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing the familiar eyes, she just raised an eyebrow. Alex squinted and gently tapped her nose with his paw. "Yes, it's Alex," Mari confirmed with a smirk. "And I suppose you are the newcomers he brought along. Welcome to our strange but friendly family." "That's right," Lilith replied, raising her hand with a light smile. "We've already talked, but now at least we meet in person." "Ha ha ha, wonderful," Mari laughed. "Come on in, we'll give you a quick checkup. The equipment here is excellent, you'll be done in a few minutes. Maybe just a couple of vaccinations," she added with an innocent smile. For some reason, those words sent a shiver down everyone's spines. Shizuka and Mari led the group into the examination room. Meanwhile, Alex had already settled on Shizuka's chest, feeling like he was in paradise. Now he finally understood why Stitch loved lounging in girls' arms so much. Squinting, he mentally categorized Stitch as a fluffy pervert. As promised by Mari and Shizuka, the examination went quickly, though vaccinations were still administered, to everyone except Lilith, Moxie, Maya, and Angel. Alex had already healed the first three himself during their special encounters, and he had fully cured Angel back when he rescued her from the bunker. To be continued. I didn't even notice that the word count in my fanfic has already exceeded 2 million words. Or, more precisely, 2,026,060 words. So many that I'm a little shocked. This is already the second million words I've written. I'm happy. Chapter 480, Tour of the Guild. Once again, the chapter turned out longer than I expected. I need to stop with chapter lengths like this. It's completely unacceptable. I understand that you like the length of the chapters, but I don't, and I'm also sorry for the extra time I spend writing. Alex, still in the form of a Nikomata, was lying on Shizuka's chest, completely melting under her gentle movements. Her warm fingers glided softly through his fur, making him purr with contentment. Slightly opening one eye, Alex glanced at Mari, who was examining those he had brought from Pandora. He felt a sense of satisfaction watching the results of his efforts. Using clones to create the guild and all the auxiliary structures, like this clinic, had been one of his best decisions. The clinic had everything necessary, including diagnostic capsules capable of scanning a patient's body down to the smallest detail. Just one session inside a capsule was enough to learn everything, from old injuries and chronic illnesses to the structure of the nervous system. Fortunately, the capsules were designed for different body sizes, otherwise, Ellie and her curves definitely wouldn't have fit. While the examination was ongoing, Lilith, Maya, and Moxie chatted animatedly with Shizuka and Mari, gradually getting to know each other better. After all, they now had a shared boyfriend, or perhaps husband. Tanis, staying true to herself, dashed around the clinic, asking dozens of questions about anything that even remotely resembled technology. Even by the standards of the Doll Corporation, where she had once worked, the clinic looked extremely advanced. Alex didn't interfere in the conversations, he just lay there, enjoying the gentle touches and complete peace. Unfortunately, that peace didn't last long. Before anyone could even blink, 4 gremlins burst into the clinic, kicking up clouds of dust and causing a real commotion. Cheerful squeals, laughter, and the patter of tiny feet filled the room. Alex barely had time to lift his head before he was seized and buried under a wave of excited hugs. His 4 daughters, Nyaruko, Jinx, Anya, and Tina, didn't care at all that their father was in cat form. On the contrary, it only heightened their enthusiasm. After all, it's not every day you get to cuddle your beloved daddy when he's fluffy, soft, and purring. Daddy. He's so cute, squealed Tina, pressing him against her cheek. Mine, declared Nyaruko, hugging him from the other side. While Alex heroically endured the onslaught of affection, cheerful laughter rang in his mind, Gyrolol's laughter. He instantly understood whose doing this was. It was certainly Gyrolol who had told the gremlins where to find him and in what form he was currently in. Finally, once they had their fill of hugs, the daughters explained why they had come. They were going to Helios, to explore everything with their own eyes and, most likely, cause a bit of chaos there. Alex, already resigned to his fate, simply nodded silently. In response, Anya, Jinx, Tina, and Nyaruko each kissed his fluffy face in turn. Then Nyaruko snapped her fingers, opening a spatial rift, and the whole quartet, laughing, disappeared into it. Everything happened so quickly that the others didn't even have time to react. Only Mari and Shizuka exchanged glances and smiled. It seemed they had long since grown used to such scenes. Alex remained sitting on the table, his fur ruffled, his appearance disheveled, with traces of drool on his muzzle. He looked like a cat who had survived a visit from 100 hyperactive children. Silence hung in the room, and then everyone burst out laughing at once. Alex just stared into space, with the gaze of a creature who had endured a family storm and accepted his fate. Still laughing, Shizuka picked up a comb and gently began smoothing his fur, wiping away the leftover drool. Alex only sighed heavily. He was sure it was Nyaruko and Tina who had tried especially hard to make Daddy have fun. But what could he do? How could anyone stay mad at their own daughters when just one puppy dog look and a few tears were enough for him to forgive everything without a second thought? When Shizuka finished, Alex once again looked like a true gentleman, a black cat with 2 elegant tails and glossy fur. And how long do you plan to stay in that form? Mari asked, barely holding back a laugh. Until I leave Orario, Alex drawled lazily. I don't want Naya talk to anyone about the fact that I dragged an entire orbital station into this world, Naya. So you just dumped all the work on Brunhild, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya. Mari raised an eyebrow. They can just say they don't know anything, Naya, Alex replied, licking his paw. In a couple of weeks, everyone will get used to the huge hunk of metal floating above their heads that fell into the world through a rift, Naya. Oh, really? Came a cold female voice from the doorway. Hearing the calm, icy voice, Alex slowly turned his head and met bright green eyes that held neither warmth nor mercy. A chill ran down his spine. Brunhild was standing in the doorway. A faint, almost gentle smile played on her lips, but her eyes remained icy, as if warning everyone to stay silent. From behind her came a muffled laugh, barely audible in the heavy silence. Alex shifted his gaze and saw 2 men struggling not to burst out laughing. One wore pink glasses and had a huge tuft of hair, while the other was a young man with long blonde hair casually draped over his shoulders. They were Buddha and Siegfried, 2 heroes Brunhild had dragged from Valhalla to help in the guild. But the moment they exhaled a little too loudly, Brunhild slowly turned her head toward them. The laughter instantly stopped. Buddha and Siegfried fell silent at the same time, immediately turning away as if they weren't there at all. None of them wanted to anger Brunhild. After all, if she decided to punish someone, it wasn't with brute force, but cleverly and painfully. Buddha risked losing his sweets, and Siegfried had been afraid of his foster mother whenever she got angry since childhood. Brunhild's gaze shifted to the others. All the men in the room flinched instinctively. Even Brick, who usually joked in any situation, now preferred not to meet her gaze. Mordecai hastily hid a bottle behind his back, like a boy caught by his mother with a drink. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel politely waved in greeting. Brunhild responded with a slight smile and a short nod. She already knew them not only through her spiritual connection with Alex, but also from the broadcasts she had been watching. Then her gaze returned to Alex. At that moment, he quietly tried to open the window and escape. Of course, he adored his wives, but even a divine being has a survival instinct. He was almost out when he heard a soft click. The window shut itself right in front of his nose. Despite all his power, Alex knew perfectly well, there was no escaping his own wives. Especially when he himself had given them artifacts that allowed them to find him anywhere. So, my dear husband, Brunhild said with a gentle smile, what was that you said about not having to work? Hey haha. Hello, my love Naya. I didn't mean anything like that, Naya. Alex laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. I just meant, Naya, that you don't have to explain anything, Naya. You can just ignore the questions, Naya, and act, Naya, like you don't know anything, Naya. Brunhild silently stared at him without blinking. Alex realized it was time to act decisively. The next second, he jumped into her arms, still in his Nikomata form, and began rubbing his fluffy cheek against hers, purring softly. Brunhild blinked in surprise. Even she hadn't expected such a move. A moment later, the cold gleam in her eyes faded, replaced by a weary softness. She simply sighed, while the male half of the hall, from Buddha to Brick, simultaneously gave Alex discreet thumbs-ups, watching him with admiration. Shizuka, Mari, Lilith, Moxie, Angel, Maya, Ellie, and Tanis exchanged knowing looks, their smiles tinged with irony as they watched the scene unfold. Alex, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to everything around him. He knew the most important thing right now was to calm Brunhild down. After all, he had placed most of the guild's management on her shoulders. Brunhild sighed again and hugged Alex, pressing him gently against herself. He grinned contentedly, resting his chin on her shoulder and rubbing his nose lightly against her neck. Then he threw a smug glance at Buddha and Siegfried, as if to say, "That's how you defuse a situation." "Darling, why did you bring Buchan and Zigchan with you?" he asked lazily, still rubbing against her neck. "Because those two cause just as much trouble as you do," Brunhild replied calmly, casting a cold glance their way. "Hey, Bruchan, I didn't do anything," Buddha replied lazily, folding his hands behind his head. "I just dutifully completed my mission and went for a walk to find new sweets." "That's not a crime, is it?" "Exactly," Siegfried chimed in. "As stated in the mission, I was supposed to destroy the undead dragon that the cult of the evil god was trying to resurrect. I defeated it and saved the world from an epidemic. So what's the problem?" "The problem," Brunhild said with a cold smile, narrowing her eyes, "is how all of that ended. Should I remind you, Buddha, how your sweet tasting went? Or you, Siegfried, how your battle with the undead dragon turned out?" At her words, Buddha just sighed quietly, turned away, and pulled out a pack of chewy candies from his pocket, as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. He unwrapped one lazily, tossed it into his mouth, and began chewing with the air of a saintly innocent, refusing to meet Brunhild's gaze. Siegfried, in turn, put on the most harmless expression he could muster, as if facing not a fearsome Valkyrie, but a strict mother. Unfortunately, he looked more like a child caught holding a sword beside a broken window. Still, he tried his best. Sitting on Brunhild's shoulder in his Nikomata form, Alex tilted his head curiously. Now I'm actually curious," he muttered, slipping a paw into his inventory and pulling out his phone. A few taps on the screen, and the guild's archive opened the relevant files. First, Alex played the drone footage that had accompanied Buddha. Within seconds, it became clear why Brunhild was so angry. Buddha had completed the mission, he had prevented the collapse of the timeline. But after that, everything went downhill. After completing his mission, Buddha decided to take a little walk, and at the same time look for new sweets. As a result, he ended up wandering across half the continent, gathering crowds of admiring people wherever he went. His calm demeanor, charisma, and eloquence worked as always. People began listening to his speeches, repeating his words, and before long, worshipping him. When Buddha finally left, they built a church in his honor. Soon, faith in him completely replaced the worship of the goddess who had once been revered by almost all of humanity. The result? The poor goddess had a nervous breakdown. As for Siegfried, his report looked more like a chronicle of disasters. Not only did he get lost, but he somehow managed to beat up the summoned heroes 10 times, the very ones he was supposed to assist. It all started when the mage girl in their party fell in love with Siegfried after he saved her. The problem was that the main hero of the group considered the girl part of his harem and had no intention of sharing. From there, it became a chain reaction. Every time the hero encountered Siegfried, he would scream, "You're with the demons," and charge into battle, only to get knocked out again and again. After the 10th defeat, people began to doubt whether he was really the hero. Even the god who had summoned them to that world started to suspect he had sent the wrong person. Meanwhile, as the hero flirted with every girl in sight, Siegfried was single-handedly demolishing the cult of the evil god and wiping out the undead. Alex couldn't help but smirk. "Classic," he muttered. "The hero's an idiot, thinks strength comes from dating, not training." But his smirk soon faded into a thoughtful expression. Brunhild's anger wasn't just about their behavior, it was about the aftermath of the battle with the undead dragon. The explosion had been so powerful it wiped out entire valleys, and the land was left tainted with corruption from the creature. And Siegfried, the reckless hero, simply walked away without bothering to purify the area. Alex sighed. "Yeah, Naya, you two really outdid yourselves, Naya," he drawled, staring at the screen. "Buchan, Naya, you've made quite a name for yourself again, Naya. Zigchan, Naya, well done too. I'm giving you 10 Naya points just for beating up the hero Naya and seducing the mage girl Naya." "Hey! Achan!" Buddha protested, pointing at himself. "Where are my Naya points?" Alex turned toward him, narrowing his eyes. "Buchan, Naya, you drove a poor goddess to a nervous breakdown, Naya. Because she lost all her followers, Naya, she locked herself away in the heavenly realm and has been crying ever since, Naya. Look at her yourself, Naya, that's not a goddess, that's a child, Naya, and you made her cry, Naya. Congratulations, Buchan, Naya, you officially screwed up, Naya." He turned his phone screen toward them. The video showed a little girl, about 10 years old, with pink hair, wearing a white dress trimmed with gold and tiny white wings on her back. Her face was covered in tears, and her eyes were full of despair. This was Seraphina, the goddess of light, goodness, wisdom, and life. Everyone in the room stared at Buddha as if a villain from an old tale stood before them. Buddha awkwardly cleared his throat and shrugged. Well, I didn't ask them to follow me. And I didn't order a church. He mumbled, pretending nothing terrible had happened. Siegfried, on the other hand, burst out laughing. His laughter echoed around the room. And what are you laughing at, Kid Naya? Alex squinted, turning his head toward him. Ahem, just remembered a joke from Helheim, Siegfried replied quickly, straightening up. Really? Alex tilted his head. Then, my dear son Siegfried, share that joke with me and your mother. And don't think that just because I'm a cat I can't kick your butt. I'm already an adult, Siegfried grumbled, feeling the air around him grow heavier. And I'm a cat, Alex replied calmly. But you're still my adopted son. And Brunhild's son. Don't forget that. Alex sighed again and put away his phone. I never said you did poorly. On the contrary, you did far more than that worthless group of heroes. But you didn't deal with the aftermath of your battle. Because of that, hundreds of people had to leave their homes and relocate. Now his voice was calm and serious, without the usual Naya at the end. Brunhild nodded in agreement with Alex's words. The guild's work was indeed difficult. No one forbade groups from traveling a bit after completing a mission in the world where they worked, but they had to be careful not to interfere with the locals' lives too much. Especially not the way Buddha and Siegfried had. All right, you two. Buchan, Zigchan, next time be more careful. But first, a talk with Brunhild, and then you clean up after yourselves. No excuses. And if you refuse, I know how to make you work. Buchan, you don't want all your sweets to taste like chewed rubber or rotten vegetables, do you? And you, Siegfried, will be disciplined by Brunhild again. Alex said with a sly smile, baring his sharp cat fangs. You monster, Achan. How can you do this to me? How dare you touch the sacred sweets? You're a monster. Buddha protested indignantly, pointing at him. Naya. You're right, Buchan. I'm a real villain. Alex laughed his trademark cat laugh, which, contrary to expectations, made him seem more cute than frightening. But to Buddha that laugh sounded like the chuckle of a true demon. He absolutely did not want his beloved sweets to become rubbery. Alex only grinned slyly, rubbed his cheek against Brunhild's, and with a light push jumped off her shoulder straight into Moxie's arms. Brunhild only smiled. Her anger at Alex had long since passed, even despite the fact that he had, without batting an eye, dragged an entire orbital station into this world. And, darling, before I forget, Alex said, settling comfortably in Moxie's arms, there are cargo robots on Helios. I think we can use them to clean up similar aftermaths if someone overdoes it or screws up. Those machines have lots of uses. Also, I found a hidden AI there, seems to be called Felicity. Let the red and the white talk to it. Maybe we can get it to work for us. Brunhild paused, thinking about who these cargo robots were. Within a few seconds, she was already considering ways to use them, including the one involving the AI named Felicity. Tapping her finger against her chin, she smiled. The idea was excellent. Especially the fact that the robots could be used to deliver supplies to the teams that requested assistance. After saying goodbye to everyone, Brunhild hugged Alex one more time and gently kissed him on the forehead before leaving. Once she was gone, of course, Alex was bombarded with questions. Who exactly were Buddha and Siegfried? He didn't hide any details. He explained that Buddha was a man who had walked the path from mortal to ascension as a deity, and Siegfried was Brunhild's adopted son, found by her on a battlefield. Over time, he had become a demigod and a hero of many legends. When the examination was finished and everyone had been vaccinated against local diseases, Alex said goodbye to Shizuka and Mari. The girls didn't want to let him go and hugged him tightly one last time before he led Pandora's group to another location. The first stop after the clinic was the registration desk. They needed to process documents and receive phones with access to the guild system. The process went quickly, except for the fact that Gyrolol refused to let Alex go, continuing to stroke him despite his protests and attempts to escape. Finally freeing himself from her strong embrace, Alex led the group to the garage, to show Scooter and Ellie their new workplace. When they entered the guild's auto shop, Scooter's eyes literally lit up. The place was filled with an enormous amount of equipment, from light buggies to combat tanks. While everyone was exploring, Scooter was already hugging one of the tanks with open arms, the very one Alex had once brought from Night City. While everyone admired the machines, Alex continued to lie in Moxie's arms and calmly explained. This room serves not only as a garage but also as a transit point to the worlds you need. From here, teams can depart for missions. Perfect, I like it, Ellie said, putting her tools on the table. If Mom didn't lie, I'm the boss here, right? Almost, Alex replied, lazily yawning. You and your brother are in charge for now. Over time, I might hire more mechanics, but leadership will remain with you. The main thing, don't hit or kill anyone. I don't care. As long as I get to work with these beauties, this is a mechanic's paradise. So many toys, and all mine. Scooter exclaimed enthusiastically, hugging the tank's barrel. Everyone looked at Scooter in surprise, who, happy as a child, hung upside down on the tank barrel. Ellie just shook her head, her brother was hopeless. Machines meant more to him than anything else. Deciding to settle into their new auto shop, Ellie and Scooter started inspecting the place, arranging their tools, and getting used to the space. Alex didn't object, let them get comfortable. The next destination was the research laboratory managed by Rekka, Red, and White. To get there, they had to return to the guild's main hall and then climb to the second floor, but via a different staircase. From the outside, the building seemed spacious, but inside it was much larger than one could imagine. Without the signs posted along the corridors, getting lost here would have been very easy. Alex perched on Angel's shoulders, pointing with his paw where to go. Upon learning they were headed to the laboratory, Tanis practically lit up with enthusiasm. But as soon as they crossed the threshold of the research department, the air was pierced by loud shouts and clamor. The sounds came from a room marked Genetics Laboratory. Even though the guild had such a department, all experiments were strictly monitored so that no one accidentally created a local Frankenstein who might later cause a massacre. What's all that noise? Lilith asked, pointing toward the door from which the heated arguments emanated. Take a look for yourselves, you'll see, Alex replied calmly, flicking his tail, still perched on Angel's shoulder. Curiosity got the better of them, and the whole group cautiously peered inside. Before them unfolded a comical scene. A group of scientists was engaged in a fierce debate, each holding a small skag, creatures native to Pandora. Some of them had seen these beings before, but none understood how they had ended up in this laboratory. The reason for the scientists' argument was absurdly trivial, each one boasted over and over about which particular skag they had managed to breed and what abilities it now possessed. Alex recognized the scientists, it was the same team that had worked with Rekka in the zombie apocalypse world. They always behaved the same way, initially working silently, focused on experiments, and once they achieved success, erupting into heated debates over who had done better. Now, given the chance to experiment with skags, creatures prone to various mutations, they couldn't resist starting yet another competition. One skag was bright pink, another blue, the third shimmered purple, and the fourth looked like semi-transparent green slime shaped like a small animal. Tanis stepped forward, but Lilith grabbed her by the scruff in time. She knew all too well how Tanis's unrestrained enthusiasm could end. The doors to the genetics laboratory slowly closed, leaving everyone slightly bewildered. And this is normal in your guild? Lilith asked, turning to Alex. Well, relatively speaking, he shrugged. This team either works or argues. And now that they have creatures like skags, it's a miracle they haven't started a full-blown tournament. But despite all their madness, they're insanely smart. They managed to develop an antivirus for the zombie virus with minimal resources. As they say, the smarter the person, the bigger the headache. I won't even argue with that. I just hope your safety protocols here are at least solid, Lilith shook her head. Don't worry, dear, everything's under control. Security systems and protocols are top-notch, Alex said confidently, raising his paw as if giving a solemn promise. Now, let's head to the main laboratory. The one where I'll be working. Tanis asked, looking at him intently. Something like that, Alex replied with a sly grin. Your knowledge as an archaeologist and a scientist will come in handy. So, onward, my trusty steed Angel. To adventure. He theatrically placed one paw on Angel's head and pointed forward with the other, as if giving the command to march. Angel just smirked at Alex's words but still went where he pointed with his paw. The others followed her as she carried Alex on her shoulders. A few minutes and several doors later, the group arrived at the far end of the laboratory, a section far more advanced than the other rooms. Mini drones buzzed everywhere, ferrying test tubes filled with colorful liquids and various tools. In the corner, near a table with coffee mugs, 3 women in white lab coats were present. 2 of them were twins with white hair, the only way to tell them apart was by the length of their hairstyles. The third had short, light brown hair and glasses perched on her nose. These were Rekka, White, and Red, currently enjoying a break. White and Red, though not needing coffee, increasingly tried to mimic human habits, drawing closer to human nature. Alex noted with interest that the fragments of their creator's soul, once small, had now grown much stronger. They were very close to becoming fully human. Rekka was the first to notice the newcomers. She recognized them from the broadcast and the family chat. But before she could speak, a black cat with 2 tails leapt into her arms. Rekka, Red, and White exchanged glances, the aura emanating from the cat was too familiar. Yo, Rekka. Miss me? Alex said, poking her nose with his paw. Darling. Is that you? Why are you a cat? Rekha asked, blinking several times in surprise. Confirmed, this is our husband. The scent and energy signature match, White said calmly, picking Alex up. In response, he poked her nose with his paw in greeting. Confirmed, Red added, taking him from her sister. Even if our husband is a cat now, he's still our husband. A cute cat. So, Alex, Rekha said, looking over her glasses as he settled comfortably on Red's lap, why have you come? And I really don't want to know why you turned into a cat. Ah, right. Alex exclaimed. Anyway, I brought you Tanis. You already know who she is, smart, quick-witted, though slightly unhinged. So much so that the bolts in her head have long been loose, and she doesn't seem to care. He gestured with his paw toward Tanis, who was eagerly inspecting the laboratory like a child in a toy store. Hey, I can hear everything. And my head's perfectly fine. Well, at least it was the last time I checked, Tanis said, poking Alex with her finger. And when was that? He asked, looking at her lazily, a slight grin on his face. Well. I'm 20 years and 90 months old now. So I checked when I was 18. That's recent. So everything's fine. Or maybe not. Although probably yes. Definitely yes. Tanis declared, counting on her fingers as if trying to convince herself of her own words. Everyone stared at her blankly, especially when she said, 20 years and 90 months. Alex just shook his head and briefly explained what Tanis had been doing and her talents. Despite her eccentricities, she had managed to decipher the language of the Iridian race, a long-extinct people. Alex pulled out his phone in his paws and sent Rekha Tanis's full dossier, extracted from the Hyperion archives. Rekha adjusted her glasses and quickly scanned the file while the others sat down nearby. Meanwhile, Red and White became interested in the powers of the sirens, Lilith, Maya, and Angel. They took small blood samples for analysis, and the girls didn't object. Those who were close to Alex inspired no distrust. Alex sat on the table next to Rekha. One of her hands stroked his back, while the other held a tablet with the dossier. Impressive, she said after a brief pause. I think Tanis will fit in well. One more strange scientist in the team won't make a difference. I already constantly deal with those who conduct experiments and then argue about who was right. Before leaving, Alex asked Red and White to check Helios, to speak with an AI named Felicity and try to persuade her to cooperate with the guild. After saying goodbye to the three women, Alex led the group onward. He still needed to visit the guild library to upload data from Pandora, collected after capturing Helios, everything related to the Iridian race, the Micros, experiments on creating the icon of sin, and the possibility of Davith being resurrected. Upon entering the library, Alex immediately noticed how much it had changed since his last visit. Now the space was a huge circular hall, with walls lined with tall bookshelves reaching all the way to the ceiling. At the center, behind a massive desk, sat Regan Leaf with a book in her hands. Hearing the door open, she looked up, adjusted her glasses, and immediately recognized the cat. Yo, Regan Leaf. I see the library has changed. What's the reason? Alex asked, jumping from Maya's head straight onto the desk. I thought it would be better than the textile your clone created, Regan Leaf replied, closing the book. Why did you come? I want to update the library database, Alex said, summoning his phone into his paws. I learned quite a bit while on Pandora. Regan Leaf nodded and adjusted her glasses. Alex, however, looked around puzzled, holding the phone. He wasn't sure where to connect the device now. Previously, the library had a special rack for uploading data, but now the space was filled with books, and the technology was gone. Apparently, it was the work of his clone, whom he had once sent to the girls to teach them how to manage all guild functions. Seeing Alex's confusion, Regan Leaf smiled faintly, took the phone from his paws, and carefully placed it on a special device. Within a second, a book with a purple cover bearing the guild insignia appeared on the table. Regan Leaf opened the first page, stamped it, then raised the book overhead, and it, glowing softly, flew upward, dissolving among many others. Everyone who came with Alex watched in awe, and though they knew it was magic, the sight was still mesmerizing. Alex nodded appreciatively, realizing that his clone had done a marvelous job. Once all the new books were stamped and sorted into the appropriate sections, Regan Leaf returned the phone to Alex's paws. Regan Leaf, I was thinking, Alex said, putting the phone away in his inventory. What are you thinking about? Regan Leaf asked, returning the last book to its place. Maybe you should get an assistant. Not some incompetent person, but someone who truly shares your love for books and reading, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin with his paw. If you find someone like that, I'd be glad, Regan Leaf replied softly. And while you're still here, I need copies of Bobby Singer's book collection that you mentioned. And also copies of the Men of Letters books, if it's not too much trouble. No problem. I was planning on doing that anyway, Alex said, nodding. As soon as I meet Sam and Dean, I'll bring you all the copies, including legends, notes, and other materials. Regan Leaf nodded with a smile and gently stroked his fur. While Alex talked with her, the others wandered around the hall with curiosity, examining the endless shelves. They were eager to see what kinds of books were kept in this magical library. Seeing this, Alex explained that it housed knowledge from all worlds, from simple legends and bestiaries to works on magic, technology, weapons, and ancient civilizations. Regan Leaf added that travelers and guild members often brought in books they found, expanding the collection. Of course, there were also some useless works, but as Alex said, a book is still a book, and each one deserves to be read. After finishing their tasks in the library and saying goodbye to Regan Leaf, Alex led the group onward. He showed them various parts of the guild and explained the purpose of each room. Finally, they reached the main doors. No one, except the Valkyries and a few initiates, had recognized Alex in his black cat form, something he considered an undeniable advantage. He had even gotten used to moving on all fours and using his phone, holding it carefully with his soft paws. So, where to now? Brick yawned, stretching. Everything was interesting, but damn, I can't feel my legs anymore. Agreed, Mordecai added, rubbing his back. Cool show, but exhausting. Stop whining like children, Lilith rolled her eyes. You'll be working here soon. You need to know how everything is arranged. One last stop remains, Alex said, hopping into Moxie's arms. And where to next, Sugar? Moxie asked, stroking his ears. The last stop is where the guys will live. They'll also get to meet more closely those they'll be working with, Alex replied, pointing the way with his paw. Following Alex's directions, the group soon arrived at a building that looked like a luxurious dormitory, with the Guild of Guardians emblem above the entrance. Though it was technically a dorm, each room was in fact a full apartment with all the amenities. Instead of building separate houses for everyone, they had decided to construct a single building and magically expand its interior space significantly. Once inside, Alex began explaining, the first floor served as a common relaxation area. It had everything, from a miniature indoor park for picnics and friendly gatherings over a beer, to a full training hall for those who didn't want to go to the guild every time. The upper floors housed apartments, which were far from small, some residents already had families, and others might have them in the future. Alex flipped his paw, and 12 metal keys appeared on it, each engraved with an apartment number. Why 12 keys if there are only 10 of us? Axton asked, taking his. 2 spares, for Ellie and Scooter. One of you will need to give them their keys, Alex replied, hooking 2 of them with his claw. I'll hand them over, Brick said, taking the extra keys in his massive hand. Perfect. If you have any questions, check the guide I gave you or the guild app. You can also ask the Valkyries at the reception desk, Alex said, flicking his tail. And don't forget to go there tomorrow morning. You'll be assigned to groups so you can get used to the work. You'll also get new gear. After all, saving timelines isn't a walk in the park. It's better if someone with experience mentors you. The guys nodded in unison, listening carefully to every word. After the long tour of the guild, they fully understood just how serious the work here was. One mistake could cost too much. After saying goodbye to them, Alex, perched on Moxie's shoulder, left the building with Lilith, Maya, and Angel. And where to now? Lilith asked, gently taking the cat into her arms. Now, to my mansion, Alex replied, lightly swishing his tail. You wanted to meet everyone in person anyway. Plus, you'll need to set up your rooms. So the guys will live in the dorm, and we'll be at the mansion. Maya asked with a slight smirk. I like that idea. Lilith, Moxie, and Angel laughed, joining in the joke. Alex just shook his head, not mentioning that the dorm apartments were essentially as luxurious as any suite. Everyone could choose their own style, design, and even decorate their place however they wanted. Pointing with his paw toward his mansion, Alex settled comfortably in Lilith's arms. As they walked down the path bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, he chatted calmly with the girls, about work, travels, and just little everyday things. To be continued. Chapter 481, a completely ordinary evening at the manor. The road to Alex's family mansion wasn't long, but he still decided that Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel should take a short walk through nighttime Orario. Even though this district belonged to him and his family, there was something enchanting about the evening city, the soft glow of lanterns, the distant hum of conversation, and the aroma of fresh pastries from late-night shops. Alex, having transformed into a cat, or more precisely, a Nikomata, rested in Lilith's arms, doing his best not to reveal himself. His tail twitched faintly, and his eyes curiously followed the people passing by. Over the past month, those he had brought into this world had already settled in and were enjoying their new lives. Alex couldn't help but note how quickly humans could adapt, even if this world was different from the one they had grown up in. That was the strength of human nature. As they walked along the cobblestone road to the mansion, Alex noticed more and more familiar faces. Among the passers-by, he saw Hugo, Coco's former driver, who now worked for him. Alex remembered that back in the zombie apocalypse world, Hugo had started dating a woman with a 5-year-old daughter. Now, seeing them walking together, Alex smiled. Hugo had earned his happiness. A little further ahead, he spotted R, being literally dragged by the hand by an Amazon named Aisha. Dragged was indeed the more accurate word than walking together. From the look on R's face, it was clear that he would be spending the next day in bed, not by choice, but because he probably wouldn't be able to stand. Alex struggled to suppress his laughter, covering his mouth with a paw so as not to give himself away. He didn't want anyone to know he was in the city right now. Lilith felt the cat in her arms trembling and glanced down. Seeing Alex covering his muzzle with his paw, she frowned. "What's so funny?" she whispered. Alex pointed his paw at Aisha and R, then briefly explained who the Amazons were and what fate awaited anyone foolish enough to start a relationship with them. Hearing his story, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel exchanged looks. Now they understood why Alex was laughing. After all, he had once warned R to stay away from the Amazons. The result? The guy had vanished for several days, and when he returned, he looked exhausted and had lost at least 10 kilograms. As they continued their walk, Alex shared amusing stories about his acquaintances. Soon, they spotted Maju, the woman Alex had mentioned before. Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel hadn't expected her to be so attractive and elegant. But their surprise grew when they noticed a short, mustached old man in a hat walking beside her with his head hung low. "You're telling me that short, balding, and obviously perverted old man is your father-in-law, and that beautiful woman is his wife?" Lilith asked, eyeing Alex skeptically. "Hey, girl. I heard that. Show some respect for your elders." Kensei shouted, but was immediately punched in the head and smashed face first into the ground. "Stop yelling, Kensei. I'm not done with you yet," Maju said coldly, lowering her fist. The passers-by didn't even react to Kensei being knocked out. Scenes like this had long become ordinary to them. Maju turned her head toward the group of girls, narrowing her eyes slightly, and Alex noticed that she was looking directly at them. He waved his paw. The woman instantly recognized her son-in-law, even in the form of a cat. Her gaze softened, and a warm, motherly smile appeared on her face. She waved back, then grabbed her husband by the leg and dragged him home. The 4 girls exchanged glances, unable to understand how such a beautiful and confident woman could marry someone like Kensei, a shameless pervert who peeked at girls in bathhouses and tried to look under their skirts. Alex simply spread his paws. "Love," he said briefly. The girls nodded in agreement. There really was no other explanation for that union. Continuing their walk, Alex noticed even more familiar faces strolling through the district. Some were sitting at street stalls, eating, laughing, and drinking. Among them stood out a particularly noisy group of samurai, the Shinsengumi squad led by Okita Tsuji. They had gathered around a sake stand, laughing loudly and clinking their cups together. Watching the scene, Alex couldn't help but sigh. He still didn't understand why Brunhild had decided to bring the crazy swordsman into this world. The rest of the Shinsengumi were, of course, also battle-hungry maniacs, but at least they possessed a shred of common sense. Okita, however, lived solely for the thrill of combat. Alex immediately recalled how many times that maniac had challenged him during his stay in Valhalla. In just 1 week, the same week Alex spent setting up the new system, Okita Tsuji had managed to challenge him to a duel more than 10 times. And as if sensing the gaze upon him, Okita raised his head. Their eyes met. Alex's shimmering, rainbow-colored eyes were impossible to mistake. The other Shinsengumi members instantly grew tense. They knew that look from their captain, it meant only one thing: he was about to start another fight. "Captain, don't even think about it. Wasn't the last time enough for you?" said Kondo Isami sternly, glaring at Okita. "None of us want to deal with Brunhild again." "Kondo," Okita said, not breaking eye contact, "don't you think that Nikomata looks familiar?" At first, his subordinates exchanged confused glances, but then they followed the direction of his gaze. They saw 4 beautiful women, and in the arms of one of them sat a fluffy Nikomata. Then it hit them all at once, that look, those eyes. They had only ever seen them on one person. Kondo immediately realized what was about to happen and reached out to grab his captain by the collar. But it was too late. "Ha! I knew it was you," Okita shouted, grinning broadly. Drawing his katana, he dashed forward. He had finally found the one he'd been longing to challenge again. After all, it was precisely for moments like this that he had accepted Brunhild's offer to join the guild, to fight the strongest swordsman and one day test his blade once more against Alex, to whom he had lost countless times. However, he didn't make it far. The Nikomata sitting in the arms of the woman with fiery red hair suddenly leapt forward and spun midair, striking him squarely in the face with her hind paw. Okita flew backward, crashed into a wooden table, and shattered it with a loud thud. Kondo and the other samurai stared silently at their captain, who now sported a perfect paw-shaped mark on his forehead. Then, the same Nikomata gracefully landed on Kondo's shoulder. "Suji-chan, you haven't changed a bit," Alex said lazily, settling comfortably on his shoulder. "How much trouble have you managed to cause on my territory this time?" "I don't think the captain can answer," one of the Shinsengumi said cautiously, checking Okita's breathing. "It looks like he's unconscious." "What a shame," Alex snorted. "Well, never mind. Kondo-chan, take Suji-chan home. Let him sleep it off. And please, not a word about seeing me." "My apologies, Alexander-sama," Kondo said, bowing deeply. "Suji has troubled you once again." "It's fine, Kondo-chan, I'm used to it." "Oh, and..." Alex yawned lazily. "Don't forget to pay for the table." With that, he jumped off Kondo's shoulder and swiftly returned to Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel. Kondo sighed heavily, paid the merchant, lifted his captain onto his back, and carried him home. The rest of the samurai efficiently began cleaning up the mess, moving with such calm and precision that it was clear this sort of incident had become routine for them. When Alex once again settled comfortably in Lilith's arms, the girls immediately started bombarding him with questions. He briefly explained who Okita Suji was and what kind of group the Shinsengumi were. It all came down to something simple: Suji was a battle maniac, and his comrades were the same, just a bit more restrained. They were the ones who stopped him from leveling half the city and cleaned up after his every stunt. Watching the samurai carefully sweeping the streets and fixing a broken table, the girls exchanged glances. "Well," Moxie said quietly with a smirk, "this world isn't much different from Pandora. Except there's less killing here," Maya added. "And just as much madness," Lilith concluded. The encounter with Okita Suji and the Shinsengumi squad became just another amusing episode for the group, something to laugh about later. The closer they got to the mansion, the more familiar faces Alex noticed. He kept spotting people he'd known back in Valhalla, and with each one, a thought grew louder in his head: just how many souls had Brunhild managed to drag into the guild? He even caught sight of Sasaki Kojiro coming out of Akasame's clinic, complaining about back pain, saying age was catching up to him. Alex couldn't help but chuckle, scratching his chin with a paw. "I wouldn't be surprised if Brunhild invited even scientists from Valhalla," he muttered under his breath. "Newton, Edison, maybe even Archimedes." Then he remembered Rekka mentioning a group of mad scientists recently. At the time, Alex thought she meant some old bunch of theorists, but now he realized it was a new batch of geniuses gathered by Brunhild herself. That thought made him uneasy. If even half of those people brought their talent for disasters into the guild, everyone was in for a headache. After a short walk through the evening district, Alex, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel finally reached the mansion. As they passed through the gates, the girls froze for a moment. Before them stood a grand house radiating both comfort and strength. It felt as if the very walls were breathing warmth. "It's just perfect," Maya whispered, her eyes wide in awe. They could all feel it, not just architectural beauty, but something deeper. The girls already knew why. This was the home of the goddess Hestia, and her blessing filled the mansion with soft, homely energy. Even knowing that, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had finally found a place they could call home. Alex jumped down from Lilith's arms, padded up to the door, and gently pushed it open with his paw. Inside, it was quiet. Not everyone had returned yet. Ryu and Seer were still working as waitresses, while Brunhild, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya were busy with guild affairs. Some had even gone on missions to other worlds. Following behind him, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel walked through the spacious hall, admiring the interior, elegant furniture, soft lighting, and the scent of fresh pastries coming from the kitchen. Alex perked up his ears. Voices were coming from the living room. On all fours, he made his way there. Inside sat Takashi, Gloria, and Namio. Alex instantly noticed that Takashi looked like he'd lost at least 5 kilos. Curiosity got the better of him, and with a single leap, he landed on the table. "Yo," Alex said, raising a paw in greeting. Gloria and Namio immediately recognized him, but Takashi only rolled his eyes wearily. Alex asked what had happened, and soon heard a story that nearly made his ears droop. It turned out that Takashi, Jonah, Kota, and Kenichi had gone on a mission to prevent the burning of the sacred tree in the Elven Kingdom. But, as always, Kota was being Kota. He couldn't resist getting a closer look at the elves. The elves, as it turned out, hated humans and would kill anyone who set foot on their land. The reason was simple: humans had been kidnapping elves and selling them into slavery. In the end, the group of 4 friends found themselves surrounded and unheard. A skirmish broke out. No one died, but it was still a serious fight. After they had taken down over 100 elves, the elf queen herself appeared and, using nature magic, immobilized them, entangling them in roots. At that moment, Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel entered the room. They listened silently, not interfering, and, of course, didn't forget to greet Gloria and Nemio. When Takashi reached the point of being thrown into the dungeon, Alex exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. "David, why didn't you just run away?" he asked tiredly, sitting on Gloria's lap. "You had enough strength to slip out unnoticed." "We tried," Takashi muttered, leaning back in the chair. "We spent a couple of days in the dungeon, then got out, grabbed our gear, and then the Avalor Kingdom attacked the Elven Forest." Kenichi, as usual, started his speech about honor and duty, saying we couldn't abandon those we came to save. "And then what happened?" Alex asked, while Gloria absent-mindedly stroked his fur. "Then we listened to Kenichi and went to help. The fat guy, of course, didn't stop, kept saying he couldn't leave the beautiful elf girls. Only it turned out that the beautiful elf girl who fed him was a man," Takashi said dryly, laughing. Alex's eyes widened, and his ears twitched as he tried to stifle his laughter. "You're saying Kota fell in love with a male elf? I hope you didn't miss the chance to tell Mern and the other girls about it." "Of course I didn't." Takashi grinned. "Now he hears about it every day." "And how did it all end?" Alex asked, wagging his tails with amusement. "We helped the elves fend off the attack, and then, the queen caught us again. Roots again, dungeon again. This time they were watching us so we couldn't escape. Luckily, the fat guy managed to hide the phone." "Where? Better not ask." "That's how we called for help and recently returned," Takashi replied, still annoyed after a week stuck in the dungeon thanks to two idiots. Alex rolled his eyes and sighed. "And you lost all that weight in just a week? Try living on grass and water for a week yourself." "The fat guy even lost 20 kilos, Takashi answered irritably. Alex snorted, curled his tail around Gloria's knees, and said, "I, in principle, can go without eating, but you certainly outdid yourselves. Let this be a lesson. You should have gathered information first. For that, you have a drone, you can get a world report through it, check the situation, political conflicts, and even request support." He yawned lazily and added, wagging his tail slightly. "In short, you're four idiots." Takashi could only nod, speechless. Even though they already had several successful missions behind them, he had never faced a situation like this before, and now he fully understood that Alex was right. This would be a harsh, but necessary lesson. Deep down, Takashi swore he would never make such a mistake again. And as for Kota and Kenichi, he definitely wasn't going to forgive them for getting them thrown into the Elf Kingdom's dungeon twice. Now, everything that happened, or would happen, with the elves and other kingdoms of this world no longer concerned him. As he, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi left, Takashi fully understood that this wasn't the end for the elves. Especially if Becca was among those who had come to help. And Becca was not the type to tolerate rudeness. It didn't take a genius to guess that the Elf Queen had probably learned that lesson firsthand. Alex touched Takashi with his paw and healed him, restoring his strength and healthy appearance. Takashi let out a deep sigh, thanked him, and, after saying goodbye to the others, headed home, first to his mother's to tell them everything that had happened, and then back to Yuki. He just wanted to spend the evening with her, but deep inside, the flame of revenge was already growing. Takashi firmly promised himself that he would find a way to make Kota and Kenichi pay for all the suffering. Once the door closed behind him, the house became lively again. Gloria and Nemio curiously got acquainted with Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel. The atmosphere quickly warmed up, the girls found common ground, laughed, and shared stories. Soon, the others began returning home as well. As soon as they saw Alex in his Nikomata form, the house erupted in joyful exclamations. The girls couldn't contain their excitement, each wanted to hold him, cuddle him, stroke him, or at least take a picture. Alex soon became a living toy, moving from one pair of hands to another, being hugged, kissed, and petted. Even Freya couldn't resist and, quietly giggling, kissed his little face several times. Some of the girls took selfies with him as keepsakes and immediately sent the photos to the family chat, showing off to those who were currently on missions. Katsui stood out the most, laughing. She ran off with Alex in her arms, refusing to give him to Nobuna. Nobuna, of course, chased after her, loudly demanding the return of her husband. Nagahide, standing off to the side, simply smiled and patiently waited for the right moment to intercept the prize. And she got her chance. In an instant, Alex was in her arms, and she happily stroked his soft fur. Alex had no idea that his transformation would cause such a commotion. Even Nyx came down from the second floor, drawn by the noise, and upon seeing the two-tailed cat, sighed heavily. Recognizing him, she asked in a tired voice, "What on earth is going on here?" But Alex didn't have time to answer. At that moment, another pair of hands scooped him up again. When the storm of emotions finally subsided, he lay exhausted on Hephaestus' lap. The goddess patiently smoothed his fur, wiping away traces of lipstick left by overly affectionate admirers. Alex felt nothing, he just lay there, resigned to his fate. The experience had been strange, but he decided not to return to his human form just yet. Hephaestus calmly went about her task, ignoring the envious glances of Hestia, Haruheim, Seer, 02, Lily, Tiona, Ace, and even Bella. They all wanted to hold Alex a little longer while he was soft and fluffy. After a few minutes, his fur shone again and looked perfectly groomed. Alex lay motionless, as if completely drained, but fate decided that rest was not yet meant for him. This time, he ended up on Freya's lap. Opening one eye, he met her sly gaze. The goddess smiled faintly and continued stroking him. Alex let out a heavy sigh and shifted his gaze to Lilith, Maya, Moxie, and Angel. They had already befriended all the other girls. Looking at Angel, he remembered that he wanted to introduce her to someone. "Darling, is Valerie home? Or did she go on a mission?" he asked, settling into a more comfortable position on Freya's lap. "She should be home," she replied, thoughtfully running her fingers through his fur. "She returned from a mission a couple of days ago and is resting now." Alex nodded and jumped down from Freya's lap. She didn't need any explanation. As a goddess, she already understood why he asked about Valerie. Thanks to her gift, Freya had already glimpsed the souls of the girls Alex had brought and noticed something troubling. Angel's soul, though freed from its chains, still seemed trapped, as if in a cage. The sight pricked the goddess's heart. Like Alex, she preferred souls to be free, radiant, alive, not dulled, frozen in the chains of the past. Alex quietly approached Angel and jumped onto her lap. The girl smiled, chatting cheerfully with the others, but when she felt the soft paws touch her legs, she lowered her gaze. Alex met her eyes and beckoned with his paw, inviting her to follow him. Angel hesitated, tilting her head, but when she saw the cat already jump to the floor and head toward the exit, she quickly stood up and followed him. They went up to the second floor, walking down a long corridor. Alex explained that each girl had her own room here, a personal space where she could do her favorite activities and simply be herself without disturbing others. Finally, they stopped at a door that was supposed to belong to the girls' room. But in reality, it looked different. Just by the door, one could tell that a true troublemaker lived inside. Loud music rumbled from within, and Alex immediately recognized the familiar rhythm. It was Samurai, a band known to everyone in Night City. He nudged the door with his paw, and their eyes immediately fell on Valerie. She was sitting at her desk in a long white tank top and dark underwear, completely absorbed in the process of upgrading a pistol. Her hair, once light green, was now a deep purple. Apparently, she had experimented with the color again. Valerie bobbed her head to the music and didn't even notice anyone entering the room. Honestly, she didn't care. In her room, she felt completely free and saw no need to bother with clothing. But when an embarrassed cough sounded from behind, she flinched, turned off the music, and looked around. The first thing Valerie noticed was the tattooed girl, Angel, and then her gaze fell on the black cat with two tails. The appearance was far too familiar. Alex covered his face with a paw and let out a heavy sigh. Seeing his younger sister in just a tank top and underwear was definitely not something he wanted to witness. He knew perfectly well that Valerie had grown up and had her own feelings, but to him, she was still a child. After all, she had just turned 16. "Who are you?" Valerie asked lazily, crossing one leg over the other, making the situation even more awkward for Alex. "Valerie, put on some shorts." "Stop showing off your underwear to everyone," came Alex's voice. "Big brother. Where are you?" she frowned, looking around. "I'm here," he replied, not lowering his paw from his eyes. Valerie raised an eyebrow, looked down, and realized that the cat in front of her was indeed her brother. Once she was convinced, she picked him up. Alex didn't open his eyes, simply letting her hold him. Valerie exhaled, coughing awkwardly. All right. She placed him on the desk and quickly pulled on sweatpants and a sweatshirt. While Valerie tidied herself up, Angel looked around the room. Posters of rock bands and mercenaries hung everywhere, weapon models lined the shelves, and a mini fridge buzzed in the corner, stocked with soda and snacks. A true tomboy's room. Alex scanned the mess and realized it was better not to sit anywhere. Clothes, including underwear, were scattered everywhere. So he jumped onto the workbench, where at least it was safe. Angel and Valerie soon started talking. The former asked about the posters and weapons, while the latter enthusiastically explained how she had upgraded everything herself, proudly showing off her achievements. But suddenly, Valerie felt Alex's gaze burning into her back. Turning around, she saw him pointing with his paw at the scattered underwear and then at the laundry basket. Valerie sighed heavily. Her older brother was always her older brother. She grimaced but began cleaning up the mess. Angel decided to help, and together they quickly got to work. "Big brother, maybe you could just clean everything with your magic?" Valerie asked, holding up another pile of clothes. "This is your room, my dear Valerie," Alex replied calmly, scratching his ear. "Your personal corner, your little world. That means you're the one who needs to keep it in order." He spoke softly, but with that unmistakable tone that carried an unyielding, no exceptions. Valeri snorted but smiled. It was still comforting that even in cat form, her older brother remained the one who reminded her of discipline and care. She mumbled under her breath and continued putting her things away, placing everything in its proper place. As she and Angel cleaned and got to know each other better, Alex decided to take a look at the projects his younger sister was working on. Being a responsible older brother, of course, he didn't peek into her personal diary, which Valeri hid in a secret compartment of her desk. How did Alex know about it? Simple, his job was to know everything. He gently touched the monitor of her computer with his paw and flipped through the latest projects. Alex knew perfectly well that Valeri was an incredibly curious and determined girl, hungry for knowledge. After scrolling through the files for a bit, he nodded with satisfaction, a contented cat-like smile spreading across his face, and then carefully closed everything. Meanwhile, Valeri and Angel were chatting happily, discussing various topics. Valeri enthusiastically recounted the worlds she had visited over the past month. Alex knew that the girls from the main group weren't sent on dangerous missions, so Valeri, Nobukatsu, Alice, and Gal handled relatively safe tasks, searching for rare materials, artifacts, or just interesting things. Even those adventures were enough for Valeri to feel satisfied with her life. When she began proudly talking about the last world they had visited, Alex's eyelid twitched betrayingly. The reason? Their latest assignment had come from Irina and Alice Nakiri, girls obsessed with culinary experiments. They had asked for new exotic fruits for their dishes. Recently, one group had already brought back samples, fruits that looked like a cross between a peach and sweet grapes. Enchanted by the taste, Irina placed a new order, to gather as many of these peach grapes as possible. The task had been easy, and after successfully completing the mission, Valeri and her team decided to take a little walk through the capital of the Solaris Kingdom. That was when the local crown prince noticed Valeri, and, of course, assumed she should be flattered by his attention. A real prince fell in love with you? Angel asked, surprised. Of course, Valeri smirked, straightening her shoulders. I'm pretty enough for people to fall in love with me. And he's not even the first one to try courting me. What did you tell him? Came a cold voice from behind them. Angel and Valeri turned at the same time. Alex was sitting on the desk, looking at them with such an expression that the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. His eyes darkened, and even his tails froze in the air. He knew perfectly well how attractive his younger sister was, but he couldn't stand it when any princes tried to get close to her or any other girls in his family. To him, they were all the same, spoiled, arrogant, and self-satisfied. Angel, used to seeing Alex as a kind, caring man, was momentarily taken aback. His aura had changed so abruptly. What else could I tell him? Valeri replied with a grin. I've got a cool, super beautiful big brother. I told him to go fuck himself. And how did that idiot prince react? Alex asked calmly, lazily swaying his tails. As usual. He started shouting that he was a prince, that I should be grateful for his attention, that it was an honor for a commoner like me that the future king deigned to notice me, Valeri said, waving her hand. And then what happened? Angel asked with interest. Did he try to grab you? He didn't even come close, Valeri smirked. Nobukatsu punched him right in the nose so hard he flew into the fountain. Then he took down the guards of this great heir as well. We had to leave quickly, though, so we wouldn't have to deal with the royal guards. She laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. But before leaving, I still hit the prince in the groin. I think I might have damaged his royal treasures a little. So now he's missing front teeth and won't have any heirs. Alex chuckled, pleased with what he'd heard. Good job, Nobukatsu. I'll have to make him some new brass knuckles. Even if he's your little brother, he still acted like a real man. Glad to hear he's no longer the snot I remember. He tapped the table with his claw and squinted at Valeri. Now then, dear Valeri, let's talk about your other admirers. Where and when did you meet them? No need to worry, she replied with a light laugh. I've already beaten them all. Do they really think they can compare to my big brother? Heh, fools. Alex nodded, satisfied, and couldn't help but feel proud. Valeri had done the right thing, but what pleased him most was Nobukatsu. Not only had he put the prince in his place, he'd beaten the entire guard. Alex smirked. So it hadn't been in vain when he once awakened the fire of youth in the boy. Leaving the girls to continue chatting, Alex jumped off the desk and, treading softly on all fours, made his way to Nobukatsu's room. He nudged the door open with his paw, and froze. Nobukatsu was doing upside-down push-ups, balancing on his thumbs. His muscles strained, sweat ran down his temples, and his face showed complete determination. Today, the fire of my youth burns brighter than ever, he shouted. If I don't manage 1,000 push-ups on my thumbs, I'll run 1,000 laps on my hands around the stadium. Alex froze, mouth agape. A sudden, uneasy thought flashed through his mind. Had he really needed to ignite this fire in him? Judging by appearances, Nobukatsu was seriously planning to become the local might guy. Alex could already see it, green jumpsuit, bowl haircut, shouting about the power of youth through the streets of the city. He simply sighed. Perhaps he really had created a new, green beast, now shining with blazing enthusiasm. But, on the plus side, Nobukatsu could now protect himself and those he cared about. Alex stepped inside, jumped onto the desk, and silently watched the boy continue his upside-down push-ups, loudly proclaiming the power of youth. He noted that Nobukatsu's body had grown stronger and more resilient, and the boy himself had grown taller. Not long ago, he had been a spoiled prince, ignorant of hard work. Excellent! Nobukatsu shouted, standing upright. Now 1,000 jump squats. Wait, hero, you're not alone here, Alex said lazily. Nobukatsu flinched, glanced over, and finally noticed the two-tailed cat sitting on the desk. Big brother, he exclaimed joyfully. Alex nodded and explained why he had come. He just wanted to praise him for standing up for his sister. In response, Nobukatsu raised his hand with his thumb pointed upward and struck Might Guy's signature pose, flashing his teeth so brightly that Alex instinctively covered his eyes. He just let out a heavy sigh. Yeah. Alex muttered. Resistance seems useless. He clicked his paw, and new brass knuckles and greaves, crafted specifically for Nobukatsu, appeared on the desk. Along with them was a green training jumpsuit, an exact replica of Might Guy's. Seeing the gifts, Nobukatsu laughed loudly and contagiously, perfectly mimicking the laugh of his spiritual mentor. For a moment, Alex considered sending him straight to Might Guy for training. In the end, he just flicked his tails, wished him luck, and let the boy enjoy his new toys. Alex knew perfectly well that Nobukatsu had long been trying to emulate his fighting style, so he provided him with equipment tailored specifically for that path. Descending back to the first floor, Alex made his way to the girls and jumped onto Nobuna's lap. She, listening to Alex's story about her brother's blazing youth, merely waved her hand. The main thing is that he doesn't turn into a crybaby again, she smirked. Better let him be strong. Alex just nodded and settled in comfortably, closing his eyes. He simply wanted to spend a little time with his family before returning to Forks and his work. The girls' voices filled the house with warmth and coziness. This was the peace he had always sought. Even if he had to fight monsters and shadows, it was all worth it for one thing, for those he loved and would protect until his last breath. Nobuna gently stroked his head, and Alex soon drifted off to sleep to the soft rustle of female voices. To be continued. How could I have missed the chapter where Alex returns home? And let's not forget that even without Alex, everyone continues to go about their business and visit different worlds. After all, his family wants to help him with his work. And so they become not only stronger but also more experienced in the work Alex does. Chapter 482, Time to Return to Forks. As soon as photos of Alex in his Nikomata form appeared in the family chat, which the girls happily shared, those who were on missions in other worlds felt both betrayed and overwhelmed by a wild desire to return home. After all, it's not every day you find out your husband has turned into an adorable fluffy cat that you can cuddle, kiss, and hold close. So, the girls who were away quickly found very good reasons to postpone their assignments. Nothing terrible would happen if they took just one day off to spend the evening with their husband. At that moment, Alex was peacefully lying on Lucy's lap, while she gently stroked his soft fur with an affectionate smile. But suddenly, he opened his eyes, his instincts were warning him that something was coming, something he definitely wouldn't like. And he was right. The first to return home was Rory, who had been on a solo mission. Seeing her husband in his feline form, she merely licked her lips, and within seconds, she had already scooped Alex into her arms, covering him with kisses and leaving traces of purple lipstick all over his fur. Soon after, one by one, the other girls began returning as well. And once again, Alex went through a cycle of hugs, kisses, and endless petting. His fur soon became ruffled, and he was completely covered in lipstick marks of various shades. He tried to escape a few times, but the moment he even thought about running, they caught him immediately. Once the girls had their fill of affection, they calmed down a little and began introducing themselves to the new family members, Lilith, Maya, and Moxie. Meanwhile, Angel was in Valerie's room, where a friendly bond was slowly forming between them. As for those who couldn't return, Lucina, Alice Cullen, and Samantha, each had her own reasons. Lucina and Alice were currently attending school and decided not to travel to the Damachi world, since Alex was planning to visit them soon anyway. Samantha, on the other hand, was busy settling family matters before permanently moving in with Alex in Forks. She needed about a week to finish everything. While Alex was lying on Yuri's lap, who flat out refused to let him go, he didn't even notice the girls starting to prepare a welcome party. And even if he had, he wouldn't have interfered. At that moment, he remembered that he wanted to talk to Brunhild, to find out how many people she had brought from Valhalla to join the guild. Taking advantage of Yuri being distracted, Alex swiftly jumped over to Brunhild's lap and asked his question. She began listing everyone she had invited. Just as Alex suspected, among them was Nikola Tesla's group and several other science-obsessed geniuses. Silently, Alex prayed to his father that the guild wouldn't blow up, because after briefly meeting Tesla and his colleagues, he realized one thing: they were brilliant, but seriously unhinged. Brunhild also mentioned that Alex's clone, the one he had sent to that world, had created doors leading directly to Valhalla. That meant that heroes of the past and demigods could now freely come and go whenever they pleased. Alex only nodded, though inwardly he hoped that the gods from Valhalla wouldn't wander into the Danmachi world. Especially Aphrodite. There was already an Aphrodite in Orario, a rather unpleasant one who had caused plenty of trouble. After the whole Apollo incident, most gods preferred not to cross Alex, but some, like her, didn't know when to stop. It all ended when Freya pressured Aphrodite during the Donatus, and Alex personally sent most of her followers on a long-term vacation, with their limbs bent at unnatural angles. However, the Aphrodite from Valhalla worried him even more. That woman had tried to kidnap him several times or catch him alone. Yes, she was beautiful, Alex couldn't deny that, but every instinct he had screamed one thing: stay the hell away from her. That's why he only hoped that Zeus from Valhalla would be able to keep the other gods from interfering. In the Danmachi world, only Uranus knew the true purpose of the guild. The rest of the gods believed it was simply a trade organization run by Alex's family. Alex was still surprised that Hermes, with his love of gossip, hadn't yet spilled the secret about the existence of other worlds. Then again, perhaps Hermes simply understood that his swift legs wouldn't save him from Alex's wrath. Even the appearance of Helios orbiting the Danmachi world would surely raise questions, but there was already an official explanation prepared, a result of magical engineering created by Alex and Hephaestus. As for the heroes and legendary warriors from Valhalla, Alex believed they could be trusted, even if they were each a little insane in their own way. But what amused him the most was something else. The gods of this world, upon seeing such powerful warriors, were practically drowning in tears of envy, knowing they couldn't invite them into their familias. Nyahaha. Alex burst out laughing, imagining the gods of Orario fuming helplessly. The girls stopped drinking and turned toward Alex, who, sitting on Brunhild's lap, was laughing like a mischievous anime villain cat. His laughter was so sinister and contagious that he didn't even notice at first that everyone in the room was staring at him. Each of the girls instantly understood: Alex was plotting something again. The only question was, who would be his unlucky victim this time? When a suspicious silence filled the room, Alex finally stopped laughing and looked around warily. Seeing the stares directed at him, he coughed awkwardly into his paw and pretended as if nothing had happened. The girls, seeing him act all innocent, exchanged glances, shook their heads, and went back to their conversations. Alex gave a satisfied, cat-like smile when he felt Brunhild's hand gently stroke his back. He looked up, and met her gaze, which held warmth mixed with mild irritation, as if she were thinking, my husband is being an idiot again. Before curling back up on his Valkyrie's lap, Alex reminded her not to let any of the gods from Valhalla appear in this world without his permission. And if they did come, they were not to leave the guild's grounds. At most, they could visit Irina, Hisako, and Alice's restaurant, which was also accessible through the guild. Brunhild nodded, fully aware of what could happen if two gods with the same name met in one world. Even a casual encounter between Hermes from Valhalla and Hermes from Orario could end awkwardly. One looked like a refined aristocrat, while the other was a notorious busybody who loved sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Some time later, Alex joined the others, and the day ended in laughter and conversation. The next morning, Alex woke up in his usual form. On one side of him slept Yuri, on the other, Lilith, while Nobuna lay comfortably on his chest, unwilling to wake up. Alex sighed with a smile. He knew perfectly well how it would all end, and he was only glad that time magic truly worked wonders. Otherwise, he might have been stuck in this world for a long time, waiting for the girls to let him go. Carefully slipping out of their embrace, he noticed that most of the girls were already awake and busy with their own tasks. It was only natural, each had her own work to do. Some had returned to other worlds to complete their missions, others were handling guild matters, and some were occupied with household chores. No one sat idle, waiting for Alex to go off and save another world. Quickly getting dressed, Alex once again transformed into a Nikomata. The reason was simple: he liked being a cat, and the girls liked it even more. Everyone was happy. Pushing the door open with his paw, he lifted the local time-slowing spell that had been active in their room. But after taking only a few steps down the corridor, someone gently picked him up. Alex turned his head and met Claire's gaze. She smiled warmly and pulled him closer to her chest. He purred contentedly and made himself comfortable in her arms. Together, they went downstairs to the first floor and headed toward the dining hall. When they entered, Alex, still resting in Claire's arms, saw Brunhild sitting at the table. And next to her sat Heracles. Alex raised an eyebrow, listened in on the conversation, and quickly realized that Heracles had come just to check on his sister. Even though they weren't related by blood, in Valhalla, demigods always considered each other family. Judging by the conversation, Heracles had just returned from a mission in another world. Alex leapt down from Claire's arms and landed directly on the table, making himself comfortable. He couldn't help but notice that Heracles had changed. He was calmer, more thoughtful. He used to rush in to save everyone, sometimes acting recklessly and betraying those he wanted to protect. Now, his gaze carried regret and maturity. The girls seemed accustomed to his visits. No one was surprised. As usual, Heracles wore a simple toga made from the skin of the Nemean lion, along with sandals. He spoke about his latest mission, and his voice carried guilt. He hadn't been able to save someone he wanted to. Noticing the cat settled on the table, Brunhild smiled, picked up Alex, and held him close. Heracles, not recognizing the fluffy creature as his old acquaintance, continued speaking. So the mission was successful? Brunhild asked, stroking Alex's fur. One could say that, Heracles sighed. But I never imagined a child's soul could be so dark. He was born to defeat evil, but became evil himself. How can a person, called to be a hero, betray their comrades? Alex lazily opened his eyes and replied, his voice soft but tinged with wisdom. Don't be surprised, Heracles. A hero's title doesn't make a person good. In worlds like these, the title hero usually goes to someone capable of eliminating a threat to the world. But that doesn't mean they're noble. Most of these heroes are selfish, petty, and believe me, you'll meet more like them. Heracles raised an eyebrow, staring in surprise at the talking cat perched on Brunhild's lap. The animal's voice sounded vaguely familiar. Seeing the hero's confusion, Alex immediately introduced himself so Heracles wouldn't waste time wondering why the cat was speaking. When Heracles realized that the cat was actually Alex, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded in greeting. Alex then began explaining many things about heroes like the one Heracles had recently encountered. Heracles listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions and nodding, showing he absorbed every word. When Alex finished, Heracles let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in his chair. From Alex's words, he understood the main point: trying to guide such heroes onto the right path was pointless. A person raised in an environment where they were idolized and considered infallible would inevitably see themselves as above others. Only a rare few could remain true heroes. But Alex and his guild's work wasn't just about dealing with such heroes, who were essentially villains, but also about protecting timelines from being destroyed. After sitting a bit longer, Heracles stood up. He had received answers to all the questions that had long troubled him. Thanking Alex, he headed back, leaving Alex alone with his family. Deciding to relax a little, Alex prepared to have some coffee before returning to Forks. But no sooner had he thought of it than someone placed a cat bowl filled with coffee in front of him. He blinked, staring at the bowl by his paws, then glanced at Kariko, who was barely suppressing her laughter as she watched her husband in cat form. The other girls at the table turned away so they wouldn't burst out laughing. Very funny, Alex muttered, rolling his eyes. Standing on his hind legs, he clapped his front paws together. In that instant, the bowl transformed into a neat mug filled with fragrant coffee. Alex smirked and squinted at Kariko, but she just raised an eyebrow, returning his look with mock curiosity. The girls at the table exchanged glances. They were curious to see how the cat would drink coffee. The answer came immediately. Still sitting on his hind legs, Alex took the mug with his front paws and began to drink carefully, as if he were an ordinary person, if that person happened to be a fluffy, talking cat. It looked so cute that the girls' hearts melted involuntarily. Their husband, in cat form, sipping coffee with a serious expression, trying not to spill a drop, it was utterly charming. Unable to resist, the girls pulled out their phones and started taking pictures, afraid to miss the moment. Alex just sighed at the clicking of cameras but didn't protest. He focused solely on not spilling the drink. Drinking coffee with his tongue as a cat was not the easiest task. By the time the mug was half empty, each girl already had several shots, and some had even set one as their phone wallpaper. Alex set the mug down on the table and, noticing the girls animatedly discussing the photos, smiled quietly. He was glad that his transformation had brought them so much joy. But it was time to return to Forks. Announcing this, Alex received a wave of tender goodbyes. The girls weren't upset. They knew they could always come to him for hugs or a dose of love. Without changing his form, Alex let them take turns pressing him to their chests and giving him a farewell kiss. Before leaving, he went up to the second floor to say goodbye to those who were still asleep, then dashed out of the house. On the way, he decided to stop by the fertility mistress to see Ryu and Seer, and at the same time grab some food for the Collin family. After Alex helped them return to eating normal food without losing their vampiric nature, Esme Collin rediscovered her love for cooking. Whereas before she cooked just for pleasure and the food often went to waste, now, as a true mother, she happily fed her family delicious meals. It was especially rewarding to see her husband and children gratefully praise her cooking. In those moments, Esme felt genuinely happy. Leaving the mansion, Alex nimbly jumped onto the roof of the neighboring building and, glancing back, noticed old Hayato strolling calmly down the street. Feeling someone's gaze, Hayato looked up and met the eyes of the black cat sitting on the roof. Recognizing him, he gave a slight smile and nodded. Since Hayato had gained great-granddaughters, it was as if a second wind had awakened in him. He felt lively and energized again. Alex waved a paw in response and, with a slight curl of his tail, ran along the rooftops toward the fertility mistress. Leaping onto the restaurant roof, he looked down and saw Anyanaya, the cat girl, trying to sweep in front of the entrance. Key word, trying. Since early morning, Anyanaya had been lazy as usual, more pretending to be busy than actually doing anything. Alex smirked and quietly jumped down, landing softly right on her head. At that very moment, the girl had just yawned and swung her broom. Feeling the sudden weight, she froze, then raised her hands and cautiously felt around the culprit. Discovering the soft fur, she lifted the one who had landed on her head, and saw a black cat. "Kitty Naya. What are you doing here, Naya?" she asked in surprise, peering into his eyes. "Anyanaya, hi Naya," Alex replied calmly, raising a paw. "A talking cat Nya," the girl squealed, dropping him in shock. Alex landed softly on the restaurant doorstep and shot her a dry, disapproving look. At Anyanaya's scream, the other waitresses rushed out and froze, seeing their colleague holding a broom pointed at a black cat calmly sitting at the entrance. Ryu and Seer immediately recognized Alex, and burst out laughing. Alex just sighed. Ryu, unable to resist, scooped him up and carried him inside. The waitresses grew curious about the cat, especially since even Ryu knew him. But the moment they heard it was Alex himself, a wave of hugs and pets began, to the displeasure of Mia, who was already getting irritated that the staff kept getting distracted from work. The most persistent, of course, were Anyanaya and Chloe, two cat girls for whom the fluffy, talking cat seemed like the very embodiment of perfection. "Why did you come, Alex?" Ryu asked, continuing to sweep the floor after Mia had scolded everyone again. "Just to say goodbye and grab some food for the road," Alex replied, settling on Anyanaya's shoulders, who unsuccessfully tried to scoop him up again. "We're still closed." "Don't come here begging for food," Mia said angrily, slapping the counter and giving him a stern look. "I'm not here to beg. And anyway, I always pay for my food. My family regularly orders from here," Alex said lazily, waving a paw. Mia frowned, gripping her rag in her fist. A moment later, she threw it straight at Alex, but he skillfully leapt, landing right on Seer's head. Anyanaya, standing behind, didn't dodge in time and got hit in the face with the rag, then let out a pitiful groan about the unfairness of life. Soon, the argument between Mia and the other waitresses ended. Mia, grumbling, gave in. Alex, triumphantly settling on the bar counter, swished his tail side to side, as if deliberately hypnotizing the girls, who immediately rekindled their desire to pet him. While his order was being prepared, he glanced at Aisha and the two other Amazons who had previously worked with Haruheim. Alex knew that Aisha was currently in a relationship with R, but he hadn't heard much about the other two. However, seeing their smiles and calm demeanor, he understood that their lives had improved greatly after leaving the household of the goddess Ishtar. Watching them, Alex couldn't help but recall something about the Amazons of this world. They all came from a place called the Dark Continent, inhabited exclusively by women warriors. Their patron was the goddess Kali, a cruel and domineering deity for whom strength meant everything. Each Amazon who left her tribe did so for one purpose, to find a worthy partner and strengthen her bloodline. Kali herself gave that order, wanting her peoples to grow stronger. After conceiving a child, an Amazon was obliged to return to the Dark Continent. If she did not, rumors quickly reached Kali, and a squad of warrior women would be sent to bring the runaway back at any cost. "What are you staring at, Alex?" Aisha suddenly said, leaning on the counter. "Don't you know I'm dating one of your subordinates?" "Just thinking," Alex replied calmly, then narrowed his eyes. "Listen, Aisha, would you go back to the Dark Continent if you got pregnant by R?" At Alex's question, Aisha froze as if turned to stone, and the rag she'd been using to wipe the counter slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. The other two Amazons understood what he meant at once, as did all the waitresses, including the tavern owner, Mia. It was no secret in Orario why Amazons came to this city, to find a strong partner who could father their child. Their tribe's rules were harsh, and any Amazon who dared disobey them met a bad end. Kali, their goddess, was notorious for her cruelty, as were her followers. "Why did you ask?" Aisha whispered, her hands trembling as memories of the tribe she grew up in surfaced. "As odd as this may sound, R is my friend. And I like watching you two spend time together, like lovesick doves. And since my wife is Freya, I can feel the love between you. So I decided to ask what you plan to do," Alex said, lazily flicking his tails. Aisha took a deep breath. "I think we simply won't have a child. I told Renato about all of this, and he said that if I don't want to, we can adopt from an orphanage," she said, lowering her head. But sadness colored her voice. Like any woman, she still dreamed of having her own child. "And why are you such idiots?" Alex asked suddenly, raising an eyebrow. Aisha flinched as if struck, looking even more vulnerable. "What are you talking about, kid?" Mia snapped irritably, flashing her eyes at Alex for daring to offend Aisha. Perhaps you forgot that this city is under my protection, and R and Aisha live on my territory, Alex replied calmly, yawning slightly. Even if they have a child and Aisha refuses to return, no one will be able to take her away. And if Callie decides to interfere, I won't mind killing another god. And if it comes to wiping out all the Amazons on the Dark Continent, I will do it. It seems you've started to forget who I am after just a month away from the city. Or was Helios appearing yesterday not enough for you? After those words, a dead silence fell over the tavern. The Amazons, the waitresses, and Mia herself remembered who Alex really was. Almost everyone knew, after all, Seer never missed an opportunity to boast that she had managed to seduce Alex himself, at least according to her. On top of that, Ryu occasionally mentioned her husband, so the entire staff of the Fertility Mistress Tavern knew exactly who they were dealing with. Aisha looked up at Alex, and he nodded, no words, but the message was clear: if necessary, he would intervene. Although Alex doubted it would come to that. The guild already had enough people capable of killing Callie. Even R himself could do it, all it would take were special bullets designed to utterly destroy the deity. That would be the end of Callie's existence. But people often forget such things, and it seemed Aisha and R had forgotten who their patron was and what was really happening in Orario. How could I have forgotten about that? Aisha said, pressing her palm to her forehead. Exactly. That's why I'm saying you two are idiots, Alex sighed. The guild has weapons capable of killing a god, and I haven't even mentioned the rest. Even if I didn't return, there are plenty of people in Orario who could throw Callie out of the city. Even Ryu could do it. He pointed a paw at Ryu. All eyes turned to her, but the elf just shrugged, not denying her husband's words. And me? Seer asked, pointing at herself. I'm afraid you're the type who'd stab someone in the back in a dark alley rather than fight fair, Chloe remarked with a smirk. Everyone looked at Seer, who immediately pouted in mock offense, and then, as usual, grabbed Alex, burying her face in his fluffy fur as if ready to cry. No one was surprised. Seer didn't even try to deny Chloe's words. Instead, she rubbed her face against Alex's fur, clearly taking advantage of the situation to press against him again. But the main thing, Alex's words had an effect. Aisha visibly calmed down. She finally understood that she didn't have to follow the barbaric laws of her tribe if she didn't want to. She had R, who loved her as she was, and friends ready to support her. Determined not to waste time, Aisha wiped her eyes and headed for the exit, to talk to R. Just last night, they had discussed having children, and now she wanted to revisit the topic, but without fear. Mia didn't stop her, she understood how important this was for Aisha. And as the tavern owner noted to herself, behind Alex's smiles and wild antics lay the face of a being capable of cruelty if necessary. Everyone at the Fertility Mistress Tavern knew this firsthand. After all, Seer often got distracted from work to watch Alex's broadcasts, and at least once, everyone in the tavern had seen what he was really capable of. After Aisha hurried off to talk to R, everyone returned to their tasks, the hall needed cleaning, and preparations for the upcoming opening were underway. Alex, perched lazily on the bar counter, watched Ryu and Seer working tirelessly. He had never asked them to quit the tavern. If they enjoyed it, they could do what they loved. Alex respected such choices. An hour later, his order was finally ready. He had ordered food not just for himself but for the entire Collin family, as well as for Alice and Lucina, so the girls could have a snack after classes. Carefully storing the containers in his inventory, Alex said goodbye to everyone, allowed Ryu and Seer to hug him one last time, and, after a final farewell, darted out of the tavern on all fours. Bursting onto the street, he easily leapt onto a rooftop, deciding to open a portal. This time, Alex wanted to try something new, opening a portal without Yamato. He extended a claw and made a smooth downward motion, slicing through the air. The space trembled, and a dark rift opened before him. It works, Alex smirked with satisfaction, realizing that his idea to use Yamato's power without the sword itself had succeeded. He cast one last glance at Orario, smiled faintly, and jumped into the portal. When Alex emerged on the other side, he was surrounded by a forest. Quiet, bathed in sunlight. Looking around, he pulled his phone from his inventory and, sitting back on his hind legs, checked the screen. The time had synced with the local zone, the day was nearly over, and the last lesson was underway. Late, he murmured, nodding to himself. It made sense, first Pandora, then a night in Orario. Yes, he had lost some time. Pocketing his phone, Alex didn't change form and, still in his cat body, headed toward Fork School. He dashed out of the forest, his black fur glinting in the sun, but no one paid him any attention. To the locals, he was just a stray cat. No one cared. Reaching the school, Alex skillfully climbed a tree near one of the buildings and closed his eyes, focusing. He needed to find Lucina and Alice. The last lesson was in session, and he decided to check on Lucina first. Leaping from the branch, Alex ran to the window of the classroom and peeked inside. As expected, Lucina was there, completely ignoring the teacher, buried in her tablet. Alex squinted, smirked, and lightly tapped the glass with his claw, just enough for her to hear. Lucina, startled, turned her head, and her eyes met Alex's. He arranged his two tails into a heart shape. Lucina couldn't help but smile and responded by forming a heart shape with her fingers, just like he often did. Alex squinted in satisfaction and pawed at the window, signaling her to let him in. But Lucina shook her head, the window wouldn't open. Alex put on the most pitiful cat expression he could muster, like a stray cat caught in the rain. "Oh no," Lucina whispered, turning away to hide her laughter. Her heart ached with pity, he looked far too cute. Of course, Alex could have simply passed through the glass, but where would be the fun in that? Throwing one last offended look at Lucina, to which she responded with an eye roll and a slight wave of her hand, Alex turned and ran off, continuing his search for Alice. He knew that Alice was having her final art class, the same one he should have attended as well. Dashing along the school walls, Alex found the right window and peeked inside. Alice was sitting at an easel, focused on a new painting. Alex squinted, trying to make out what she was drawing, and his eyelid twitched immediately. Once again, Alice was depicting one of the most awkward moments of his life, the time when, on Moxie's orders, he dealt with an annoying admirer by putting on a musical show with the psychos around a burning pile of trash. "Oh, please, not this." Alex groaned to himself. He tapped the glass with his claw to get her attention. Alice looked up, and her eyes lit up with delight. She practically started bouncing in place. She was terribly envious of those who had already gotten to cuddle Alex, and some had even taken pictures with him. She discreetly cracked the window open, and Alex nimbly slipped inside, landing on her lap. "You're so fluffy and cute," Alice exclaimed, immediately starting to cuddle him. "Yeah, I know," Alex snorted, nodding toward her painting. "But did you really have to draw that moment with Pandora? During all the time I was there, you could have found far more inspiring landscapes." "I thought it was funny," Alice replied cheerfully, rubbing her cheek against his fur. "You were singing and dancing so amusingly. I just couldn't resist." Alex merely nodded quietly and stayed seated on Alice's lap while she gently stroked his head with one hand and continued painting with the other. Once again, he marveled at his wife's talent. Every detail of the painting looked incredibly vivid. Even though she had depicted that awkward moment when he danced with the psychos around the burning trash pile, he didn't object. The execution was flawless. Without taking her eyes off the canvas, Alice began asking about his adventures on Pandora. Though she had watched some of the broadcasts, the time difference had kept her from seeing everything. Alice and Lucina only knew the general events, and Alice had also glimpsed some fragments through her visions. Alex eagerly began to describe the wild landscapes of Pandora, its insane inhabitants, and Moxie's strange contracts. He knew Alice was particularly interested in beautiful locations, so he focused on describing the planet and what the vaults looked like from the inside. Meanwhile, the art teacher, walking between the rows, heard Alice talking and decided to approach. Alice reacted instantly, grabbing Alex and hiding him under her shirt, pressing him close. The teacher came over, looked at her canvas, and, as usual, froze for a moment. Another crazy work from Alice, an explosion, psychos, and a singing demon amidst the fire. He merely nodded wearily. "Yes, very expressive. But the talent is undeniable." Meanwhile, Alex was tucked under Alice's shirt and, looking up, found himself pressed against a black bra. Not that he hadn't seen Alice without clothes before, but the situation was somewhat awkward. He tried to settle more comfortably, but eventually his fur began tickling her stomach. Alice pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh or give herself away while the teacher was still nearby. When he finally pulled back, Alex carefully poked his face out of her collar, and Alice shot him an offended look in response. Alex turned away sheepishly, as if to say, "I didn't mean to, it's just cramped in here." They stayed like that, Alex peeking out from her collar, and Alice doing her best to pretend everything was fine. Alex closed his eyes, deciding to wait until the end of class, while Alice enjoyed the closeness. Her skin didn't radiate warmth, after all, she was a vampire, but the warmth of Alex's fluffy body truly heated her from within. When the bell rang, Alex lazily yawned and opened his eyes. Alice waited until the other students had left the classroom before standing carefully, shielding him with one hand. In the hallway, she quickly made her way to Lucina, who was already waiting by the exit. Seeing Alice, Lucina smiled and gently patted the cat's head peeking out from her collar. Alex looked especially cute and harmless that way, causing both of them to laugh softly. Together, they left the school and headed toward Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane, who were already waiting by the car. Meanwhile, Alex glanced around and noticed Edward and Bella were nowhere in sight. He quietly sighed, realizing he'd missed the perfect opportunity to ruin their romantic moment. "Wait, Alex hasn't come back yet?" Emmett asked, noticing only Alice and Lucina had exited the school. Before Alice could answer that Alex was already back, everyone noticed the fluffy head of a cat sticking out from her collar. Alex remained silent, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. He'd missed the best chance to ruin the moment between Bella and Edward. "Alice, where did you get a cat?" Rosalie asked, staring at her in surprise. "Seriously? I didn't even notice at first. Where did it come from?" Emmett added, reaching out to pet the animal's belly. "Hands off, Emmett. Or I'll bite your finger," Alex growled, snapping his teeth right in front of Emmett's hand. Emmett instantly pulled back his hand and stared at the cat in shock. Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane also looked at the talking creature in stunned silence. Alice and Lucina just laughed, watching their expressions. Alex snorted with satisfaction, leapt out from under Alice's clothes, and landed squarely on Rosalie's car roof. "What are you staring at?" "Never seen a talking cat before," he asked, stretching lazily. "Alex, is that you?" Rosalie finally managed to blurt out, unable to believe her eyes. "Who else would it be?" he replied, scratching his ear with his paw. "Why did you turn into a cat?" Emmett asked, still in disbelief. "First of all, I'm not a cat, I'm a Nikomata. A cat demon, to be precise," Alex corrected, pointing to the two tails swaying behind him. "Whatever. But why did you even do this?" Emmett muttered, waving his hand. "Long story. Better come to my place, I'll explain everything in detail. Plus, I brought you some souvenirs," Alex said, licking his paw with a satisfied look. After that, no one had further questions. Everyone knew perfectly well that Alex had gone to another world to deal with an idiot threatening his daughters. Their curiosity about the details was overwhelming, and the promised souvenirs were a nice bonus. Agreeing to meet at his house, Alex leapt straight into Lucina's arms. She, along with Alice, headed toward the nearby Impala to return home. To be continued. Chapter 483, The Demon Who Teetered on the Edge of Madness. After saying goodbye to the four Cullens, Alex lay in Lucina's arms looking utterly dejected. He was still upset that he'd missed the most entertaining moment, the beginning of Bella and Edward's relationship. Lucina and Alice quickly noticed how his ears drooped and how he hung limply in her arms. "Alex, what's wrong?" Alice asked, glancing at him with slight concern. Alex didn't bother hiding the truth and admitted that he was disappointed for missing the chance to laugh at Edward and ruin his romantic moment with Bella. Hearing this, Lucina only sighed tiredly, fully understanding that Alex just wanted a bit of fun. Alice, on the other hand, laughed. She knew her brother Edward far too well and could easily imagine how awkward his confession to Bella about being a vampire would be. She looked at Alex with understanding, gently stroked his head, and reminded him that he'd have another chance in the future. That lifted Alex's mood a little, though he still felt sad for missing the part where Edward confessed to killing people and Bella replied, "So what?" And then he sparkled in the sunlight like a disco ball. When they reached the Impala, Alex deftly jumped into Alice's arms, while Lucina took the driver's seat. Alice sat beside her in the front, holding the fluffy Nikomata close. The engine started, and the car smoothly rolled out of the school parking lot. Before they drove off, Alex cast a glance at Bella's old pickup truck. He quietly snorted, hoping the girl wouldn't forget her car after her little forest stroll with Edward. Once the Impala left the school grounds, Alex settled comfortably in Alice's arms, stretching his hind legs forward like a person while holding a phone in his front paws. Alice and Lucina couldn't help but smile, their hearts melted at how adorable he looked, sitting there seriously and swiping across the screen with his paw. "He's just precious," Lucina whispered with a smile, pulling out her phone. Smirking, Alice turned slightly to pose while Lucina took a few photos. In them, Alex in his Nikomata form sat like a person, holding a phone and lazily swishing his tails. Of course, Alex understood that the girls simply wanted to spend some time with him while he looked like this, so he didn't mind the little photo session. When they were done, he opened a chat and immediately texted Samantha. He wanted to know how she was doing. For him, more than 4 days had passed, while for her, only one night and half of the next day had gone by. Samantha replied almost instantly. She said they had already been discharged from the hospital and were on their way home. As Alex had suspected, the police had gone to investigate Blackwood Mountain. According to the story he had made up, the group of teenagers was attacked by a madman who had lived in the mines. Even old Jack, once he regained consciousness, confirmed this version, claiming he had been a guard at the abandoned sanatorium. In the end, the police found only collapsed tunnels and not the slightest trace of the Wendigo, though circumstantial evidence supported the teen's story. Samantha and her friends were no longer questioned. Instead of writing more, Samantha decided to make a video call. She wanted to see Alex in his cat form. When the call connected, she couldn't help but smile as she saw him sitting there, holding the phone in his paws. They chatted for a bit, and Alex asked when she would arrive. Samantha admitted she needed about a week to settle things and prepare for the move. Alex nodded in acceptance. At the end of their conversation, just as Samantha was about to board her flight, Alex leaned toward the camera and kissed the screen with his feline muzzle. Samantha laughed and said, "I'll try to finish everything as quickly as possible." After the call, Alex set his phone aside and opened other files. He needed to update the data sent by Vega so that Doomslayer would understand David could still be resurrected 9 more times. Alice leaned over curiously to see what had him so engrossed, but upon seeing lines of code in an unfamiliar language, she only blinked in confusion. "What are you doing there?" she asked. Without looking away from the screen, Alex calmly explained that he was editing information about David's resurrections. Lucina, still driving, also listened and nodded in agreement when Alex mentioned that William was supposed to handle it. While they were stopped at a red light, Alex felt someone's gaze. He turned his head and saw a child in the car next to them, eyes wide, watching the talking cat with a phone. Alex lazily waved his paw. The child smiled in response, and as the car moved forward, Alex caught the gleam in the child's eyes, the kind of look given by someone who has believed in a miracle once again. Soon, the Impala smoothly pulled up to Alex's house. He still didn't hurry to take his usual form. Resisting Alice's pleading gaze was impossible. She literally radiated happiness, holding the fluffy Nikomata close, and Alex sighed, deciding he could stay a cat a little longer. Besides, he had already started getting used to walking on all fours and using his powers even in this form, so he felt no discomfort. Once brought inside, Alex frowned for a moment, trying to remember something important, but quickly brushed it off, deciding he would recall it later. While Alice and Lucina went upstairs to change into home clothes, Alex prepared for the Cullens' visit. He wanted to share stories of his time on Pandora and, of course, hand out the souvenirs he had brought from the Iridian vaults. A few minutes later, everything was ready. The food from the Arario restaurant was still warm, gift boxes were neatly arranged on the table, and a delicious aroma filled the air. Alice was the first to come down. The smell of the food caught her immediately. Ever since she could eat regular food again, her true appetite had awakened, and she was especially drawn to sweets and tasty dishes. Fortunately, her vampire physiology didn't let her gain a single gram, which she openly enjoyed. As soon as Alice reached for a plate, a fluffy paw softly but firmly tapped her fingers. She looked at Alex with a mock-offended expression, as if he had betrayed her in the cruelest way. "Just one bite." "I'll just try it," Alice said, picking up Alex with her paws and looking into his eyes pleadingly. "You bragged so much about how good the food in Arario is. Want me to remind you how your "I'll just try it" ended last time?" Alex said lazily. "Irina made me strawberry ice cream from another world. I got 1 spoonful, and you ate the rest. It was too delicious. And anyway, you let me." Alice protested, though her eyes sparkled mischievously. Yeah, of course. The husband is guilty, he's a terrible person," Alex grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Wait a bit. You'll get to try it when the others arrive." Alice pouted in dissatisfaction, then seized the moment, pressing Alex's muzzle to her chest. While he tried not to give in to the distracting sensation, she deftly snatched a piece of fried potato and popped it into her mouth. Alex sighed heavily. He understood that Alice hadn't eaten real food for over 100 years, and now she wanted to make up for lost time. Still, he wasn't about to scold her. Especially since the Cullens were all happy to taste food again that didn't remind them of cardboard. At that moment, Lucina came down from the second floor, already dressed in light loungewear. Seeing the scene, Alice holding Alex close and stealing food from the table, she couldn't hide a smile. "Save some for the guests, at least," she said with a soft laugh. Realizing it was pointless to argue, Alex wriggled out of Alice's embrace and pulled several bottles of alcohol from his inventory, which he had grabbed from Moxie's bar on Pandora. If they were talking about Pandora, the drinks had to be fitting too. Since all the Cullens were over 100 years old, Alex saw no harm in treating them. About 10 minutes later, the sound of approaching cars was heard outside. Alex smirked, shifted back into his usual form, and went to open the door. Emmett was standing on the doorstep, grinning widely. "I was hoping I'd get to see the talking cat," he laughed. "You're just jealous," Alex replied lazily with a smirk. "Your wife loves cats, and there's nothing you can do about it." Emmett stared at Alex, then burst out laughing. As he walked inside, he gave Alex a friendly pat on the shoulder, acting as if he were at home, which wasn't surprising, since the Cullens often spent time at Alex's place. Rosalie followed behind, only smiling as she still chuckled at his comment. Jasper gave Alex a light smile and shook his hand before entering, while Jane, as usual reserved, limited herself to a brief nod and entered last. As soon as the Cullens crossed the threshold, they were greeted by the aroma of delicious food. At the center of attention was Alice, cheeks stuffed, chewing on fried potatoes. Noticing the guest's eyes on her, she turned her head, quickly chewed, and waved without stopping. Everyone settled in front of the TV, and Alex connected his phone to the screen to show a recording of his adventures on Pandora. Laughter erupted in the room within the first few minutes. especially during the moments where Alex made amends to those affected by the antics of the four gremlins. Emmett laughed the loudest, slapping his knee and wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Before the show began, Alex warned. Pandora is a strange place. One word, a crazy planet, just like its inhabitants. He showed only the most interesting moments, skipping the boring parts, but even the condensed version brought fits of laughter. When it got to the episode with Link Hwood, even Jane, usually unflappable, couldn't resist and laughed at the sheer absurdity of it all. While the recording played, Alex answered questions, explaining who the sirens were and what powers they possessed. Time flew by unnoticed. Everyone was engrossed in the stories until the sound of an approaching car broke their attention. Alex and Emmett exchanged an instant glance. They couldn't miss this opportunity. They would recognize that engine out of 1,000, Edward was bringing Bella home. Without a word, they sprang into action and ran into the yard, hiding near the entrance to observe. Even the girls peeked outside. No one wanted to miss the show. Every Cullen had the same thought. It was time to get back at Edward for his habit of reading minds. Edward and Bella stepped out of the car, standing and looking at each other as if they didn't want to part. The atmosphere was almost cinematic, if not for the two vampires and the demon hiding by the porch with grins from ear to ear. Alex pulled posters from his inventory, quickly scribbled a few phrases, and handed one to Emmett, another to Jasper. He made one for himself, and the three prepared. Bella, eyes closed, waited for Edward to make the first move. He looked at her lips, then at her neck, swallowing hard to restrain his thirst. He slowly reached for her, and it seemed like. "Kiss her already, for heaven's sake," a loud male voice shouted from behind. "Yeah. Stop acting like a shy schoolboy," another chimed in. Bella opened her eyes, and Edward turned irritably toward the source of the shouting. On the porch stood Alex, Emmett, and Jasper, grinning with joy, holding up their posters. In large letters, they read, "Edward, kiss Bella." Below, there was a drawing of Edward's face on a white egg next to a photo of Bella. The trio waved the posters wildly, laughing at the top of their lungs. Bella blushed to the tips of her ears, whether from embarrassment or anger, it was hard to tell. She buried her face in Edward's chest, trying to hide from the shameful scene. Edward, however, stood still, glancing between his face on the poster and the three idiots on the porch, fully aware, no mind-reading was needed to understand that the entire family, except Carlisle and Esme, was clearly in on the conspiracy. From inside the house came a chorus of female laughter. Bella let out a quiet groan, realizing that the entire vampire family had witnessed her almost kiss. Alex, satisfied, leaned back on the railing and grinned. "Well, Edward. Now you definitely can't back out. Everyone's waiting for the next move." A few minutes later, having laughed their fill, Alex, Emmett, and Jasper finally returned inside, deciding not to interfere while the two lovers enjoyed the rest of the evening before parting. Edward watched them go, then gently ran a hand over Bella's shoulder, signaling that it was over, and they were alone again. Bella, burning with embarrassment, lifted her head and glanced toward Alex's house, where, like two schoolboys, Alex and Emmett were peeking out the window. The moment they realized they'd been caught, both raised their thumbs in unison, as if to say, "Come on, Bella, act, or Edward won't kiss you." Bella froze, unable to believe her eyes, and Edward, noticing her expression, turned, only to see Emmett miming a passionate kiss with tongue while Alex doubled over in laughter, covering his mouth to avoid bursting out loud. For a moment, Emmett paused, but then, with doubled enthusiasm, he continued his inspirational gestures. Behind him appeared Rosalie, who grabbed her husband by the ear and, with an irritated expression, dragged him away from the window. Lucina, letting out a heavy sigh, did the same with Alex. Once the two troublemakers disappeared from view, Edward and Bella were alone. The atmosphere, of course, was hopelessly ruined, but still. Edward exhaled softly, took a step forward, and gently touched his lips to Bella's. The kiss was brief, light, almost intangible, yet for Bella it felt like more than just a touch. Her heart pounded so loudly it seemed as if it could be heard from outside. Edward closed his eyes for a moment, feeling two conflicting desires within him, to be close and to maintain control. Bella didn't know what to say. Her thoughts swirled like a whirlwind. She was in love with a vampire. One who admitted to having once killed people for blood, one who shone in the sunlight like living glass. It was all insane and wrong, yet at the same time, real. Finding no words, Bella simply pressed herself to Edward, resting her head on his chest. And froze, not feeling a heartbeat. That silence, that cold beneath the skin, made her shiver. Edward, meanwhile, felt the thirst returning with every breath. Bella's scent was too alive. Sweet, warm, enticing. He sensed every detail, the beat of her heart, the flow of blood through her veins, the slight tremor in her breathing. Everything inside him screamed with desire, and at the same time, fear. He gently took Bella by the shoulders and stepped back, trying not to meet her eyes. Then. I'll go, Bella said softly, nervously biting her lip. Yes, Edward exhaled, trying to smile. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Please do, Bella murmured, looking away. My pickup is still at the school. They exchanged a few more awkward words before Bella headed toward her house. Edward stood there, unable to look away, as if afraid she would vanish if he blinked. When she reached the door, Bella glanced back. He was still standing there, motionless like a statue. She held her gaze, hoping he might say something, but he didn't, and she didn't either. When the door closed, Bella sank to the floor, leaning against it, hiding her face in her knees, and closed her eyes. She had fallen in love with a vampire. The thought screamed in her mind. Bella tried to understand how Alex and Lucina had so calmly accepted the fact that the Cullens were vampires. And she realized, Alex simply lived as he wanted, without worrying about boundaries. Sometimes Bella envied him, for that freedom, for the ease with which he accepted the impossible. She remembered Edward telling her that Alex was involved with both Alice and Lucina. Bella couldn't comprehend it, but she didn't judge. Everyone had their own life, and that certainly wasn't her concern. While Bella tried to sort out her feelings, Edward was still standing by the car. He could hear her breathing, her heartbeat, even the slight rustle of her clothing. He heard her exhale heavily and settle by the door. Edward let out a quiet sigh, turned, and glanced toward Alex's house, from where boisterous laughter drifted. His eyelid twitched. He realized that Alex and the others had deliberately ruined his moment. Taking a deep breath, Edward headed to the house and knocked. From inside came Alex's lazy voice. Come on in, Edward. Don't be shy. I'm not getting up from the couch anyway, the door won't open itself. Edward just rolled his eyes and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his attention was that everyone was sitting around a low table, which was covered with a full feast. The smell of food was so rich and inviting that Edward, despite himself, felt something akin to hunger. Noticing him, Alex smiled and waved, inviting him to join. Edward took an empty seat, and a plate, filled with food from another world, and a glass of some unusual drink were immediately placed in front of him. So, did you finally kiss? Or were you still staring awkwardly at each other? Emmett asked with a grin, raising a can of beer Alex had brought from Pandora. Emmett, for God's sake, shut up, Rosalie exclaimed, giving him a light flick on the head. Look at Edward. He's all red. Our little brother just fell in love. At her words, Edward nearly choked on his food and looked up irritably. Everyone stared at him with the same intensity, as if, by not answering, he would be forced to confess. Even Rosalie, despite scolding Emmett, was clearly curious. Realizing that silence wouldn't save him, Edward nodded briefly and returned to his meal. Alex, not hiding his smirk, reached out to Emmett. Emmett clicked his tongue in annoyance and dropped $10 into Alex's hand. Jasper silently mirrored the gesture, also a 10. Heh, see. I told you he'd kiss her. Alex said proudly, pocketing the bills. You two kept saying, no way, he'll chicken out, push Bella away again. And now my $20. I'll buy some strawberry candies. Damn, Emmett grumbled, crossing his arms. If I'd known. I wouldn't have argued. Don't you three have anything better to do? Edward asked wearily, throwing a dark glare at Alex and Emmett. Everyone looked at Edward, who clearly didn't want to talk about what was happening between him and Bella, but everyone already knew that something had happened. Edward, however, wanted to change the topic from his relationship to something else. Alex and Emmett stopped laughing and turned to look at Edward, who looked like someone who had just eaten a whole lemon. Emmett just smiled and shrugged. Like the others, he was simply curious how far Bella and Edward's relationship had progressed. Listen, Alex said lazily, leaning back in his chair, I've been gone for almost 5 days. For you guys, that's half a day, but in the meantime, I was traveling through another universe. I uncovered a plot to resurrect an ancient evil god, killed him, and got an entire orbital station for it. So yeah, I deserve a little fun. And watching you and Bella awkwardly interact, honestly, that's the best show I've ever seen. Wait. Emmett grabbed Alex by the shoulders, his eyes lighting up. Did you say, an orbital station? A real one? Huge. Yep, Alex nodded with a wide grin. Though I had to clear it out first. Well, not me exactly, Zhangya sent out her pets, and they wiped everyone out. But the fact remains, the station is mine now. Damn, that's amazing. Emmett breathed out in awe, completely ignoring how Alex had actually acquired the station. And when will it be ready? Alice asked, hopping onto Alex's lap. Maybe in a month, he answered thoughtfully, scratching his chin. Gotta deal with the aftermath. It's not every day that a giant metal contraption appears over the heads of Danmachi's residents. Then there's repairs, system adjustments, reprogramming the cargo robots. A lot to do. My clone can handle it. As long as our little gremlins don't mess anything up, Lucina sighed, rubbing her nose bridge. I don't want them accidentally blowing something up, or, worse, building a giant combat robot. Wait, Rosalie said, surprised. You said they were kids. They can actually build a robot. That's the problem, Alex replied with a heavy sigh. Nairuko and Jinx inherited my brain, and my madness. Anya, she wanted to be like me, and I couldn't say no. Now she's officially the little demon princess. And Tina, well, she didn't even need changing, she's already an explosives genius. Put all four together, and you get gremlins capable of accidentally burning down the entire world. He exhaled heavily and shook his head in exhaustion. And all I wanted was a peaceful family life. But this is actually more fun, he added with a quiet smirk. Seeing the confusion on Emmett, Rosalie, Jane, Jasper, and Edward's faces, Alex decided to tell them what his little gang of gremlins had gotten up to on Pandora. As he recounted the events, from what he had to deal with to how he compensated half of the sanctuary for stolen items, Alice and Lucina could barely hold back their laughter. They quickly realized that Anya, Nairuko, and Jinx had only told a small fraction of what they had really caused on Pandora that morning. Alex could only sigh, regretting that Navi, the fairy drone capable of recording everything on video, wasn't flying after his daughters. But even without proof, everyone could tell from his story that the chaos caused by the four young girls had been monumental. Emmett laughed until tears ran down his face, especially after hearing the story about how one of the girls had stolen a refrigerator from some poor guy right under his nose while he stepped out of his house. He laughed so hard that he fell out of his chair and rolled across the floor, unable to stop. Rosalie listened with a gentle smile. Despite all the mischief from these little devils, there was a hint of longing in her eyes. She still dreamed of having children of her own. Alex noticed the look and remembered that he had forgotten to tell Rosalie about an important discovery, that she could now have children. He mentally sent the words directly into her head. Rosalie flinched, confused, and then stared at him in shock. Alex nodded to confirm it was true. He added that it wouldn't be easy, she was still a vampire, which meant her body would need special preparation. When Rosalie grasped the meaning of what he had said, her eyes filled with tears. She stole a glance at Emmett, still laughing on the floor, and smiled softly. Alex said that she would need to try her best, and she intended to do so with full seriousness. Emmett, noticing that glance, suddenly felt as if a predator were watching him. His laughter immediately stopped. He jumped up abruptly and began nervously looking around, causing confusion among the others. Rosalie simply coquettishly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Tonight was going to be a long night for Emmett. Whether he liked it or not. The evening passed joyfully. The group stayed up late into the night, laughing, discussing adventures, and reminiscing about the past. Before leaving, Alex, as promised, handed out souvenirs, artifacts from Pandora, rare trinkets from Orario, ancient books, and even a cookbook for Esme, which was sure to delight her domestic soul. The Cullens left Alex's house with their hands literally overflowing with gifts. When the door closed behind them, Alex paused for a moment, trying to remember if he had forgotten anything. But deciding it wasn't important, he, along with Alice and Lucina, cleared the dishes, took out the trash, and went to bed. What he had forgotten was still in the basement. There, bound hand and foot, sat the crossroads demon named Albert Percival. His day had turned into a true nightmare. At first, he was just bored, while a chatty robot named Claptrap fussed around him, endlessly repeating that he would be Albert's best friend and minion. Albert tried to ignore him, but after an hour his patience snapped. He told the robot to shut up. In response, he got a strike to the knee with a metal club. By the second hour, things got worse. Claptrap wouldn't stop talking, and for every sharp word Albert said, he was beaten by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, three creatures who had dragged him into the basement. They sat in front of a small TV, munching snacks and watching anime, as if nothing was happening. By the third hour, Albert realized that ignoring the robot was a fatal mistake. Claptrap, sensing indifference, began talking even more, louder and crazier. By the fourth hour, the demon felt himself losing his mind. By the fifth hour, he desperately tried to escape, but he was firmly tied to a chair, and beneath his feet glowed a demon trap that prevented him from breaking free. Every hour, one of the trio would approach him with a sign that read, "Where's Crowley?" If Albert stayed silent, a baton would strike his knee again. Hour after hour, it went on. Between Claptrap's endless chatter and the regular blows to his knees, Albert genuinely began to believe that he wasn't in a basement at all, but in his own personal hell. Albert increasingly felt himself losing his mind. Before he became the Crossroad Demon, he had been an ordinary human soul, sent to hell for his sins. And though demons in hell were inventive, none of them had ever filled him with such terror. In hell, tortures were physical, pain, fire, chains, screams. But what was happening now was far worse. This was torture not just of the body, but of the mind. Hour after hour, the same routine, endless chatter, the question, a blow to the knee, and it all started over again, like a broken record playing in eternity. The worst part was that Albert couldn't even turn his head. He had no sense of how much time had passed. Everything around him blurred into abstraction, as if he had spent not a few hours in this basement, but weeks or even months. The only source of light was a dim lamp above his head, casting harsh shadows on the walls. And endlessly, Claptrap rolled around in circles, a talkative robot that never stopped. It would sing, dance, or spout nonsensical ramblings, loudly and enthusiastically, driving him insane. Once an hour, it would fall silent, when Gir, Mimi, and Stitch approached him in turn with a sign that read, "Where's Crowley?" Albert repeated again and again that he didn't know where Crowley was. But no one believed him. And then it would start all over, silence, question, blow to the knee. Silence, that was what he wanted most. He dreamed of it like salvation. But it never came. He realized that whoever had captured him was far scarier than the Winchester brothers. At least they were predictable. If they didn't get an answer, they killed or sent you to hell. That would have been a release. But what was happening now was worse than any punishment. In the middle of the night, Alex suddenly opened his eyes. The sudden movement woke Alice and Lucina. Alice rarely slept anyway, she just liked lying next to him, holding him, feeling his warmth. Lucina, sleepy and tousled, rubbed her eyes and asked hoarsely, "What's wrong?" "I remembered something I forgot," Alex said, staring at the ceiling in shock. Alice pressed her cheek to his shoulder and yawned. "And what did you forget?" "We have a demon in the basement." "And I completely forgot about him," Alex said, his expression stunned. Lucina yawned wider and waved her hand dismissively. "Ah, that. So what? Go back to sleep. You can check him in the morning. He's not going anywhere." She tugged Alex's hand, laying him back on the pillow. Alice did the same, not wanting to let go of him. Alex looked at both of them, calm, sleepy, completely indifferent to the fact that a demon was slowly going insane in the basement. He just shrugged, but barely moved, at which point the girls immediately made disapproving noises, demanding that he stay still. He sighed, glanced at the clock, 3 in the morning, and closed his eyes. Sleep came instantly. Meanwhile, downstairs, Albert was enduring the worst day of his life. His mind was cracking at the seams, his consciousness dissolving into the endless torrent of Claptrap's words. Not for a single second did he get the silence he so desperately craved. Alex didn't even think to peek into his memories. The demon deserved the suffering. Mercy would have been far too easy a way out. The next morning, Alex woke up to a pleasant, soft sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw light fur tickling his skin. Carefully moving the fluffy source of warmth away, he discovered Haruheim sitting on the edge of the couch. Her tails gently wrapped around him, as if trying to shield him from the cold. Alex blinked and instinctively counted her tails. 9. He quietly smirked. Haruheim had finally become a full-fledged kitsune. Seeing that Alex was awake, she gave a gentle smile, and her ears twitched slightly. Alex returned her smile and, rising, petted her head. After quickly washing up and heading downstairs, he saw Alice and Lucina having a traditional Japanese breakfast. Bowls of rice, miso soup, and tea were laid out on the table. Grabbing his coffee mug, Alex planned to check on the prisoner first, Albert. Descending into the basement, he immediately heard Claptrap's familiar, annoyingly cheerful voice. Apparently, the robot had not paused for a second. Arriving at the right spot, Alex noted that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had taken their task seriously. Albert sat tied to a chair directly under the single lamp. The light struck his face, preventing him from seeing anything beyond the circle of illumination. Alex grabbed another chair and placed it opposite. Seeing the master, Claptrap finally fell silent and moved aside, as if afraid to interfere. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise but paid it no mind. Before him sat Albert, head lowered, eyes empty, lips murmuring the same word repeatedly. "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know." "Albert, my boy," Alex said calmly, sipping his coffee. "Are you ready to tell me where Crowley is?" "I don't know where Crowley is," he shouted, his voice rising. "I'm just a crossroad demon. I make deals and collect souls. I don't know where the king keeps the darkness." Alex pretended to think. I think you're lying. Maybe you don't know where Crowley himself is, but you surely know someone who does. And since you don't want to talk..." He stood and stepped back. "We'll meet tonight." Wait. I'll tell you. I'll tell everything. Just don't kill me, I can't take it anymore. These creatures are worse than demons." Albert screamed, realizing Alex was heading for the exit. "You should have said so sooner, my boy," Alex replied mockingly, not even looking back. "Nuu," came the desperate cry after him. Alex smirked. Albert looked pitiful. There was no trace left of the arrogant crossroad demon. One night with Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap had turned him into a lunatic. To avoid listening to the screams, Alex lazily snapped his fingers. A silent spell was cast on Albert, which would wear off in an hour. "Good work," he said, glancing at his quartet of helpers. "Once he stops screaming, you can continue." "Glory to the Imperium," the four of them saluted in unison. Alex blinked. The Imperium. All right, whatever. He didn't even bother figuring out how Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had managed to brainwash Claptrap, and headed back upstairs. Sitting at the table, Alex thanked Haruheim for breakfast and began eating, sipping his coffee while recounting the state in which he had found Albert. Lucina just snorted. "No wonder. I would have broken down in half an hour if I were in his place." Alice raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I want to see." She went downstairs and returned a minute later, her face a picture of complete bewilderment. "Well, now I understand why he was screaming," she said quietly, struggling to find the words. Alex just smirked and finished his coffee. To be continued. "Well, we'll go over the Twilight plot a bit before moving on. I don't know, maybe I'll spend a couple of chapters on the Twilight plot, and then we'll move on to the plot that will touch on why Alex will be able to leave Forks safely and begin hunting the monsters Chuck brought into this world." Chapter 484, another day at school, and a new target for the hunt. After a quick breakfast prepared by Haruheim, Alice and Lucina went upstairs to change before heading to school. While the girls were climbing the stairs, Alex watched as Haruheim carefully packed the bento, a delicate Japanese lunch prepared with love and attention to detail. He couldn't help but smile, seeing how much she had changed. From a shy and insecure girl who once believed she didn't deserve salvation, Haruheim had become a confident, radiant, and incredibly gentle woman who found joy in every single day. Feeling his gaze, Haruheim flinched slightly, her 9 tails twitched softly before she turned around and gave Alex a warm, sincere smile. He smiled back, then pulled a comb out of his inventory and sat beside her. Haruheim quietly sat down in front of him, a little embarrassed but not resisting. Alex gently brushed one of her tails, and immediately the other 8 slowly wrapped around him, turning him into a fluffy cocoon. The fur was soft and silky, like a cloud, and Alex noted to himself how meticulously Haruheim cared for them. "You've got heaven on your tails," he joked, continuing to brush. Haruheim giggled softly, wagging her tail slightly. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from the stairs. The first to come down, as usual, was Alice. Seeing Alex brushing Haruheim's tails, the vampire's eyes immediately sparkled. "Oh," she exclaimed, and before her feet even touched the floor, she was already beside them. Without saying a word, Alice buried her face in one of Haruheim's tails, letting out a blissful sigh. Haruheim chuckled softly and gently wrapped another tail around her. The vampire practically glowed with delight, even without any sunlight. "They're so soft. How do you even get them like this? It's perfection." Alice gushed, already helping Alex brush the tails. When Lucina came down the stairs, already dressed and ready to go, she was greeted by the adorable sight of Alex and Alice seriously grooming Haruheim's tails, while the fox girl sat there with a dreamy smile, basking in their attention. When they finished, Alex stretched, while Haruheim looked as if she were about to be left alone in the rain. The fox girl's ears drooped, and her tail sagged sadly. "Hey, don't be sad," Alex said gently, hugging her. "You can always come by. Anytime. You don't have to wait for your turn, I'm always happy to see you." Haruheim smiled and hugged him tightly in return, wrapping her tails around him as if unwilling to let go. And if it hadn't been for Alice and Lucina, who literally dragged Alex out of the fluffy embrace, those hugs would have lasted much longer. Before leaving, Alex patted Haruheim on the head one last time, and a shimmering portal opened behind her. The girl stepped into it, returning to Orario. Alex didn't ask her about what was happening there. He already understood that the appearance of Helios had shaken the entire city. Stepping out of the house, Alex, Lucina, and Alice noticed Edward standing by his car, waiting for Bella. Alex was about to make a joke, but then Bella herself stepped out of the house, and all thoughts vanished. She looked every bit the love-struck schoolgirl, which, to be fair, she was. Walking quickly, she was entirely focused on Edward, not noticing anyone else around. When she stopped in front of him, Bella hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to hug him or kiss him. After yesterday's brief kiss and embrace, she still couldn't quite understand what kind of relationship they had now. Her hesitation was suddenly broken by a quiet sob. Bella and Edward turned their heads at the same time, and saw a touching scene. Alex and Alice stood side by side, wiping away tears. Alice held a box of tissues and frantically dabbed her eyes, while Alex looked like a proud father watching his daughter go on her first date. "Kids grow up so fast," Alex said with a dramatic sigh, wiping away his tears. "It feels like just yesterday she was a shy girl with no friends, and now a guy's picking her up to drive her to school. I'm so proud of our Bella." And just a month ago, my brother was a total idiot, added Alice, clutching a tissue. Now he's an idiot with a girlfriend. I'm so happy for him. Lucina quickly turned away to avoid bursting into laughter. Leaning against the hood of the Impala, she covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back her giggles, but her shoulders were still shaking. Edward and Bella stood nearby, watching this little performance, both feeling incredibly awkward. Especially Bella, she wanted to argue with Alex and say she wasn't a loner, that she did have friends, but somehow, she couldn't bring herself to say it in front of everyone. Edward, on the other hand, looked like he was about to lose it. His irritation grew with every passing second, especially after last night. The moment he came home, Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane all rushed to tell Carlisle and Esme about his kiss with Bella, and how Alex, Emmett, and Jasper had, slightly ruined, the romantic moment. Even if vampires didn't need to blink, Edward could swear his left eyelid was twitching. Not wanting to prolong the show, he gently took Bella's hand, helped her into the car, then walked around to take the driver's seat. As the car pulled away, the last thing Bella and Edward saw in the mirror was Alex and Alice standing on the road, waving handkerchiefs like proud parents sending their daughter off into adulthood. Bella blushed at first, but within seconds she burst out laughing. Hearing her laughter, Edward couldn't help but smile too. When the silver Volvo disappeared around the corner, Alex and Alice simultaneously stopped wiping their imaginary tears and broke into loud laughter. "Did you see their faces?" Alex said between laughs. "That was perfect." Bella blushed so hard even the sun would be jealous of her cheeks. Alice replied, barely catching her breath. After laughing it out, Alex got behind the wheel of the Impala and waited for Alice and Lucina to take their seats. He started the engine, and soon the black car smoothly rolled down the road toward the school. The drive took only a few minutes. As they pulled into the parking lot, Alex noticed unusual excitement among the students. Everyone seemed overly animated. Some were waving flyers, others were arguing enthusiastically. "What's all the fuss about?" he muttered as he stepped out of the car. Alice and Lucina followed him, and the three walked over to the other Cullens, who were standing by their cars. As always, Emmett was the first to notice them and waved cheerfully. As Alex got closer, he saw that nearly the entire schoolyard was staring at Bella, who had just stepped out of Edward's car. The girl looked like someone who had suddenly become the main attraction at a zoo. "Looks like we've got a new school star," Alex remarked with a smirk. Bella felt their gazes and awkwardly looked away, blushing. Edward shot Alex a warning look, but Alex only grinned. "Did Carlisle and Esme like the gifts?" Alex asked, leaning casually against Rosalie's shiny car hood. "They loved them," said Emmett. "Carlisle's thrilled with the books. You should have seen his face. And Esme's been cooking something new every day, says she can finally taste real food now. And stop touching my car before you scratch it," Rosalie added with a playful smile, gently pushing Alex away from her vehicle. "Boo, such a strict lady," he said, puffing his cheeks theatrically. "All right then, what's the big deal at school?" "If you didn't know," Jasper interjected, "the spring dance is coming up. It's held every year." Alex grimaced. "Ugh, romance, flowers, slow dances, and hormone-fueled teenagers. I don't even need to guess what'll happen there. Do we have to go?" "Of course not," Jane replied. "Alice, for example, has never gone." Alice, hugging Alex's arm, just smiled. "Alice," Alex said, turning to her, "if you want to go, we'll go. I don't mind. But if not, I can offer something much better." He spoke softly, with that special tone that carried genuine warmth and care. He knew that Alice had never been able to attend such events before. Everyone came in pairs, and she stayed home. And perhaps now she wanted to experience what others considered a normal part of school life. "An alternative, you say?" she asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. Alex shrugged and smiled. "Well, if you don't feel like going, we could take a little trip somewhere for the day. Even Orario. Or, say, Hawaii. Or the mountains. Or, if we're really in the mood, some other cursed place. The choices are endless. Anything's better than watching teenagers make out in corners while the teachers pretend everything's under control, drowning their boredom in wine." "So," Jane snorted, "you'd rather hunt monsters than go to the school dance?" "At least in a cursed place, you can punch someone," Alex replied calmly, crossing his arms. "At a dance, the most I'd get is a couple of slow dances and some silly music. So, it's all up to Alice." He looked at her with a soft smile, and Alice fell into thought. Hearing Alex's words, Alice began bouncing excitedly in place, tugging his hand enthusiastically. After a little more chatter, the group headed toward school. As soon as Alex reached the entrance, Eric suddenly appeared, handing him a flyer for the school dance with the most serious expression. The theme was James Bond. Alex gave the boy a completely blank stare, causing Eric to shrink back noticeably and start babbling about dress code and the event program before quickly retreating. Watching Eric leave, Alex let out a heavy sigh and stared at the flyer. Even in his previous life, he had never attended such events and had never seen the point in them. Now, he was willing to go to the dance only for Alice. Lucina also agreed. If Alice wanted to go, she would go. If not, she had no desire either. Entering the school, Alex escorted Lucina to her classroom and then, together with Alice, headed to his own. As usual, sitting through lessons was boring. The teachers had long since stopped trying to question Alex after one of them quit a month ago to find themselves. To avoid boredom, Alex took out his phone and headphones and played an archive video from the guild, a recording from a ferry drone following Takashi's group. He handed one earbud to Alice, and they watched together. The biology teacher glanced at them but, weighing the pros and cons, decided it was better to let them quietly watch something on the phone than to hear Alex say something that would force him to find himself, too. At first, the recording was relatively calm, but soon the events became so absurd that Alex could barely suppress his laughter. Especially when one of the guards was feeding Kotu, and Kotu had no idea the guard was a man. Alex explained this to Alice, who nearly burst out laughing, admitting she herself couldn't tell the elves' gender. They were just too perfect. The lesson quickly came to an end. Alex took Alice by the hand, and they went to find Lucina to share the news about Takashi's failures. Lucina was standing by her locker next to Rosalie. The girls were chatting animatedly about something. Spotting Alex and Alice, both waved at them. From the doorway, Alex began recounting how Takashi, Kota, Jonah, and Kenichi ended up in the elven dungeon. At first, Lucina was stunned, but soon burst out laughing. Rosalie, on the other hand, looked confused, not understanding what he was talking about, until Alex explained in more detail. Then her face showed a mixture of shock and complete disbelief. The bell rang, and everyone headed to the next class, PE. As usual, Alex and Emmett chatted lazily until the teacher made them run laps. The instructor no longer knew what to do with them. The moment he left them idle, they would inevitably get up to something suspicious, so running laps was the safest option. By the end of the lesson, the other boys in the gym had long since gotten used to Alex and Emmett racing around the track until the bell. After PE came the long break. Alex and Emmett changed and headed to the cafeteria, where they met the others. Taking their usual spots, Alex, Lucina, and Alice pulled out their bento boxes. As soon as they opened their containers, Emmett felt an irresistible hunger and reached for a piece from Alice's lunch. But she swiftly jabbed a fork between his fingers, giving him a look that made it clear, if he even tried, she would poke his hand. Emmett, as always, Alex chuckled, slapping his forehead. Didn't you know you never touch a girl's food? Oh right, I forgot who you are. Ugh, back off, Emmett muttered, pulling out his own container. I have my own lunch, I just never tried Japanese food. I've only seen it on TV. Then we can swap, Alex suggested with a smirk. If you share what Esme made, I'll let you try what Haruheim prepared. Deal, Emmett nodded. Give me a sausage and some rice, and I'll give you some potatoes with meat. Alex handed him the chopsticks and said in a businesslike tone, deal. Just don't lick the chopsticks like last time. Alex smiled at Emmett, and they quickly exchanged food. After trying the stewed potatoes with meat that Esme had made, Alex noticed that Emmett's portion was significantly larger than everyone else's. Alex glanced at Rosalie, who was eating her salad, and couldn't help but think that Lucina had probably gotten her hooked on vegetables. After all, even in Lucina's own lunchbox, there were more fresh veggies than meat. Meanwhile, Emmett was trying the Japanese bento, nodding his head and smiling with satisfaction. I never thought a simple Japanese meal could taste this good, Emmett said, chewing the rice. Well, thanks to Irina, we always have the freshest ingredients at home. With her gift, she can immediately tell if something is fresh or not. If it doesn't meet her standards, she just throws it away, Alex replied, finishing the stewed potatoes that Emmett had shared with him. And what kind of gift does this Irina have? Rosalie asked, looking thoughtfully at Alex. Irina, what's it called? God's tongue, or something like that. She can perfectly identify the ingredients in a dish, their proportions, freshness, quality, and even the tiniest flaws. That's why she has such high standards for food. And after she started living with us, of course, Alex began spoiling her, and now she's even more obsessed with perfect dishes, Lucina explained, spearing a cherry tomato with her fork. In other words, your husband spoiled the chef girl, and now you always have only the freshest ingredients at home. Jane asked, raising an eyebrow. If only. It all started when we visited Irina's world, and Alex went into her restaurant during the school festival. He said her food was just delicious. From that moment on, she's been going out of her way to impress him with her cooking, Lucina said, pointing her fork at Alex. I wonder how good a cook this Irina really is, Emmett said with a grin. Ask Alice. She's already tried it. And, let's just say, it's better to eat her food alone, so you don't end up dying of embarrassment, Alex said with a slight smile. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane all looked at Alice. She immediately gave Alex an offended glare and kicked him under the table. After she was able to eat normal food again, she tried everything, including the dish Irina had made. And she still remembered how awkward she had felt when she couldn't help but moan at the taste. Realizing that no clear answer would come from Alice, everyone turned to Alex. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Alice quickly covered his hands to stop him from revealing the whole truth. Taking the initiative, she decided to tell everyone herself how delicious the food had been, and what had happened afterward. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane looked puzzled. It was hard for them to believe that ordinary food could make someone moan. Seeing their confusion, Lucina decided to share a couple of stories she had witnessed herself while walking around the festival with the other girls. The more she recounted, the more absurd it sounded, especially when she mentioned cases where people's clothes literally flew off after tasting the dishes. "I'm no food expert, but are you sure nothing was added to the dishes? I just can't think of another explanation for why clothes would suddenly disappear," Rosalie said, expressing her doubt. "Believe me, it happened exactly like that. And the worst part is when you're standing in line, and some man in a business suit takes a bite, and suddenly all his clothes, even his wig, fly off. Trust me, that's not a sight you want to see. And I haven't even mentioned Irina's grandfather, that's a whole other story. The old man sits there, tries his granddaughter's food, and suddenly his kimono just explodes. Next thing you know, he's sitting there in nothing but his underwear," Alex said in a dry tone. "Gross. I think I'd want to gouge my eyes out after seeing that," Emmett said, laughing. "Well, old man Sendaiman is pretty well built. Looks like a former Yakuza boss, and that's no joke." "Look," Alex said, taking out his phone. He showed a photo of Sendaiman Nakiri sitting at a table. Of course, Irina and Alice Nakiri couldn't resist inviting their grandfather to the restaurant they opened in another world. At first, Sendaiman thought his granddaughters had lost their minds. But after Alice and Irina showed him hundreds of photos of different races and places they had visited, the old man had no arguments left. Since then, he often visited Irina and Alice's restaurant near the guild, even befriending old man Hayato. They looked almost identical. Sendaiman surprisingly accepted the idea of other worlds and, as a true gourmet, was delighted to try new dishes. At the granddaughter's restaurant, they even kept a spare set of kimonos for him, because every time he tried the food, his clothes flew off again. The sight, to say the least, was not pleasant. The Cullens leaned closer to examine the photo of Sendaiman. Before them stood a tall man with a strong, stone-carved physique. His face, etched with deep wrinkles, bore a long scar running across his left eye, giving his gaze an air of severity and authority. His gray hair, tied in a strict bun, fell in sparse strands like silver threads. Dressed in a dark kimono, he truly looked like a Yakuza boss, just as Alex had said. Seeing the Cullens' genuine interest, Alex decided to share a bit more about Irina and Alice's families. He didn't omit the story of Irina's father, mentioning what she had gone through as a child. Upon hearing this, Rosalie clenched her fists so tightly the table almost cracked, her anger boiled over, and she didn't hesitate to call Irina's father the worst kind of bastard. Alex simply smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, Rosalie. Right now, he's going through an experience so terrible, you can't even imagine it." His words immediately drew questioning looks from everyone. "What do you mean?" Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow. "Let's just say Azumi Nakamura probably ended up in Nyaruko's mother's hands. And trust me, it's better you don't know what's happening to him," Alex replied with a crooked grin. "And who exactly is Nyaruko's mother?" Jane asked, curiosity in her eyes. Alex just shook his head with a faint smile. He wasn't dodging the answer, he simply didn't know how to explain what kind of creature Nyan had been. Soon the bell rang for class and the lunch break ended. To be honest, Alex didn't feel like going back at all, he just wanted to skip and rest a little. But Lucina and Alice had plans, they weren't going to sit through lessons without him. So despite all his excuses, including, "I'll just step out for a smoke," the girls took him by the arms and hauled him to class. He had to resign himself and sit through the rest of the school day. When the final bell rang, Alex lazily stretched and got up from his seat. It turned out he had slept through the entire last lesson and only woke up when everyone started packing. Lucina, sitting next to him, laughed when she saw a sheet of paper stuck to his face. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, Alex stood, took Lucina's hand, and left the classroom. Rumors that he was seeing two girls at once had long since stopped bothering anyone, people were used to his oddities and peculiar behavior. By the lockers, Alice was already waiting for them, and the three headed for the exit. Without wasting time, Alice climbed onto Alex's back, lazily yawning and claiming she was tired of walking, although her expression made it clear she was just being lazy. Outside, Alex immediately noticed the Cullens watching a rather entertaining scene. Bella, standing nearby, looked like she was torn, unsure whether to go with Edward or to drive her old pickup home. Alex yawned lazily, shook his head, and shouted, "Bella! Just go with Edward, I'll drive your pickup home myself. Just give me the keys." Hearing his voice, Bella looked at him as if a hero had appeared to save her day. Alex barely contained a smile. Bella stepped forward shyly, biting her lip, and handed him the keys. "Stop acting like a flustered girl," Alex said, lightly tapping her on the head. "We're friends. Driving the truck home is no problem." Bella dropped her gaze in embarrassment, then bit her lip again, for which she received another gentle smack on the forehead. This time she quietly laughed. Alex had become a sort of older brother to her, dependable, calm, and always ready to help. "All right, off you go to your boyfriend," Alex said, waving her away. "He already looks like an abandoned puppy left by the store. And don't stay out too late. And, by the way, use protection." He made a theatrical face and added, "If Edward starts getting handsy, hit him in the balls, then across to the forehead, and start exorcising demons." Lucina snorted with laughter, Alice almost fell off Alex's back, and Bella blushed deeply, shooting him an indignant but warm look. The first part of Alex's sentence sounded perfectly normal, like an older brother giving advice to his younger sister before a date. But everything he added afterward was so absurd that Bella didn't know whether to blush or laugh. And, as luck would have it, Emmett was the first to crack. His loud laughter cut through the air. Alex, with the most nonchalant expression, pulled a crucifix out of his backpack and placed it directly into the stunned Bella's hand. The Cullens' laughter grew louder, while Edward, standing nearby, just covered his face with his hand and rolled his eyes. His eyelid twitched nervously, as if he were trying to contain his irritation. Bella stared at the cross in shock, then glanced at Edward, and for a moment actually wondered, maybe it would work. Edward snorted, catching her thought. "Don't even try," he muttered under his breath. Alex just smirked, thoroughly enjoying everyone's reactions. After laughing enough, he handed the Impala keys to Lucina and headed toward Bella's old pickup, deciding to drive it to the Swan house. He sincerely hoped Charlie was on duty. He really didn't want to explain why he was driving his daughter's truck without her. The ride in Bella's rusty pickup was a true test. The truck rattled, jerked, and groaned as if it might fall apart at any moment. Alex shook his head and sighed tiredly. He would have to get Bella a new car for her birthday. Even after all the repairs he had already done, this bucket of bolts still made him uneasy. And, as luck would have it, just as he approached the Swan house, he noticed a police SUV parked on the roadside. "Perfect," he muttered. "Just what I needed." Charlie really was home. Seeing that it was Alex, not Bella, getting out of the pickup, he frowned, and his hand almost instinctively went to his belt. "Hey, relax, Charlie," Alex immediately raised his hands. "Bella's fine. She just, has a date with Edward." "What?" Charlie straightened abruptly, a mix of worry and fatherly panic on his face. Alex quickly explained the situation, calming Charlie and giving him a few tips on how to talk to his daughter without turning the conversation into an interrogation. "Just don't pressure her," he said. "Just listen. And don't make that face when you're in sheriff mode. Make the father face instead." Charlie managed a reluctant smile. "You're damn wise for your age, Alex," he said, patting Alex on the shoulder. "Just seen a lot," Alex replied with a faint smile. After a short conversation, they said their goodbyes, and Alex headed home. When he entered, Alice and Lucina had already changed. Lucina was sitting in a chair with a book, while Alice was sprawled on the couch, lazily flipping through TV channels. Alex snapped his fingers, and his outdoor clothes switched to casual home wear, a simple black t-shirt and loose pants. He lowered himself next to Alice and let her rest her head on his lap. He wasn't in a hurry to go down to the basement. The conversation with Albert could wait. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy the rare calm and coziness. Only when it grew dark did Alex get up and head to the kitchen. Together with Lucina and Alice, they prepared dinner, light but tasty. After eating and settling in front of the TV while finishing dessert, Alex finally made up his mind. He went down to the basement, turned on the light, and sat across from Albert. He grabbed a cigarette, lit it, and exhaling smoke, said, "All right, Albert, my boy. Are you ready to give me the name of the one who knows where Crowley is?" Albert lifted his head. His gaze was dead, burned out from within. Flashes of hatred flickered across his face, caught between madness and resignation. During his time here, he had cursed Crowley hundreds of times, each curse filled with an almost sacred fury. "His name's Greg," he rasped. "He's a crossroads demon too. Often hangs out at the water cooler bar. Makes deals with office workers. Too many mortals are willing to sell their souls for a promotion." Alex took a drag, the smoke curling softly between them. "Where's this bar? And when does your little friend show up there?" "In downtown Chicago. Near the financial district, the Loop," Albert replied without averting his gaze. "Where exactly?" Alex squinted. "Or am I going to have to wander the whole city until I find the place?" He exhaled another stream of smoke straight at the demon. "Be a good boy," Albert said coldly. And maybe my little ones won't bother you anymore. For now. Albert squinted and lowered his gaze to where Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap were staring him down, a quartet clearly eager to play with him again. He quickly realized this was probably his only chance to get some long-awaited silence, so he looked up at Alex. Right at the corner of West Adams and South LaSalle, Albert quickly said. Where the office skyscrapers, banks, and law firms are concentrated. He's easy to find. Around this time, tired office workers gather there to have a drink after a long day. Good, Alex drawled, flicking the ash from his cigarette onto the concrete basement floor. And one last question, what does your little friend Greg look like? He always sits in the corner at the bar, sipping bourbon with a single ice cube, Albert rasped. Likes to chat about careers, ambitions, and failed dreams. Gradually nudges people toward a deal. Hard to miss, always in the same spot, from 6 in the evening until closing. Good job, Albert. A real exemplary boy, Alex said with a faint smirk, patting the demon on the cheek. I won't kill you, for now. You'll still be useful to me. And you won't be tortured anymore. Smiling, Alex nodded approvingly at Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap, great job. After he left the basement, one of his little ones pulled a sack over Albert's head and lightly tapped him on the back of the skull, just as a precaution. Heading upstairs, Alex explained to the girls where he was going. Lucina and Alice lazily waved, asking him not to be long and to come back quickly. Alex nodded, kissed them both, and went to change. A few minutes later, a completely different person stood in the mirror, a tired office intern who had just finished an exhausting day. He wore a sharp suit, the jacket slightly wrinkled, his hair tousled, and simple glasses perched on his face. Alex rubbed his face a little to give himself the look of a worn-out man and nodded approvingly at his reflection. Creating a simple leather briefcase, he completed the look. Descending the stairs, he presented his new style for the girls' judgment. Lucina raised an eyebrow first. You're almost unrecognizable, she said with a slight smirk. You look like all the life's been sucked out of you. That's the idea, Alex grinned. Do I look like an intern working 25 hours a day, 7 days a week? You look like someone who hasn't slept in a week, Alice snorted, inspecting him from head to toe. Alex smirked, promised to be back as soon as possible, and, after saying goodbye, teleported to a nearby alley next to the water cooler bar. He looked around, making sure no one was nearby, took a deep breath, and slipped into character, slouching, slowing his pace, and giving his face a weary expression. Now he looked exactly as he wanted, a drained man dreaming only of a drink. Lighting a cigarette, Alex blended into the flow of office workers who had just finished their shifts. They walked in groups, laughing and chatting about bosses and salaries. Some were heading to the same bar Alex was aiming for. He reached the water cooler and stopped by the entrance, near a trash can and ashtray. Through the large window, he could see a typical evening scene, men and women in business suits sitting at the bar, their ties loosened, jackets draped over chair backs, and relief written all over their faces after a long day. Alex slowly exhaled smoke and glanced inside. Greg wasn't visible yet. He smirked slightly. Hunting his patience, he muttered to himself, pulling out a fresh cigarette. And I've got plenty of patience. He leaned against the wall and waited. To be continued. So, the general plot outline is this. First, another foolish victim in the form of a crossroads demon. And then the Twilight plot continues. I'll be jumping between events related to school and demon hunting. And all that stuff. And then Samantha shows up, and there's a baseball game with the Cullens. That's where the plot spoilers end. Chapter 485, another crossroads demon who just got unlucky. Alex stood outside the water cooler bar, a favorite spot for office workers dreaming of forgetting about their bosses and deadlines after a long, exhausting day. He was playing the role of a worn-out intern who seemed to have forgotten what sleep and weekends were. In one hand, he held a weathered leather briefcase, the kind that looked like it had been passed down from his father. In the other, a cigarette burned slowly, the smoke mixing with the cool Chicago night air. Leaning casually against the wall near an ashtray, Alex looked every bit the part of an invisible nobody. The passing office workers didn't spare him a glance. To them, he was just another overworked intern, trudging through the same routine they once endured themselves. He wore a simple outfit, black slacks, a slightly wrinkled jacket, a white shirt, and a loosened blue tie. Plain glasses added to the weary realism of his disguise, while his messy hair made him look like someone who hadn't slept properly in a week. He took a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaled upward, and cast a brief glance through the bar's large window. Inside, the usual after-hours scene unfolded, clinking glasses, laughter, talk of salaries, someone complaining about their boss, someone else already half asleep at the counter. But Alex was looking for one person. A crossroads demon named Greg, one who enjoyed lingering among people desperate for success and career advancement. For a demon, this place was the perfect hunting ground. Greed, envy, and ambition hung in the air thicker than the cigarette smoke. Man is an animal that makes bargains. No other animal does this, no dog exchanges bones with another, Alex muttered, recalling an old quote, a faint smirk curling on his lips. He didn't feel pity for these people. They chose their fate when they signed their deals, fully aware of the price. Most of them had no idea what awaited them after death. Hell wasn't what they imagined. Alex remembered Crowley's story. For fun, the demon had created an endless queue in hell. When you finished one line, you simply joined the next, forever. For some, that truly was the worst torture. While Alex observed the stream of people going in and out, dozens of nearly identical faces passed before his eyes. He barely noticed another man in a dark business suit who walked by. There were hundreds like him. Yet, a few minutes later, when Alex glanced through the window again, he saw that same man remove his jacket, hang it on a chair, and take a seat in the corner near the bar counter. He raised a finger, and the bartender immediately brought over a bottle of bourbon. One ice cube, a heavy glass, the amber liquid shimmered softly under the warm light. Alex narrowed his eyes. Behind the lenses, a faint blue glow flashed. He could see the man's blackened soul. A demon. No doubt about it. He stubbed out his cigarette, rubbed his face to look more drained, and, with slouched shoulders, walked into the bar. His steps were slow and unsteady, as if exhaustion might topple him any second. Alex took a seat a few spots away from the demon, ordered a whiskey, and leaned his head on his hand as though barely staying awake. When the bartender set the glass down, Alex tilted slightly forward, pretending to rest his head, though his gaze quietly tracked the demon from the corner of his eye. Greg looked like any average office clerk, navy suit, unbuttoned collar, rolled-up sleeves. A tired but friendly smile rested on his face. Only his eyes betrayed his true nature, deep, with a faint red glimmer, as if fire flickered behind them. His fingers lazily spun a lighter engraved with a crossroads symbol. Alex looked away and took a sip. The whiskey burned pleasantly down his throat. He asked the bartender for an ashtray, lit another cigarette, and continued to play his part flawlessly, just another overworked intern, drained of every ounce of strength. That's when the demon finally noticed him. Pale face, dull eyes, slouched posture, the perfect prey. A tired man willing to do anything for a little relief. Greg smiled, watching Alex order another drink, and slowly moved closer. "Frank, this one's on me," he said, nodding to the bartender with an easy, friendly smile. Alex turned his head, feigning tired surprise. The hunt had begun. The bartender, a man named Frank, gave a short nod. Greg was a regular here. He often treated patrons to drinks and chatted with them about life. So Frank didn't ask any questions. He simply poured Alex another glass of whiskey and set it in front of him. Alex cast a quick glance at Greg from beneath his glasses and smirked inwardly. "Caught you." He really did look pitiful, a tired, lost man worn down by work, someone who couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And those were exactly the kind of people Crossroads demons loved, the ones desperate enough to cling to any straw. "Thanks. I guess," Alex muttered, raising his glass in a gesture of appreciation. "Don't worry about it. You just look like your week's been lasting a month," Greg said with a light smile, taking a sip of bourbon. "Figured I'd cheer you up a bit. Though judging by your face, the day's been rough. And it's only Tuesday." "It's Tuesday already." "I thought it was still Wednesday," Alex replied tiredly, lowering his head. "Is it really that bad?" Greg asked, lighting a cigarette and giving Alex a curious look. "Well, I started working at NextWave Solutions a little over a month ago. They promised things would get easier after the internship. But a month's passed, and I can't even remember the last time I slept properly. Work even on weekends, not a minute of peace. Today's the first time they let me leave early because our manager's celebrating his anniversary with his wife. Generous guy, huh? Especially considering he does absolutely nothing and dumps all the work on us," Alex said, letting weariness fill his voice. "Ah, NextWave Solutions," Greg drawled casually. "Those guys occupy the 15th to 18th floors of LaSalle Tower, if I'm not mistaken." "Exactly. All shine and glass on the outside, corporate hell on the inside. Feels like they're hiring slaves, not employees," Alex said with a heavy sigh. They kept talking like two strangers killing time over drinks. Greg played the part of a friendly listener, as if he'd been through the same grind once and just wanted to encourage a young worker. He listened, asked questions, shared stories, but it was all an act. A game to earn trust while Alex drank and relaxed. Alex, of course, saw through it all. He simply played along, adding new details to his story, complaining about life, and inventing a tyrannical boss who had supposedly driven him to the edge. The ferry drone Navi hovered nearby, recording every second of the conversation. The girls from Alex's household watched with interest through the projection. To them, it looked like a scene from a workplace drama, the exhausted intern, the bar after work, whiskey, and cigarette talk. Ugh. I wish that bastard would just get hit by a car, Alex muttered, taking another sip and pretending to be even drunker. You really hate your manager that much? Greg asked, tilting his head slightly with a faint smile. If he were to disappear, what would you do? What else? Take his place. That idiot wouldn't last a day without our reports. Hell, the director could hire a gorilla, and it would still do a better job than that bastard Pete, Alex replied, waving his hand and swaying a little as if he were losing coordination. What if I told you I could help you get the position you deserve? Greg said softly, leaning closer. His voice grew gentle, almost soothing. Alex lifted his gaze, feigning uncertainty. You a recruiter or something? Trying to poach people from other companies? Greg chuckled quietly. Huh. Something like that. So. Interested. And how exactly do you plan to pull that off? I'm just an intern with no experience. I only just graduated, Alex said, acting hesitant. Not here, Greg replied, standing up and tossing a few bills on the counter. Let's step outside for a smoke. No extra ears. He smiled, gestured for Alex to follow, and headed toward the exit. Greg rose from his seat, confident that the job was almost done, just a little longer, and a new soul would be in his hands. He struggled to suppress a satisfied smile. How easy it was, after all, to deceive office clerks. These people were ready to sell their souls for a worthless promotion, a few extra zeros in their paycheck, or the meager respect of their colleagues. Alex was the perfect prey, young, ambitious, exhausted, and envious. His expression was that of someone ready to do anything just to break free from the gray mass and feel important. Alex glanced at Greg as he walked away, a faint, cold smile flickering across his face. He finished his whiskey in one gulp, rose from the stool, grabbed his worn leather briefcase, and, swaying slightly, staggered after him, pretending to be drunk. When he stepped out of the bar, he saw Greg turn into a dark alley beside the water cooler. Alex silently followed. The alley was quiet, only the hum of distant traffic and the neon glow of the sign reflecting off the wet asphalt. Greg stood leaning against the wall, already lighting a cigarette. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. So how exactly are you planning to make me take Pete's place? Alex asked, pulling out a cigarette and holding it between his teeth. Don't worry about that, Greg replied, smiling. All I need from you is to accept my offer. I'll help you. And in 10 years, I'll only ask for a small favor. And what favor would that be? Alex feigned confusion. Just your soul. No big deal. 10 years of comfort, success, money, power, and then I come and take what's mine. All fair. Greg said it with a light smile, as if the request were insignificant. Greg exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at Alex with a slight grin. Soul. Alex repeated, frowning. Are you out of your mind? Or decided to play devil? If this is a joke, it's gone on way too long. Oh, not at all, Greg replied softly. His eyes changed, the scara turned a deep red, and his pupils glowed like embers in the dark. Alex played his part perfectly. Shock and fear spread across his face, he even took a couple of hesitant steps back, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the wall and lowered his gaze, feigning panic. Greg grinned with satisfaction, the reaction was exactly what he had expected. People never change. They fear, and fear is the best path to a deal. Blinking, the demon returned to his usual appearance. His eyes were back to a normal brown, and the friendly smile returned to his face. So, you're a demon. And if I agree, we make a deal, and I take Pete's place. That's right. Alex said in a trembling voice. That's right, Greg confirmed. 10 whole years you'll live as you want. No worries, no suffering. 10 years of freedom, my boy. Give me a couple of minutes. I need to think, Alex said, lowering his gaze. Of course, Greg nodded. The customer is always right. Just don't take too long, my time is too valuable. He turned his back to Alex, giving him time to think. As soon as the demon looked away, Alex's expression changed instantly. All the fatigue, trembling, and confusion vanished. He exhaled heavily, took off his glasses, and muttered a quiet curse under his breath. His eyes regained their natural iridescent gleam. Alex loosened his tie, brushed his hair back, and took off his jacket. With each passing second, the image of a tired intern melted away, replaced by a cold, confident man standing tall. He stretched, cracking his neck, straightened his shoulders, and looked up, at the fairy drone Navi hovering above. Hope the girls at least give me an Oscar for this, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Greg stood with his back turned, whistling a tune, more pleased than ever. He had not a shadow of doubt, another deal was practically sealed. He even allowed himself a smirk. After all, he was the one who had once made a contract with the director of Next Wave Solutions, granting him success and power. And now, another soul from the same company. Fitting. I've been thinking. But before we sign the contract, let me ask you one question, Alex said calmly, wrapping his tie around his hand. Greg turned his head slightly. Hey, of course. Anything for my client, the demon replied smugly, not bothering to turn around. Alex stepped forward, grabbed the demon by the shoulder, and raised his fist to strike. Where's Crowley, Greg? What? What did you just say? Greg began to turn, but he only managed to see one thing, a powerful fist flying straight toward his face. Before Greg could utter a word, the last thing he saw were those iridescent eyes and the wide, almost deranged grin of the men who, just a second ago, looked exhausted after a long, miserable day. The punch was swift and precise. Alex's fist smashed straight into Greg's nose, and the air filled with the sickening sound of bone cracking. The demon's body flew backward, slamming into a dumpster before collapsing to the ground. Greg's ears rang, his head spun, and fiery circles danced before his eyes. But the sound of approaching footsteps snapped him back to reality. Lifting his head, he met Alex's gaze, mockery gleamed in those eyes, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Greg clenched his teeth in frustration and snapped his fingers, trying to break the neck of the insolent human who dared strike him. But nothing happened. He kept snapping his fingers, until Alex's expression shifted to pure contempt. Oh, Greg. Alex said calmly, looking down at him. Your buddy Albert talked. So just tell me where Crowley is. Believe me, it'll be easier for you. Hunter. Greg rasped, squinting angrily. No, Alex smirked. I'm not a hunter. I'm something much worse. A chill ran down Greg's spine. His eyes darted around, and only now did he notice the devil's trap burned into the ground beneath his feet. Everything became clear, the one caught in the trap wasn't the human, it was him. He knew this alley, he'd made dozens of deals here and had always believed it was safe and deserted. But now everything was different. Well then, Greg, Alex said, crouching in front of him. Where's Crowley? Greg gave a hoarse laugh. Ha! You really think you're something just because you hunt us, he rasped, spitting blood. Even if I tell you where Crowley is, the king of hell will turn you inside out. The only ones he'd ever show mercy to are his precious little pets, the Winchester brothers. And you're just a pathetic loser. Alex sighed and shook his head. Then he straightened up abruptly, grabbed Greg by the collar, and landed a punch. Then another. And another. His fists connected with a dull thud against the demon's face as Greg continued to laugh. Spatters of blood flew onto Alex's face and ran down his cheek. But when the laughter didn't stop, Alex lost his patience. He grabbed Greg by the head and slammed his face into the metal dumpster with all his strength. 1, 2, 3. The laughter stopped, replaced by cries of pain. For the first time in a long while, the demon felt pain, real, human, unbearable pain. Alex lifted his head and shoved it straight into the dumpster, then slammed the heavy metal lid shut with all his might. The alley reverberated with the crash. Another slam. And another. Ay. Greg screamed, unable to believe what was happening. He couldn't understand, why. Why did he feel pain, when Alex had no holy water, no salt, no weapon capable of harming a demon? When Alex finally stopped, Greg slid down, his bloody face pressed against the cold metal. It seemed over. But Alex lifted his foot and struck the back of Greg's head with full force. The demon's skull slammed into the side of the dumpster, leaving a dent. Alex's hands, face, and white shirt were drenched in blood, but he didn't even notice. He simply stood there, calmly looking down at the demon. Ready to talk, he asked coldly. Key. Greg spat blood and smirked. Go to hell, you pathetic hunter. Alex calmly lit a cigarette, ignoring the blood covering his shirt, hands, and face. He took a slow drag, exhaling smoke through his nose, then picked up the leather briefcase lying nearby. He brushed off the dust as if nothing unusual had happened. For him, this was nothing new, neither humans, demons, nor other creatures unwilling to speak. Alex knew a simple truth, everyone eventually talks. You just have to know how to make them. Yes, he could have simply read their memories, but he found that boring and tasteless. There were no emotions, no fear, no sense of power. Forcing someone to reveal everything themselves, that was true art. Greg lifted his gaze to Alex, watching him calmly shake off the ash and close the briefcase. He thought he was facing just another hunter, rude, arrogant, one of those who believe that the force of their blows replaces reason. You know, Greg, Alex said, holding the briefcase and slowly exhaling smoke. I like people like you. Want to know why? Key. And why would I please you so much? Greg rasped, spitting blood. Since you asked, I'll share a story, Alex said, almost smiling. You see, I've faced beings that even Crowley and Lucifer would run from, heels flashing. And on my path, I've always met ones like you. Pathetic, self-satisfied, worthless creatures, sure that a drop of power makes them gods. You're ridiculous, Greg. Both worthless and amusing at the same time. He took a drag, letting the smoke escape slowly through his teeth. And you know what's the most interesting part, he continued. You all say the same thing. Different words, same meaning. But in the end, you all start talking. Just not immediately. You have to know how to make them. And believe me, I'm a master at it, better than Crowley. And you, my new friend, will not like that one bit. Alex flicked the cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his boot. Greg listened, and the longer that calm, almost lazy voice went on, the stronger the growing sense of dread became. He remembered Alex saying he was something worse than a hunter. Now he understood, it wasn't bravado. It was the truth. Greg's body trembled. He felt fear. Real fear. The kind he hadn't felt even in hell, when his soul was tortured until it turned black. Alex's face darkened. It was as if the darkness itself gathered around him, sharpening his features. Only the rainbow-bright eyes and a crooked, almost mad smile that bared sharp teeth flashed from the gloom. Greg instinctively stumbled back, then bolted. He didn't think about the trap, didn't think about anything, only running. He managed to take a single step. A pale, unnaturally long hand slid out of the shadow and clamped around his ankle. Where do you think you're going, Greg? Alex's calm voice sounded from behind him. You're a crossroads demon. You like to toy with people's feelings, make deals, so why are you running? Scared. He took a few steps forward, the shadow seemed to follow him, clinging to the ground. We're friends, Greg, he said mockingly. You bought me a drink, you listened to my story, and now you run off. You break my heart, Greg. And I don't like being hurt. Get away from me, monster. Greg howled, kicking at the pale hand. What are you? Go to hell. I've already been there, Alex whispered, stepping closer. And, you know. I liked it. He stepped into the shadow, and when he reappeared before Greg again, his face was twisted in a mad grin. His mouth stretched to impossible width, revealing razor teeth. Before Greg could scream, the leather briefcase crashed into his nose with a dull crack. His head snapped back and struck the concrete. Alex was on top of him. He raised the briefcase and slammed it down again. And again. And again. Each blow landed on the same spot, turning the demon's face into a bloody pulp. When Greg's features became unrecognizable, Alex laid a hand on his forehead, and everything knit back together. Skin healed, bones reset. The demon didn't have time to inhale before the briefcase dropped on his face again. The blows continued, metronomic. Alex felt neither pity nor pleasure, only cold indifference. He knew perfectly well, a crossroads demon is an empty vessel. No soul, no life to pity. He didn't need holy water, salt, or rituals. Alex could inflict pain on any being, even one that lived outside the concepts of time, space, or death itself. He could annihilate everything. And most often he chose the most barbaric method, simple, direct, and brutally honest, beat them until they ceased to exist. Half an hour had passed since Alex began beating Greg. But for a crossroads demon, it felt like an eternity. He even recalled the torments of hell, the same pain that had seared every cell of his being. Yet what he was experiencing now was far worse. This pain didn't tear at his body, it shredded the very foundation of his existence, making him feel as if his soul was cracking at the seams, ready to shatter like thin glass. In hell, the tortures were physical, but now they penetrated deeper, as if the very laws of the universe themselves were trying to rip him apart from within. Alex finally stopped and wiped the blood from his face. His shirt and skin were streaked with crimson, giving him a truly terrifying appearance. The old leather briefcase at his feet had soaked up so much demon blood that it slowly dripped onto the floor. Greg himself was a pitiful sight. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, as if someone had tried to squeeze the juice out of them like fruit. His face was a mess, a crushed nose, sunken eyes, missing teeth, a torn mouth. Looking into the lifeless eyes of the demon, Alex clicked his tongue. Looks like I might have overdone it a bit. What do you think, dear? He asked, glancing over his shoulder. From the shadows behind him, Zhanya slowly stepped forward. She silently observed Greg's mutilated body, then her husband, covered head to toe in blood. For a few seconds she simply stood there, then shook her head slightly, clearly indicating that she didn't consider his actions excessive. Alex just smirked, shrugged, and looked back at the demon, who was making hoarse, gurgling sounds, struggling in vain to breathe. All right, I suppose we'll continue our little chat in the basement, Alex muttered, his gaze thoughtful on Greg. Albert said you know where Crowley is. So, I think it's worth giving you a little time to collect yourself, if you're even still capable of that. He understood that destroying the foundation of a being's existence was a torture beyond words. Even much stronger creatures than the inhabitants of this world rarely endure it without losing their sanity. Alex grabbed Greg by the leg and snapped his fingers. A portal opened in the air before him. Zhangya stepped closer, gently cupped her husband's cheeks, and kissed him on the lips, briefly, but with a warmth that rarely touched her cold eyes. Then she silently returned to his shadow. Alex held his gaze on the shadow for a moment, shook his head, and smirked. Lately, he had noticed that Zhangya spent far too much time alone, either in his shadow or in the Red City, watching the prisoners, hopelessly trying to gain freedom. The other girls often gathered together, laughing, discussing things, while she always remained apart. Perhaps it was time to find her some company. And he already had a suitable candidate in mind. But first, business needed to be finished. He stepped into the portal. When Alex emerged on the other side, the house was silent. He turned his head slightly and met the astonished gazes of Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane. All four were staring not only at him but also at what he held in his hand. Greg, dangling from his grip, looked as if he had been run over by a truck and somehow survived. Lucina let out a heavy sigh, placing a hand on her forehead, while Alice turned slightly away, fully aware that part of this was her fault. She hadn't warned Alex that her family would be dropping by again today. The Cullens silently shifted their gaze between the bloodied Alex and the battered Greg. Alex's blood-soaked appearance caused more than mere confusion, it was frightening. "Oh, how awkward. Looks like I've been caught," Alex said calmly, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue as he looked at them. "This is way more than just awkward," Rosalie spoke first, pointing at Greg. "What's that bloody thing in your hands, or who is it?" "That's Greg. My new friend," Alex replied without a flicker of emotion. "Also, he's a demon." "A demon? Or is that what you call some kind of maniac?" Jasper asked, raising an eyebrow. "A real demon. A crossroads demon. Likes deals, souls, the whole classic setup. Ask Alice, we caught one of these recently, she'll tell you all about it. For now, I'm going to show Greg his new home. After all, he's my new friend, so I must show some hospitality," Alex said in a lazy tone. He smiled. The blood on his face made the smile unnervingly eerie. "Do you treat all your friends like that?" Jane asked calmly, crossing her arms. Alex turned his head toward her, his smile widening. "Only those who can't keep their word." Jane wasn't particularly surprised by the scene. In her 1,000 years of serving the Volturi, she had seen far bloodier sights than this. She had left them only after Carlyle's departure, then, for the first time in a long while, a little light returned to her life. Meeting Jasper changed her completely. She refused human blood and chose to live as a vegetarian, feeding only on animal blood. Noticing her calmness, Alex raised an eyebrow. Jane simply rolled her eyes. Of course, Alex smirked. Greg is quite the friend. Right now, he just needs to answer a few questions, after a cup of tea. I'll be back soon. He grabbed Greg by the leg and dragged him across the floor toward the basement, leaving a trailing bloody streak behind. Lucina glanced at the blood trail, and the corner of her eye twitched nervously. Taking a deep breath, she stood up and went for the mop. The Cullens watched as Lucina methodically set about cleaning with icy focus. She moved with such confidence, as if she had done this many times before. Feeling a slight pang of guilt, Alice joined in, helping to wipe up the spots Lucina missed. 10 minutes later, the floor was spotless once more, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Alex emerged from the basement. "Go take a shower and wash the blood off yourself," Lucina said, leaning on the mop. "I'll burn your clothes for now." "No need," Alex replied lazily. "Too long. I just want some coffee." He snapped his fingers. In an instant, the bloodied clothes and the old leather briefcase turned to ash and vanished. In their place, Alex wore his usual casual home clothes, and all traces of blood on his skin disappeared, as if they had never existed. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Alex flopped into the armchair, propped his feet up on the armrest, and closed his eyes. Alice settled on his stomach, while Lucina brewed coffee so he could gather himself a little. "Well, are you going to tell us where you went and why you needed a crossroads demon?" Rosalie broke the silence first. "I need the self-proclaimed king of hell," Alex replied, opening one eye slightly. "And to reach him, you have to catch his minions." "King of hell? Are you serious?" Emmett asked, frowning. Even for the Cullens, long familiar with the supernatural world, Alex's words sounded almost insane. The existence of demons seemed distant enough, but talks of a king of hell were nothing short of legend. Even Jane, who had lived the longest, knew nothing of such beings. Alex noticed their confusion and looked at Alice. She shrugged innocently, letting him know she hadn't told her family anything yet. "Yes, demons exist. And angels too, Alex continued calmly. Remember the day of the meteor shower? Yeah, and what about it? Emmett asked, crossing his arms. That was the fall of the angels, Lucina answered for him, placing a mug of aromatic coffee in front of Alex. You're joking. Rosalie exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock. Over what? Long story, Alex smirked. There was a whole chain of conspiracies. One angel decided he was the smartest of them all, farted into his own hand, and proclaimed himself the new chief in heaven. Result, civil war and closed gates of paradise. If you want details, he nodded toward the stairs, there's a board in our room with all the investigation. Everything is documented there. The Cullens exchanged glances, stunned by what they'd just heard. Their questions only multiplied. If demons and angels were real, then who, or what, was Alex? How different was he from those he hunted? The answers lay with Alice. While Alex sipped his coffee with pleasure and Lucina gently massaged his head, easing the tension, Alice went upstairs and brought back a large board covered with photographs, clippings, and notes. It held diagrams, fragments of articles, images of ancient symbols, and even photos of Dean and Sam Winchester taken at a police station. The Cullens examined each detail with growing interest, diving deeper into the story Alice had laid out for them. Meanwhile, Alex, comfortably settled in the chair, listened to their voices and allowed himself a brief rest, a rare moment of peace after a long night. To be continued. I'm thinking of doing another time skip and moving on to Samantha's arrival. And leaving Greg's interrogation off-screen. After all, I still need to squeeze in Wednesday and other horror films. And I haven't even shown the Winchester brothers yet. Oh yeah, and before I forget, if you'd like to see a horror film in this arc, feel free to suggest it. I've settled on Friday the 13th, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and Silent Hill for now. I even had some thoughts about the plot of the first Alan Wake game, which would fit in really well. There's darkness there too, and what if this darkness from the Alan Wake game is part of Amara's own power, which has seeped into the world, and so on. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your suggestions. Chapter 486, Another Evening with the Cullen Family. After Alice thoroughly explained to her family what she, Alex, and Lucina had been doing for the past month, the expressions on Emmett's, Rosalie's, Jasper's, and Jane's faces froze in mild shock. What struck them most was how everything was directly connected to Alex's work. For 10 years, they had listened to Alice's stories about her visions, other worlds, and strange creatures, but only now did they realize that none of it was just fantasy. Alex himself had once confirmed that his arrival in their world wasn't accidental but tied to a specific purpose. While Alice enthusiastically explained what they had discovered, Alex sat relaxed in his chair, enjoying the way Lucina gently massaged his head. His gaze casually drifted across the Cullens' faces, a mix of astonishment, curiosity, and faint horror. He even caught himself thinking that Carlisle had probably been deliberately shielding his family from the true supernatural world. Even Jane, who had lived for 1,000 years and once served the Volturi, now preferred to keep her distance from the life she once knew. Alex didn't blame Carlisle, in fact, he mentally gave him 5 stars for wisdom. Because of that, the Cullen family lived in peace, unlike other vampire clans wandering the world with hollow eyes and empty souls. The conversation about Alice's, and Lucina's discoveries dragged on. Alice answered dozens of questions, about cursed places, demons, angels, and why Alex was searching for someone named Crowley, known as the King of Hell. Alice tried to avoid the topic, but Alex saved her by telling them about an ancient book of curses owned by Crowley's mother. That only led to more questions, and the evening slowly turned into an informal, campfire night, with scary stories. Eventually, everyone moved to the gazebo in the backyard, where Alex fired up the grill. Emmett and Jasper each held a beer bottle, helping him cook the meat, while the girls settled in the gazebo, but the discussion continued. So that's why you're so obsessed with those cursed places, said Emmett, flipping the meat so it wouldn't burn. Something like that, Alex replied, taking a sip from his can. But right now, I'm interested in just a few specific places. And what places are those? Jasper asked, turning toward him. First, Mount Massive Asylum. It was shut down after the patients rioted. But in reality, they were conducting human experiments there. Details are scarce, everything's classified, the documents destroyed. Then there's the Abaddon Hotel, and a couple of towns, Springwood and Derry. I might be interested in the towns, Rosalie drawled, leaning against the gazebo railing, but why the old asylum and that crumbling hotel? Because I think that's where the red door is, Alex answered seriously, crushing the empty can in his hand. And if it's there, nothing good will come of it. The red door. Emmett frowned. Sounds creepy. And why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? You have, Alice interjected, hopping onto Alex's lap. I painted it, remember? Wait, you mean that painting with the bright red door and the blood seeping out from underneath? Rosalie shuddered. That's your most disgusting work, honestly. At her words, everyone else remembered that very painting. Even as vampires, they had felt an eerie, sticky sense of dread just looking at it. Back then, they all begged Alice to hide it, and though she did so reluctantly, she eventually agreed. Alex looked at Alice questioningly, but she only smiled and shrugged. The painting was hidden, but she wouldn't say where. Alex quietly whispered in her ear that he'd like to add that piece to his collection of creepy things in the Red City. Alice eagerly agreed. So what exactly is this red door? Jane asked, leaning on Jasper's shoulder. The red door only appears to those who've experienced strong negative emotions, despair, hopelessness, guilt, Lucina explained, lighting a cigarette. It leads to a realm where the nightmares of the one who opened it become real. In essence, it's a gateway to a personal hell. I kind of get it, but kind of don't, Emmett muttered, scratching his head thoughtfully. Want me to show you? Alex offered, lazily shrugging. You planning to take me to a cursed place? Emmett snorted. I mean, I'm all for adventure, but dude, I'm not going on a date with you. Sorry, not my type. And Rosalie won't be too happy if you grab my hand when a monster shows up. He burst out laughing, and the others joined in. Even Lucina smiled faintly, exhaling a stream of smoke toward the sky. After Emmett's remark, everyone stared at him with blank expressions while he smugly flipped the meat on the grill, occasionally throwing mocking glances at Alex. A good-natured smile appeared on Alex's face, but his eyes clearly betrayed the urge to stab the grilling fork straight into Emmett's leg. Emmett caught that look instantly, grabbed the long fork, and hid it behind his back, perfectly aware that one wrong word, and the metal would end up in his thigh. But even if Alex decided not to resort to violence, he always had a reliable ally, Alice. And she seemed to be waiting for just that. With a sly smile, Alice lifted her delicate leg and kicked Emmett square in the back with surprising force. He toppled forward, tumbled a few times, and landed face first in the grass. Alice huffed, as if she'd done something completely ordinary, then hugged Alex and whispered that she'd go on any date with him, even to a cursed place, as long as they didn't have to bring that muscle-bound gorilla along. Rosalie struggled to hold back laughter as she helped her husband get up. Emmett spat out a few blades of grass that had gotten into his mouth and, as if nothing had happened, returned to the grill. The others were now laughing openly. Actually, we don't have to go anywhere, said Alex, shaking his head and glancing at Emmett. I can show you the red door right here. And how are you going to do that? Jasper asked, raising an eyebrow. Show us a video. Or maybe send your drone to a cursed place. No, Alex replied with a faint smile. Janya will help with that. The four Cullens exchanged puzzled looks before turning toward Alex's shadow. The shadow stirred as if coming alive, began to distort, and soon took on the outline of a girl with long black hair. A pale, blood-stained hand emerged from the darkness. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane instinctively took a step back. A moment later, Janya fully stepped out of the shadow, pale, fragile-looking, yet radiating such a suffocating presence that even vampires felt instinctive fear. Alice, still sitting on Alex's lap, cheerfully waved at her. Janya gave a faint nod in return, which was more than enough for Alice. She knew perfectly well what Janya truly was. Alex gently took the girl's hand, slightly suppressing the terrifying aura emanating from her. Even restraining almost all her influence, he knew that her mere presence could drive a weak-willed person insane. Here it is, the red door, Alex said quietly, as blood began to seep from beneath Janya's feet, spreading across the ground in a thin line. The puddle widened, and soon a tall, cracked door emerged from it, its paint peeling, streaked with something dark and dried. If anyone wants to take a look, Alex added calmly, do it quickly. Few ever come back from there willingly. The vampires fell silent. Their supernatural senses clearly warned them that the door radiated something alien and dangerous. Rosalie instinctively took a step back, moving closer to Lucina. Jane frowned, showing no intention of approaching. Emmett, however, couldn't resist. Curiosity and foolish courage got the better of him. Come on, it can't be that bad, he muttered, walking up to the door. He reached for the handle. It was sticky, covered in dried blood. A sharp metallic smell hit his nose, but to his surprise, it didn't trigger his bloodlust. Slowly, he turned the handle and opened the door. A rasping, guttural sound came from within, making everyone's hair stand on end. Before Emmett could even blink, the door swung open from the inside. Beyond it lay the dark, crimson-lit streets of the Red City. Standing on the threshold was a woman with long black hair hiding her face, dressed in a torn white gown stained with blood. Horrid, grinding noises escaped from her chest, and with every step came the sound of cracking bones. Emmett froze. Even his vampire courage faltered. The woman slowly lifted her head, and for a moment, everyone saw her eyes, filled with indescribable rage. Kayako, don't even think about it, Alex said calmly, still holding Janya's hand. The sound stopped. A dead silence filled the air. The rage in Kayako's eyes vanished instantly the moment her gaze fell upon Alex and Janya, who stood before her with calm, composed expressions. The hoarse, guttural sound coming from her throat ceased at once. She smoothed down her torn dress, folded her hands neatly over her stomach, and, with a grace that seemed almost out of place for a ghost, bowed politely. Then Kayako quietly closed the red door behind her. Alex knew that within the Red City, Kayako was slowly regaining her sanity. She was no longer the deranged spirit she had once become after death, but she was still not someone to be trifled with. Rosalie, Jasper, Jane, and the stunned Emmett stood in silence, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Just moments ago, Emmett thought he had accidentally unleashed a furious female ghost from the underworld, and now he'd seen how one calm word from Alex made her bow and vanish as if nothing had occurred. The red door soon melted away into a pool of blood, and Janya, like a shadow, silently slipped back into Alex's darkness. I didn't mess up, did I? Emmett asked cautiously, scratching the back of his head. No, it's fine, Alex replied calmly with a faint smile. These ghosts are generally obedient. There are a few, particularly unruly ones, but most behave themselves. Who was she? Rosalie asked, unable to hide her unease. Why did she become a ghost? Alex sighed. A long story. Her husband, he paused for a moment, choosing his words. He was a miserable bastard. Weak, jealous, and insecure. Kayako once loved another man back in college and occasionally wrote him letters, just to remember the past. But her husband found her notes and, instead of talking, beat her nearly to death. In the end, he pushed her down the stairs. Then, deciding that their son Toshio wasn't his child, he drowned the boy. Rosalie clenched her fists. Since then, a curse known as Kayako was born, Alex continued. Anyone who crosses the threshold of her house is marked. A curse is born where death intertwines with rage and despair. And when someone dies consumed by that darkness, a new shadow is born. Kayako is just one such embodiment. Her victims, he paused again. Let's just say the number is in the hundreds. And if she marks you, you'll die, no matter where you are. Rosalie lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with suppressed fury. Another woman with a shattered fate. I understand her. When something like that happened to me, I killed everyone who was responsible. And I don't regret it. Only, now I regret doing it too quickly. Alex chuckled softly. Ah, Rosie-chan. He said. Too bad we didn't meet earlier. I would have shown you how to deal with bastards properly, slowly, with feeling, with soul. Heh. But if you think about it, you have something now that you didn't before, a husband who loves and protects you. Like Buchan said, everything that happens to us is part of our path. Even if the past was dark, there's always something in the future worth smiling for. Just look at Emmett, aren't you glad you met him? Rosalie couldn't help but smile as she looked at Emmett, who immediately flexed his muscles to show how strong a protector he was. His goofy but genuine grin made her laugh. All regrets about the past faded away. Once, she had cursed her fate as a vampire, but now she knew that thanks to Alex, she and Emmett might even have a chance at children. Rosalie laughed brightly and smacked Emmett's stomach. Idiot, she said warmly. Alex watched her, a small smile playing on his lips. He knew that of all the Cullens, Rosalie had drawn the bitterest fate. But he also knew much about the others, about how Alice, for example, had erased the horrors of the asylum her father had sent her to by forgetting her past entirely. And while Alice herself no longer remembered, Alex remembered everything. He was also waiting for one thing, a meeting with a vampire named James. The very hunter who had once pursued Alice. At the thought of it, his lips stretched into a predatory smile, and his eyes darkened, losing all light. Alex. Emmett asked cautiously. I don't know what you're thinking right now, but your smile, and your eyes, it's scary. Alex blinked, as if snapping out of his thoughts. His face quickly returned to its usual expression. Just thinking, he said casually, clearing his throat. But no one believed him. Especially Alice, who squinted, studying his gaze. After 10 years of visions, she had learned to read Alex almost like an open book, and she knew he was hiding something. Lucina, standing nearby, noticed the same thing. She had seen that look more than once, empty, soulless, appearing only when it concerned someone close to them. While Alice teased Alex about his creepy smile, Lucina just sighed. She understood, it was all about Alice. She decided that later, when they were alone, she would find out exactly what he was planning. Once all the chaos with ghosts, curses, and other mystical events finally settled, the conversation smoothly shifted to lighter, calmer topics, memories of the past. Sitting by the grill and sharing stories, Alex couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing how Emmett became a vampire. He wasn't laughing because Emmett had nearly died from a bear attack, but because of how Rosalie recounted that Emmett had called her an angel descended from the heavens, and how he had been glad to become a vampire just to be near her. Emmett frowned at Alex's laughter and tried to hit him, but Alex skillfully dodged and ran around the grill, laughing and repeating the romantic lines Emmett had once said while courting Rosalie. Lucina, Alice, and Rosalie, watching the scene, could barely contain their laughter. Their husbands were behaving like children. Then Lucina, smiling, decided not to be outdone and told an awkward story about Alex himself, about his date with Hestia, which had been chased by a whole crowd of goddesses trying to stick their noses where they didn't belong. She mentioned in detail how Alex had to turn into a child to escape and how he distracted the pursuers so Hestia could safely go home. Hearing this, Emmett burst into loud laughter, almost falling while chasing Alex. Now Alex was chasing him, holding a stick and shouting threats and playful insults. Jasper, sitting slightly apart and quietly chuckling, thought he would escape such a fate. But Jane, noticing his satisfied expression, just smirked and moved closer to the girls. Joining Rosalie, Alice, and Lucina, she began sharing the most awkward moments from Jasper's life. When Alex and Emmett heard that it was now Jasper's turn, they looked at him in unison, and he looked as if the ground had vanished beneath his feet. In the end, it turned into a scene where the girls competed to tell funny stories about their husbands, while Alex, Emmett, and Jasper sat aside, shifting with laughter and teasing each other about who was the bigger loser. But the fun was quickly interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up. The men exchanged glances, and, as if on cue, dashed inside the house to watch the scene unfold from within. They knew perfectly well who had arrived. Edward was bringing Bella home. Missing the scene was out of the question. The trio stepped out onto the porch and settled in comfortably, watching Edward gallantly help Bella out of the car. At that moment, Charlie came out of the house, holding a shotgun. The drama reached its peak. Bella froze, seeing her father with the weapon, and Edward instantly went pale, even for a vampire. Alex, wasting no time, grabbed a bag of popcorn and passed a handful to Emmett and Jasper. The trio stifled laughter as they watched the movie unfold. Edward's expression at that moment could be described as a mix of panic and terror. He clearly had no idea what to do. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Alex, Emmett, and Jasper on the porch, chewing popcorn and observing him like sports commentators. Seeing him glance their way, the trio simultaneously gave him thumbs up, as if to say, "You've got this." Probably. Charlie, meanwhile, listened to Bella's indignant words but kept his eyes on Edward. Even though Edward was a vampire, he felt uneasy standing next to Bella's father with a hunting rifle. Bella, blushing, barely managed to drag Charlie back into the house, reassuring him that everything was fine. Before the door slammed, Charlie threw Edward one more warning look. Alex barely managed to stop himself from facepalming. After all, he had literally spoken to Charlie earlier that day, asking him to act like a caring father, but apparently, Charlie had taken it far too literally. Bella exhaled heavily, feeling both irritation and embarrassment. She was about to say something to Edward when she noticed Alex, Emmett, and Jasper on the neighboring porch with popcorn, nodding approvingly and clearly enjoying the show. This only made Bella blush harder, and she buried her face in her hands. Edward, trying not to smile, stepped closer and gently hugged her. The embrace didn't last long. He was still struggling to suppress his thirst, especially feeling her heartbeat and that intoxicating scent. Letting go of Bella, he quietly said he'd come by again tomorrow, and, gathering the last of his self-control, kissed her on the lips. Bella looked as if she wished the moment could last forever. After saying goodbye, she went inside, where a furious father with the shotgun awaited and a long conversation ensued. Alex, Emmett, and Jasper, watching the doors close, high-fived in unison, and Alex smirked. Edward made it. This time. After Bella disappeared inside, Edward was about to leave, but Alex called out to him and invited him to join the group. After all, they could still be considered friends, even if Alex liked teasing him, calling him the vampire with bipolar disorder. Edward saw no reason to refuse and agreed. Besides, the Cullen family often gathered at Alex's place. It always had a cozy, almost human-like atmosphere. When they returned to the backyard, Emmett, glowing with excitement, couldn't resist immediately telling the girls what had just happened. Hearing that Charlie had threatened Edward with a shotgun, the girls laughed heartily, and Rosalie nearly choked from laughing. But the laughter quickly turned to curiosity. Everyone was eager to know how the date had gone. After all, since Edward had started spending time with Bella, he had finally stopped acting like the gloomy, depressive melancholic he had been for so many years. Now, something alive, something human, had awakened in him. When the conversation turned to Edward's confession that he was a vampire, Rosalie crossed her arms and said seriously, "This isn't for you to decide, Edward, whether Bella becomes a vampire or not. That's her choice. Don't forget that our life now isn't all that different from a human one. And remember what our local demon king told you, we have a soul. I'm sure Bella will make her choice herself and tell you when she's ready." Edward frowned, staring at his beer bottle, and muttered, "I still don't want to do it." Alex, sitting nearby, sighed heavily and lit a cigarette. "Listen, it's better if you turn her yourself than let her find another way. Trust me, I know Bella. Once she decides something, she won't stop." So just talk to her about it. Right now, you're at the beginning of your relationship, enjoy this time. Make memories with her. Talk about anything except vampires. And when you realize she's ready, just be a man. Get down on one knee, take out a ring, and say, Bella, are you ready to spend eternity with me? No philosophical suffering about monsters and morals. Alice, sitting next to him, wrapped her arms around Alex's neck and smiled. Maybe it's too early to talk about eternity, but Alex is right. Let everything happen in its own time. I waited for him for 10 years. And now, I have the best husband in the world, who loves and spoils me. And even 4 wonderful daughters. She gently kissed Alex on the cheek, and the others smiled. Edward nodded thoughtfully. The very thought of losing Bella caused him pain, the same pain he had long forgotten. His dead heart seemed to come alive for a moment, painfully contracting. Alex hoped that Edward would finally stop acting like a martyr, endlessly insisting he didn't want Bella to become a monster. All this did was hurt them both. And now, with a spiritual connection established between them, they could no longer be far apart. Their fates were intertwined, literally. To prove it, Alex raised his hand and approached Edward. Edward looked at him in surprise, unsure of what he was doing. Alex placed his palm over Edward's eyes, and for a moment, everything around him vanished. Edward saw a scarlet thread stretching from his chest to Bella's house, right into her room. When Alex removed his hand, Edward looked stunned. The others exchanged confused glances, not understanding what had happened. Hey, what are you doing there? Emmett chuckled. Are you trying to blind our brother? No, Alex replied calmly, rolling his eyes. I just showed him the red thread of fate that connects him and Bella. Oh, do Emmett and I have one too? Rosalie asked curiously, tilting her head. Alex sighed heavily. Rosie, are you serious? Or did your brain suddenly turn to jelly? I'm just asking, she said, rolling her eyes. I'm curious how it looks. Alex shrugged and, not wanting to argue, repeated the same gesture. In an instant, Rosalie gasped, a scarlet thread stretched from her wrist, connecting her to Emmett. Removing his hand, Alex smirked, watching their astonished faces. Well, if anyone else wants to check their fate, step right up, he said with a grin. But Jane, Jasper, and Emmett shook their heads simultaneously. Even without any threads, it was clear who was connected to whom. Meanwhile, Edward continued gazing toward Bella's house, where his thread of fate stretched. After midnight, Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, Jane, and Edward said their goodbyes to Alex and headed home. Once the door closed behind them, Alex, Lucina, and Alice quickly tidied up the backyard before heading to bed. But instead of going upstairs, Alex went down to the basement to check on Albert and Greg. He deliberately positioned Albert so that he could see what had happened to Greg, a subtle warning of what awaited him if he proved useless or refused to reveal Crowley's location. Once he was satisfied everything was under control, Alex left Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap to keep watch over the prisoners. Honestly, they didn't care how they spent their time, as long as there was internet and electricity. The mountains of snack wrappers scattered across the floor were just part of the work atmosphere. After tossing Albert a few threatening but friendly parting words, Alex went upstairs. But no sooner had he approached the bed than someone grabbed his hands and, before he could react, pinned him to the mattress. The next morning, Alex woke to someone persistently poking his nose. Opening his eyes, he met bright blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Long black hair braided into twin pigtails and a wide grin, it could only be Hestia, who had decided to wake him and make breakfast. Seeing the goddess first thing in the morning, Alex just smiled, the day promised to be wonderful. He hugged Hestia tightly and kissed her on the cheek. She giggled, snuggling into him in response. After a little playful lying around together, they finally got up, Alex went to wash up, and Hestia followed as usual, helping him straighten his face, massaging his cheeks and forehead so his expression didn't look too stern. When they finished, Alex quickly kissed the goddess, making her braids bounce cheerfully. Hestia, beaming, dragged him downstairs to show off the breakfast she had made with all her love. Alex had always enjoyed Hestia's cheerful nature, she rarely felt sad or angry. Her kindness and warm energy lifted everyone around her. She seated Alex at the table and, resting her chin in her hands, watched him eat like a child awaiting praise. She had recently been learning to cook from Irina, and judging by the taste, her progress was impressive. Alex ate with delight, nodding with a satisfied smile, while Hestia's eyes shone ever brighter. As they had breakfast with Alice and Lucina, the goddess and the girl chatted nonstop, filling the house with light and laughter. Alex wasn't surprised that Alice and Hestia quickly became friends, both were sincere and emotional, easily finding common ground with anyone. When it was time to head to school, Alice and Hestia hugged like old friends. Alex only intended to lean in and give the goddess a goodbye kiss, but Hestia had her own ideas. She leapt onto him, wrapping her legs around his waist, cupped his face in her hands, and planted a firm kiss before jumping into the opening portal. The portal closed, leaving a faint golden shimmer behind. Hestia, as always, one big bundle of cheerfulness, Alex chuckled, looking at the spot where the goddess had just been. Yeah, she's amazing. And how should I put this? Alice said, placing a finger on her lips as if searching for the right words. Friendly. Lucina guessed, stepping out of the house. Almost. She's like a sister and a mother to everyone, Alice replied thoughtfully. That's what a goddess of the hearth is for, Alex said with a soft smile, closing the door. Being around her makes you feel like you're home. Alice nodded, fully agreeing with him. Even so, she appreciated Hestia's presence. The goddess left behind a sense of warmth and comfort, as if the house had become a little brighter. As they approached the Impala, Alex and the girls noticed Edward arriving to pick up Bella for school. Alex, still in a good mood, waved at him with a light smile and got behind the wheel. This unexpected cheerfulness confused Edward. He was used to seeing Alex as someone who would never miss a chance to tease him, and here he was, smiling and calm. But Alex paid no attention to the glances around him. With Lucina and Alice, he got in the car and headed to school. They arrived quickly. Alex stepped out, inhaled the cool morning air, and smiled. The day promised to be good. When he spotted the Cullens, he waved to them and, accompanied by the girls, headed toward his friends. Of course, this behavior did not go unnoticed. Everyone was used to seeing Alex's expression indifferent to school, lessons, or crowds of teenagers. His smile and calm demeanor even surprised the vampires. What's gotten into you this morning? Where's that usual look of someone who'd rather be anywhere else? Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow. Hestia stopped by this morning. That's why he's so cheerful, Lucina replied, leaning on Alex's shoulder. Wait, the real Hestia? The little goddess with blue eyes and braids? Rosalie asked, crossing her arms in surprise. That's her. Alice confirmed with a smile. She's radiant. As soon as she appeared, the house seemed alive. I don't even know how to explain it, but her presence was simply wonderful. That's what a goddess is for, Jane noted, holding Jasper's hand. Or is it just her, not the other gods? Depends on the god, Alex smirked. Take Loki, for example. You know she's tricking you, but there's nothing you can do about it. She's very playful, but don't gamble with her. Once, I had to remind a couple of gods that losses should be accepted with dignity. Or I'll help them accept it, personally. Everyone laughed. For the vampires, gods were still something distant and almost mythical, so no one pressed further. Just before the bell rang, Alex received a message on his phone, from Loki. I'm offended, she wrote. Looks like this little one brought you more joy than I did. So I'll just take a bottle of wine from Valhalla. Since you traded me for the shrimp. Alex just smirked. He knew perfectly well that Loki was simply looking for an excuse to get some wine. He replied with a heart emoji. A minute later, a photo arrived, Loki in a seductive pose, wearing her trademark mischievous smile. Alex, of course, saved the picture in his private collection. Lucina, noticing him put the phone away, squinted. Loki. Yep, Alex replied briefly. No further questions were asked. Lucina's expression said it all. The school day passed surprisingly calmly. The only notable event was Bella sitting at the main table with the Cullens for the first time. Edward himself had invited her. She looked a little embarrassed, but Alice and Rosalie quickly helped her relax. When classes ended, Alex suggested a trip to Port Angeles, a walk for the whole group, now that Bella was officially part of their circle. No one objected, especially Bella, who wanted to get to know Edward's family better. However, once the group reached a clothing store, the guys faced the oldest and most terrifying fate of all men, waiting while the girls tried on outfits. Fortunately, Alex had planned ahead. He pulled out several portable gaming consoles, and soon all the guys were absorbed in playing, occasionally glancing up to answer questions like, "So, does this look good on me?" By now, each of them had learned to give only the right answers to avoid consequences. After the store, everyone headed to a local diner. While the girls chatted about their own matters, the guys continued playing, not bothering them. Even Edward, to everyone's surprise, looked calm and let Bella freely interact with the others. He was already thinking about the moment he would invite Bella to his home to meet his parents. And now, after spending time with Alice, Rosalie, and Jane, Bella genuinely felt more at ease being part of their strange but close-knit family. To be continued. I'm still thinking about which horror movie plots to add. But I think I'll decide soon, and then I'll move on, either in between the Twilight plot, or I'll finish it after the baseball game. But I think the first thing after that will be a small supernatural plot element, and then I'll move on. Chapter 487, just an ordinary Friday among friends. After Bella became part of the group, she gradually began to get used to her new circle of friends, even if she still remained the shy and uncertain girl she had always been. When Bella first sat at the shared table, she was too shy to join the conversation, answered questions timidly, and often lowered her gaze. Despite the fact that she had already gotten along quite well with Lucina and Alice, communicating with the others was still difficult for her. But the hyperactive pixie in a vampire's body quickly melted her awkwardness, practically dragging Bella out of her shell of shyness. Rosalie and Jane accepted Bella calmly, showing no prejudice toward the fact that she was human. Since then, Bella had spent a lot of time with everyone, taking part in joint walks, trips to Port Angeles, and other small adventures that brought them even closer together. Following Alex's advice, Charlie finally switched into caring father mode. To his surprise, he noticed that his daughter had become more open and talkative. Bella started to tell him about her school days, walks, and friends. It made him happy, even though he still struggled with the idea that his daughter had a boyfriend. Now their evening routine looked the same. Edward brought Bella home, Charlie stepped outside with his shotgun, glaring at the boy, and the embarrassed Bella smiled as she pushed her father back inside so he wouldn't scare her suitor. As funny as it looked, these little scenes actually helped Charlie reconnect with his daughter and feel like her father again. Alex's life also returned to its usual rhythm. In the morning, breakfast cooked by one of his wives, then a descent into the basement to ask a few questions to the crossroads demon named Albert, and only after that, a trip to school. The other demon, Greg, turned out to be useless. He didn't know where Crowley was. As a result, Albert had to endure the company of Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap all day long, and by the end of the 6th hour of that madness, he gave up another demon's name, one who might know where Crowley was hiding. Over the next few days, Alex dragged 4 more demons into his basement, all based on leads from the tormented Albert, who was ready to tell everything just to have some peace. Meanwhile, Alex was texting Samantha, who was finishing up her business and preparing to move in with him. He asked how her friends were dealing with the aftermath of that night and whether they were still haunted by nightmares. As he expected, Josh's parents had once again sent their son to a therapist. Josh admitted he only wanted to prank his friends as payback for the past and voluntarily agreed to undergo therapy, this time without medication. Hannah was also recovering. Her parents insisted on therapy sessions, but since she didn't remember anything from the time she was a Wendigo, the psychiatrists concluded that her mind had simply suppressed those terrible memories, and perhaps it was for the best. The parents of Josh and Hannah didn't know what had really happened on Blackwood Mountain and believed the story about a maniac who had kept their daughter locked up for a year. Mike, Jessica, Chris, Ashley, Matt, and Emily were also attending therapy. After all, not everyone gets to face real monsters. Samantha, however, didn't need therapy sessions. Thanks to Alex's protection and the memories she had seen, she accepted the supernatural world calmly and simply went on with her life, preparing to move to Forks. During the capture of one of the demons, Alex came across some interesting information. The captured demon had been sent to look for Rowena, a powerful witch and Crowley's mother. However, by the time Alex found him, there wasn't much left of the demon, and Rowena had already managed to disappear. Almost immediately after that discovery, Regan Leaf contacted him, asking Alex to find the Book of the Damned, just to see what it looked like. Naturally, Alex couldn't refuse one of his Valkyries and began searching for traces of Rowena. Without using his full power, it wasn't easy, but he wasn't in a hurry. Sooner or later, their paths would cross. Nevertheless, the death of the demon sent by Crowley to find Rowena made Alex frown, because that one had surely known where his master was. Alex needed a meeting with Amara, the embodiment of darkness. He wanted to persuade her to join his side and play a role in a small performance meant to lure out Chuck, who had been hiding in his own private dimension ever since Amara's release. That made the search especially difficult. Chuck was hiding within a fold between dimensions, and if Alex so much as used his power to locate him, Chuck would instantly sense the interference and flee, erasing all traces of his presence. A week passed like that. And then came Friday. It was already long past dusk. Alex, Alice, and Lucina had returned from school a few hours earlier, had dinner, and were now resting in the living room. Throughout the entire week leading up to Friday, Alex felt his irritation steadily growing. He still couldn't find what he was looking for. Not that it surprised him, Crowley had always been smart and cunning. He knew perfectly well what to tell his subordinates and what secrets were better taken to the grave. Now Alex was sitting in the dimly lit basement of his house, facing the crossroads demon named Albert. The demon looked pitiful, there was nothing left of the once arrogant and confident fiend. At his feet lay the body of another demon, a gaping hole in its chest. The same one whose name Albert had given him not long ago. It turned out that this demon had been nothing more than a low-level escapee from hell, enjoying his brief freedom, until his encounter with Alex. Albert stared at the corpse at his feet, swallowing a lump of fear, fully aware of what awaited him next. Unlike the other demons Alex had dragged into the basement, he wouldn't face physical torture, but something far worse. Mental torment. The kind that no demon could survive. Alex slowly lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled a thin stream of smoke toward the ceiling. His leg twitched slightly, irritation was building. With each passing day, Albert grew more useless, weaker. The once feared Crossroads demon had become nothing more than a trembling prisoner, flinching at every sound. It was a miracle he hadn't gone mad yet, having witnessed his comrades die in this very basement. Some were devoured by creatures from the Red City, others, by Davitha's demons, consumed by Zhanya herself. "Hey, Albert. Are you even listening to me?" "Give me the damn name," said Alex, slapping the demon across the face. I don't know." Albert stammered. "I already told you every name I could remember. I swear, I don't know. I don't care. I need names, Albert." Alex's voice dropped lower, darker, more dangerous. "Stop wasting my time. You gave me 7 names, and only one of them knew where Crowley was. But Rowena killed him. So, one more time. The name, Albert." The demon swallowed hard. His memory was blank, his thoughts tangled, his fear crushing his mind. He could feel it, this wasn't a man sitting before him. The being across from him was nightmare incarnate, living horror wrapped in human form. When Albert failed to answer, the darkness behind Alex began to shift. The air trembled as dozens of crimson eyes and twisted, fanged mouths opened in the shadows. Alex's face distorted, swallowed by an impenetrable gloom where only faint traces of human features remained. Albert shuddered. He knew that the demons who had died here hadn't simply vanished, they had been consumed. Their screams still echoed faintly in the walls of the basement. Then, from the darkness behind Alex, emerged the elegant figure of a woman in a crimson dress. Pale skin, blood-red eyes, and delicate hands wrapping around Alex's neck. Her presence was like the breath of death itself. Albert froze, he knew that if he didn't give a name now, he would end up in her hands. The shadows crept closer to his feet. The eyes within them stared hungrily, and the mouths made sickening chewing noises, as if savoring the thought of his soul. "W. Wilson Henley." Albert screamed. "A demon named Wilson Henley. He works for Crowley. Sometimes handles the dirty jobs." "Are you absolutely sure about that, Albert?" Alex's voice came out distorted, inhuman. Albert couldn't look away, he only nodded frantically, praying they'd just kill him instead of feeding him to the hungry shadows. And suddenly, the darkness receded. In the basement, the creak of a door and light footsteps on the wooden stairs echoed. Alex's face returned to its usual expression, the shadows dissipated, and a soft, almost kind smile appeared on his lips. A second later, Alice descended into the basement. Seeing Alex, she ran up joyfully, hugged him by the shoulders, and, as always, ignored the demon's presence. Over the past few days, she had seen too many of them to pay attention. "What's going on, Alice?" Alex asked calmly, looking at her. "Do you need me for something?" "Hee, of course I need you," she smiled, pressing her cheek against his. "Did you forget? We're all waiting for you. We're going out, Mr. Investigator. Or did you forget that too? So finish your little chat with this poor guy and come upstairs." "Of course, I'll be up soon," Alex replied with a slight smile. "Just need to ask a couple more questions, and that's it." "Just don't make us wait," Alice said, giving him a quick peck on the cheek and already moving toward the stairs. After kissing Alex, she went upstairs with a light smile, almost skipping up the steps. She knew Alex's true nature, just like the other girls. They all understood that he didn't hide his dark side to seem better or out of fear of scaring them. No. Alex did it so that, in their eyes, he would remain the one who smiles, not the monster he truly was. Once the basement door closed behind Alice, the kind, loving smile vanished from Alex's face, along with the warm gaze that had still held tenderness moments ago. In its place came an eerie silence. Albert, watching, cursed himself once again and the day he agreed to sell his soul. Back then, he thought he would gain power, strength, wealth, but his path ended in hell, where he became a demon. Had he known it would end this way, he would have preferred to die an ordinary human, of old age or poverty, rather than end up in the hands of such a monster. "So, where were we?" Alex said calmly. "Ah, yes, Wilson Henley. Who is he? What does he do? Where can I find him?" "He's a private detective," Albert stammered, afraid of stumbling over his words. "But he hides behind the cover of being a hunter. In reality, he carries out Crowley's orders whenever he needs someone found." Wilson Henley caught everyone Crowley pointed out. "Are you sure about that?" Alex squinted. "Why yes. Absolutely sure. He has his own agency as a cover. He's not hard to find." Albert nodded hastily. "I hope that's true, Albert," Alex said in a cold tone. "Because if I don't find Crowley, or at least Rowena, you know how this will end. Summoning another Crossroads demon is no problem for me. But for now, you're useful, so live. Stop being useful." Alex leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I won't mind feeding you to my wife's pets. They're just getting hungry." The darkness behind Alex stirred, thickening as if alive. From it, dozens of crimson eyes full of madness and hunger stared at Albert. Twisted mouths with sharp teeth stretched into bloody grins, and red fluid dripped from the fangs. It was a horrifying reminder of what awaited him if he failed. Albert nodded frantically, muttering that he would remember more names, begging not to be fed to those creatures. Alex just smirked and stood up from the chair, leaving the demon alone. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Claptrap took a short break from the interrogations, claiming that they also needed a weekend, otherwise, according to them, they would stage a rebellion and file a complaint with the union that they themselves had founded. When Alex stepped outside, Albert let out a heavy sigh. He knew he had to urgently recall the names of the demons that could be useful, otherwise, he would become food for the beings dwelling in the darkness. Alex closed the basement door behind him and looked at Lucina and Alice. Both were already dressed and ready to go. Lucina wore tight jeans, a black leather jacket, and a white blouse. Alice wore beige pants, a white blouse, and a black women's blazer. A clutch bag hung from her shoulder. Seeing Alex, Alice immediately grabbed his hand and began practically pushing him out of the house, saying that everyone's been waiting for ages. Lucina laughed and nudged him from behind, as everyone knew perfectly well why he had stayed behind again. Outside, Rosalie and Jasper were standing near their car. Jane and Jasper sat inside. Edward and Bella waited next to Edward's car. "Dude, what took you so long? We've been standing here for half an hour." Emmett shouted, pointing at his watch. "Had some things to do," Alex replied lazily, rolling his eyes. "Unlike some people, I happen to be a busy guy, by the way." Everyone understood exactly what kind of things he meant, except Bella. Unfamiliar with anything supernatural, she looked curiously at Edward, but he just shook his head. Bella knew the Cullens often visited Alex, but she hadn't been told about most of the conversations that happened in his house. After greeting everyone, Alex, Lucina, and Alice got into the Impala, preparing to head to Port Angeles for a group outing. As the cars were about to move, all the Cullens suddenly looked in the same direction. Alex noticed Alice tensing and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What's going on?" he asked. "It's time for us to go," Alice said, pressing her lips together. "I don't want anyone later saying we trespassed on those dogs' territory." Alex raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding what Alice meant. Just then, a beige pickup drove past on the road. Recognizing it, Alex mentally sighed. It was Billy Black, probably heading to Charlie's to have a beer and watch a sports game on TV. Alex hadn't dealt with the Quileute clan yet and, frankly, had no intention to. He didn't want to get involved in unnecessary conflicts, so he started the engine and drove off first, waving for the others to follow him. The Cullens weren't eager to linger and accidentally run into anyone from the clan either. Everyone knew such a meeting could lead to unnecessary tension. As Alex drove past Billy's truck, their eyes met for a brief second. Alex barely nodded before continuing. Jacob, sitting next to his father, looked like a lost puppy upon seeing Bella in Edward's car. Billy, meanwhile, watched the Cullen convoy, his eyes narrowing. He stared intently, warily. The Cullens returned the same look. Bella, not understanding what was happening, noticed Edward suddenly tensing and accelerating the car. "Edward, what's wrong?" she asked quietly, but he just shook his head, saying nothing. Bella frowned. After all, it was just Billy, her father's friend. So why had Edward's expression changed so suddenly? She hadn't even noticed that Jacob was sitting next to Billy, since all her attention was focused on Edward. The drive to Port Angeles was short. The town was close enough to visit just for a walk. After parking the cars, the group decided to first stop at a pizzeria. After the unexpected encounter with Billy, everyone wanted a little distraction. They took a table in the corner, away from prying eyes. After ordering pizza, everyone relaxed, though Bella was still trying to figure out what had happened with Edward. Alex, noticing Alice frown, gently stroked her hair, as if silently saying, "Don't worry." Alice smiled, her mood lifting noticeably when her favorite pizza, spicy pepperoni, arrived at the table. "And of all days, today we had to run into them," Emmett muttered, chewing a bite. Bella frowned. "What does my dad's friend have to do with anything?" she asked, noticing everyone slightly grimace at Emmett's words. "Don't worry about it, Bella. You'll understand in time. For now, just eat," Alex said, placing a slice of pizza in front of her. But Bella wouldn't let it go. "But what does Billy Black have to do with it?" she muttered, taking a bite. Alex quietly smirked. "All right, I'll give you a hint, just so you stop torturing yourself with guesses. If vampires exist, then there are other creatures too. And knowing you, I'm sure you've already dug into the legends trying to figure out who Edward is. So here's the question, in all the legends, who were the enemies of vampires?" Alex said, calmly placing slices of pizza on Alice's and Lucina's plates, taking care of the girls without a fuss. Bella froze, pizza halfway to her mouth, frowning. Edward glanced at Alex and gave a barely perceptible nod. he was grateful that Alex was slowly introducing Bella to their world instead of dumping everything on her at once. The other Cullens understood too, a sudden revelation could have broken her. Meanwhile, Alex calmly returned to his own pizza, enjoying it. Bella sat thoughtfully, barely listening to the conversations around her. She had become that curious girl again, needing to know everything. Even after everyone finished eating, she remained silent, pondering the answer. Alex, deciding to lighten the mood, suggested, "Let's take a walk to the port. A little fresh air won't hurt anyone." No one objected, walking in a big group was always fun. Bella, lost in thought, didn't notice Edward take her hand and gently guide her forward so she wouldn't trip. "I think I understand," she finally said, looking up. "And what do you understand?" Alice asked, licking a spoonful of ice cream. "They're werewolves," Bella said uncertainly. Alex smirked while Lucina fed him ice cream. "Almost. You could say werewolves, but not like you imagine. They don't have to wait for a full moon to mark territory or growl at neighbors." "In what sense?" Bella asked, surprised. "Go on, smart guy," Emmett interjected, grinning. "Now it's your turn to explain to Edward's girl how things work." He reached for Rosalie's ice cream, but she pulled the cup back and gave him a sharp look. "Emmett," she said quietly. "Hands off my ice cream." Alex was at a loss for words when everyone nodded in unison at Emmett's comment, clearly indicating that it was him who would have to explain. He glanced at Edward, who pretended not to be part of the conversation, calmly eating his ice cream and acting as if he hadn't heard a word. Alex raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze to Alice. She was innocently eating her strawberry ice cream, but when she noticed his look, she simply gave a bright smile, clearly signaling that she had no intention of explaining anything. Then Alex looked at Lucina, but she simply shoved a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, making it clear she was washing her hands of the matter. Bella, however, stared at him with the look of someone who won't back down until they get answers. Alex even felt like kicking Emmett for dragging him into this, but Rosalie had already taken care of it. Emmett had just tried to steal her ice cream and got a sharp smack on the hand. "All right," Alex sighed. "I'll keep it brief, so listen carefully." He paused, lit a cigarette, and continued. "There are many types of werewolves. First, forget the ones you've imagined, bipedal, furry dogs howling at the moon. Sure, those exist, but in reality, they don't grow fur, only during the full moon do fangs and claws appear. The rest of the time, they live like normal humans. Only at the full moon do they lose control and hunt, mostly human hearts." He took a drag, noticing Bella's expression, and added, "Yes, there are also vegetarians. They eat cow hearts." Emmett quietly snickered. Moving on. As for the Quileute clan, they're more like shapeshifters. They can take the form of wolves. In human form, they're stronger than ordinary people, and in wolf form, they can go toe-to-toe with vampires, Alex said calmly, as if delivering a lecture. "Can they transform into wolves from childhood?" Bella asked, tilting her head thoughtfully. "Nope. It's more of a clan blessing or curse," Alex shrugged. "It only activates when an uninvited vampire enters their territory. The Cullens and the Quileutes have an agreement, neither crosses the other's boundaries." He took another drag and exhaled the smoke upward. "Suppose another coven of vampires arrives in Forks, evil ones, true predators. Then more Quileutes will awaken their powers and turn into full wolves." The Cullens laughed at that, while Bella frowned, still trying to process what she had heard. In her mind, images from old legends and movies spun around, werewolves howling at the moon and terrorizing people. "Billy and Jacob can do that too?" she asked cautiously. "Oh, no," Alex smirked. "If Billy could, he wouldn't be zipping around in a wheelchair. As for the puppy who follows you, that depends on whether more vampires show up in Forks." Bella's eyes flashed, she didn't like him calling Jacob a puppy. Edward even choked slightly on his ice cream, fully understanding that Alex had hit the mark. He himself didn't want Jacob fixating on Bella, knowing about imprinting among the wolves. Emmett burst out laughing, imagining how all of this could turn out. It was no secret that a strange love triangle was brewing between Bella, Edward, and Jacob. Alice, who lived in Alex's house, had often seen Jacob come by just to chat with Bella or to invite her to the beach. After the conversation about werewolves, Bella finally stopped bombarding everyone with questions about the supernatural, much to Edward's relief. As darkness fell, the group decided to head home. Alex, as usual, suggested everyone stop by his place first, to hang out in the backyard and relax a bit. Bella didn't mind, her house was nearby, and she was happy to spend some time at Alex's. When they returned to Forks, everyone noticed that Billy Black's pickup truck was still parked near Bella's house. Before going to Alex's, Bella decided to stop by her own home to let Charlie know she'd be spending the evening at the neighbors'. Edward didn't go with her, and Bella didn't mind. She already understood the tense relationship between Edward's family and Jacob's. While Bella was at home, the others went into Alex's house. Emmett immediately claimed his favorite spot, a huge, comfy armchair where he always sprawled out whenever he visited. Lucina and Alice, meanwhile, pulled snacks from the fridge, but no alcohol. After all, Bella was supposed to arrive soon, and she was underage. This is delicious. What kind of meat is this? Emmett asked, chewing a piece of jerky. Never had anything like it. I don't remember, Alex replied with a smirk. I think it's beef. Or, not beef. Irina, Alice, and Hisako cook so many different kinds of meat from creatures from other worlds that I've stopped keeping track of what's in the kitchen. All I know is that Hisako is testing new spices. That's why it tastes so seasoned. This is Hydra meat, Lucina said calmly, placing the plate of snacks on the table. Hydra. Jasper repeated, looking at the piece of meat. The one from the legends, with multiple heads. Exactly, Alex nodded. Although it depends on the world. In one, it's a water hydra, heads like sea snakes. In another, each one breathes a different element. Or there's even a mother. He suddenly froze and covered his mouth with his hands, realizing he'd said too much. Everyone stared at Alex, not understanding why he had suddenly covered his mouth or what mother he was talking about. Lucina squinted, and after a moment, she understood why he had done it. She had seen this before. This was exactly how Alex reacted when he accidentally said something he shouldn't have. Lucina just let out a heavy sigh and shook her head. Alex did the same, realizing he had nearly slipped again. Every time he relaxed, he forgot that some names couldn't be spoken aloud. Not because he was superstitious, but because in his case, saying them could genuinely bring trouble. Even if the Hydra Mother was just one of the lesser ancient deities and the spouse of Dagon, it didn't change the essence of the matter. She was an outer god, a being beyond ordinary reality. For Alex, who possessed colossal power, speaking the names of such entities was strictly forbidden, lest he invoke unwanted consequences. What mother? Rosalie asked, raising an eyebrow. Why did you suddenly stop talking? You don't need to ask, Lucina said, shaking her head. He won't say it anyway. Some names just shouldn't be spoken. Especially by him. Come on, Edward said, surprised. It's just a name. What's so dangerous about it? Alex smirked slightly and tapped his finger on the table. As they say, words have power. But in my case, literally. A name isn't just a sound. It carries the power of the being it belongs to. And the more powerful the one who speaks it, the more serious the consequences. If one of you says it, nothing will happen. But if I do, let's just say, it won't end well. How bad? Jane asked, leaning forward with curiosity. End of the world, catastrophe, what? You'll all go insane and then die, Alice said with a sweet smile. Hey. Emmett protested. Don't jinx it. And why are you saying you? Doesn't it apply to you? Hee, no, Alice giggled, demonstratively raising her hand to show the ring. My super awesome husband gave me this. So I'm protected. Just like Lucina and the other girls. I thought it was just jewelry. Or a wedding ring, Rosalie said in surprise. It's both, Alice said proudly, hugging Alex around the neck and pressing her cheek to his face. But it has so many functions that you'll be jealous when you find out. Rosalie looked at the ring with interest, and Alice enthusiastically began explaining all its capabilities, a built-in inventory where she stores paintings, protective charms and barriers, a system that alerts her to magical anomalies. As Alice began pulling items from thin air, everyone watched with mild envy. But the moment Bella entered the house, Alice immediately hid everything again, pretending nothing had happened. Bella looked a little embarrassed. After a few questions, it became clear, Jacob had invited her out again. She admitted that she could no longer look at him the same way, knowing he could become a werewolf. However, everyone's attention wasn't on that, but on the fact that Jacob had asked Bella on a date. Edward clicked his tongue in displeasure. The agreement with the Quilut clan forbade them from interfering, or he would have long ago taken the fun out of Jacob's pursuits. While everyone was discussing the events, Alex felt his phone vibrate. A message from Samantha. She wrote that she had finished her business earlier than expected and had already bought her tickets. She's arriving tomorrow. Alex confirmed the arrival time to meet her at the airport. Samantha replied that she would arrive after lunch. Perfect. Alice, peeking at Alex's phone, nearly jumped for joy. Lucina, noticing, tugged at his sleeve. Alex turned the screen, and both of them read the message. Lucina nodded with a smile. She and Alice had already become friends with Samantha. What are you two giving each other those looks for? Emmett squinted and asked. Sammy is arriving tomorrow, Alex said, placing the phone on the table. Sammy. Rosalie repeated. That name sounds familiar. Rosie. Alice exclaimed indignantly. Sammy is Samantha. Forgot. Oh, right, Samantha, Rosalie recalled. I thought she was still with her friends, worrying about what happened on Blackwood Mountain. Well, her friends are busy with that, Alex said with a slight smile. And Sammy has already taken care of everything and is moving here tomorrow. Wait, Bella interjected. Who's Sammy? And what even happened on that mountain? Sammy is another one of Alex's girls, Emmett replied casually, waving his hand toward Alex. Bella froze, staring at Alex as if a complete scoundrel was sitting before her. Her eyes widened, shock, outrage, disbelief. Alex just lazily looked at her with a blank stare, making it clear that Bella's opinion didn't concern him in the slightest. He was used to such reactions. Bella simply didn't know who he really was. He even smirked to himself, already forming the idea of giving Bella a little surprise that might just make her faint. Trying to shift the conversation, Alex quickly realized Bella had no intention of backing down. She bombarded him with questions, and he eventually had to explain how he had met Samantha and her friends. Bella, already diving deeper into the supernatural world with each passing day, listened, hardly believing her ears. Alex repeated the old story about the family business, which, in essence, was true. Bella just hadn't known what kind of business his family was actually involved in. When it finally dawned on her that it was about monster hunting, Bella frowned and asked, "So you came here to hunt someone?" Alex shook his head, maintaining his composure. "No. I'm here at my father's request. School, socializing, everything like normal people," he replied calmly, leaning back in his chair. After his explanation, Bella sat next to Edward, stunned, clearly trying to process everything she had just heard. In a single day, she had learned about vampires, werewolves, and creatures born from the curse of hunger, far too much even for her strong nervous system. Watching her slowly slip into panic paralysis, Alex merely sighed. A subtle movement of his fingers cast a gentle calming spell over Bella. She didn't notice anything unusual, only felt her mind clear and her breathing even out. But the vampires noticed. Especially Edward, who immediately sensed the change in her heartbeat. He looked at Alex and nodded in gratitude. Alex waved it off. He didn't do it out of compassion. Simply put, if Bella threw a fit and locked herself in her room, he wouldn't be able to watch the whole romantic drama unfolding between her, Edward, and Jacob. Bella blinked, feeling her thoughts suddenly clear. Strange, maybe it's because of my ability, she wondered, deciding it must be her unique defense against mental intrusion. That explanation satisfied her, and calming down, she decided to change the topic. By the way, the spring festival is coming up soon. Is anyone planning to go? She asked, trying to hide her confusion. The conversation quickly shifted to school matters, which bored Alex to no end. While the others discussed decorations and music, he focused on tracking a rather interesting character, a demon posing as a private detective named Wilson Henley. Finding him turned out to be child's play. The detective had his own website with reviews and contact information. Alex smirked as he read the glowing comments from people who had no idea who they were really dealing with. He tapped his finger on his chin, pondering. He had no connections among hunters, so he couldn't know their opinions of Henley. But Alex knew one thing: the demon acted cautiously, gaining trust before vanishing without a trace. He decided to wait a little. Rowena was still at large, and Henley would surely try to track her down. Alex hoped to reach the witch before the Winchesters, though he knew it wouldn't be easy. Time passed. Soon, Charlie appeared at the doorstep, tired, but as always, wearing his good-natured smile. "Bella, it's almost midnight," he said, glancing at the clock. The girl blinked, as if coming back to herself. Really, she looked out the window in surprise, where darkness had already swallowed the streets. How quickly time has flown. After saying goodbye to everyone, Bella left with her father. Alex watched her go, a faint smile touching his lips. The spell had worked perfectly. After her departure, the others began to gather their things. Edward, already planning for tomorrow, invited everyone over, wanting to introduce Bella to Esme and Carlisle. Alex nodded in agreement, and left alone with Alice and Lucina, he quietly muttered, "Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day." Alice smiled, stretched, and yawned. "If you say so, someone's going to regret getting out of bed tomorrow." Alex smirked, turned off the lights, and they headed to their room. To be continued. Anyway, Samantha's coming soon. And so the day arrives for the vampires to show up, which will push the plot forward. I know you're already anticipating Sam and Dean, and I'll try not to complain. But hey, I can afford to screw up, I guess. Anyway, it'll all be over soon. Chapter 488, Samantha's Legacy. Saturday arrived, and Alex, fully embracing his role as a carefree teenager, decided to dedicate the morning to the sacred art of doing absolutely nothing, lounging on the couch with Alice and Lucina in his arms. However, Lucina apparently had her own plans. Every weekend morning for her began with a mandatory ritual, a hot bath where she could stretch, relax, and enjoy peace. Still, she stayed beside Alex until 10, deciding to indulge in a bit of lazy pleasure, first, lying with him like a cat refusing to move until the world starts revolving around her. When Lucina finally went to take her bath, only Alex and Alice remained in the room. The girl made herself comfortable, using Alex as a living pillow. He lay on his back while she, wrapping her legs around his, rested her head on his chest. From the bathroom came a soft melody. Lucina was humming to herself, carefree, as the hot water relaxed her body. Alex had a free day ahead, no urgent business except meeting Samantha at the airport and visiting the Cullens to witness the awkward yet amusing introduction between Bella, Carlisle, and Esme. Alice, meanwhile, wasn't planning to waste the moment. From time to time, she kissed Alex on the cheek, and when he turned his head toward her, she'd grin mischievously and poke his nose, giggling. Alex just chuckled. He loved that playful, genuine energy of hers. There was something irresistibly charming about Alice. One day she could be a sweet, cuddly girl, and the next she'd run around the house in panic because her purse vanished, only to realize she'd handed it to Alex herself. Catching his thoughtful gaze, Alice narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she sensed he was thinking something naughty about her. The next moment, she grabbed his cheeks and stretched them apart, showing him her great revenge. Alex endured it with a straight face, then turned his head toward the clock on the nightstand. 3.5 hours left until Samantha's arrival. He sighed. When there's nothing to do, time drags painfully slow. A few minutes later, Alice finally settled down and, purring contentedly, climbed fully on top of him, resting her chin on her folded hands. Her legs swung lazily in the air as she gazed at his face with a warm smile. Alex smiled back, grabbed her cheeks, and started stretching them in return, payback for all the suffering. Alice burst out laughing, trying to fend him off, but he didn't stop and soon launched a full-on tickle attack. The room filled with laughter. Alice wriggled, desperately trying to escape, but Alex, the true demon king, was relentless. Just then, Lucina emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She stopped in the doorway, shaking her head with an amused smile at the chaos before her. After a long week of classes, a hot bath really helped her unwind, and the scene only made her mood even better. By the time Lucina changed into her home clothes, Alex and Alice had stopped tickling each other and were now fiercely fighting for territory on the couch. "This couch belongs to me," declared Alice, kneeling on the cushions. "I'm the queen who will defeat the Demon King and save the world." "Foolish mortal," Alex said darkly, playing along. "I will conquer the world starting with this couch, and take you as my bride." Their battle for power ended unexpectedly. Lucina approached the couch, squinted, and with one casual push to Alex's back, sent both of them tumbling to the floor. "Looks like I'm the queen of the whole world now," she said triumphantly, sitting in the middle of the couch and drying her hair with a towel. Alice, sitting on the floor and rubbing her sore backside, protested. "Lucina, that's not fair. I thought we were friends. You stabbed me in the back." Alex clutched his chest dramatically and added, "My love. I thought you loved me, but you used me for the throne. My heart is broken. I'm dying, Bleg." He collapsed to the floor theatrically, a stream of blood, obviously fake but impressively realistic, running from his mouth. Lucina struggled to hold back laughter, while Alice dropped to her knees beside him, squeezing out a couple of fake tears. "How could you leave me? You promised we'd always be together." "No." Lucina covered her face with her hands, unable to hold it in any longer, doing her best not to laugh at such a tragic moment. Alex, still pretending to be dead, also struggled to keep a straight face. Alice's performance as the grieving widow was so convincing that even he almost burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the girls who were watching the live stream from home, since everyone knew Alex's mornings were usually uneventful, suddenly stared at their screens as if they were witnessing the most dramatic soap opera of their lives. Some even got emotional and shed a few tears, cursing Lucina in the family group chat as the main villainess of the tragedy. But when Alice let out a few more dramatic "no," Alex finally lost it. Laughter burst out of him uncontrollably, loud, contagious, and genuine. Alice immediately stopped crying and started laughing too, and Lucina, seeing the whole scene turn into a farce, couldn't hold back and joined in as well. Getting up from the floor, Alex wiped the fake blood from his lips and shot Lucina a meaningful look. It clearly said, "Revenge will be swift." Lucina, catching the hint, flashed an innocent smile, but that didn't save her. Alex jumped forward in one smooth motion and grabbed her before she could escape. "Ah. You idiot. Let me go. It tickles. Ha ha ha." Lucina screamed, squirming in his arms. "That's for betraying us." Alice shouted triumphantly, jumping onto the couch and grabbing Lucina's leg, joining the attack. A few minutes later, the victim was lying on the couch with messy hair and clothes, breathing heavily and glaring at her tormentors in mock outrage. Alex and Alice sat nearby, grinning and exchanging smug looks. Well, did you have your fun? Lucina drawled, narrowing her eyes slightly. Then she raised her leg and tried to push Alex off the couch, but he dodged, caught her, and pulled her into his arms. Now she was the one trapped. Gotcha, Alex said with a satisfied smile. Lucina didn't hesitate to counterattack. She grabbed his cheeks and stretched them in opposite directions, then even gave one a playful bite. That's for everything, she declared, trying to sound threatening, but the laughter in her voice gave her away. Alex just smiled, gently ran his hand through her hair, and lay back down on the couch. Both girls soon made themselves comfortable on his chest. To chase away the creeping boredom, Alice picked up the remote and turned on the first movie she found on TV. Time passed unnoticed, and when the movie ended, the clock already showed noon, only an hour and a half left before Samantha's arrival. Alex turned to the girls. So, are you coming with me to the airport, or heading straight to the Cullens? Lucina and Alice exchanged a glance and answered in unison. Nope. You go greet Samantha yourself. We're going to watch Bella blush in front of Carlisle and Esme. Alex looked at them with an empty, almost tragic expression. Betrayal. But the girls just burst out laughing, kissed him on both cheeks, and fled the couch together. He sighed, smiled, and decided not to argue. After lying there for a few more minutes, he finally got up. Half an hour later, he stretched, stood, and used magic to change his outfit, a black cloak, trousers, t-shirt, and boots. Classic. Now that's way cooler, Alice said, brushing his hair back. With that look, you'll knock Samantha off her feet for sure. Alice and Lucina were also getting ready to leave, heading to the Cullens' house, of course, so they wouldn't miss the best part. When the trio stepped outside, they spotted Charlie, Bella, and Edward. Edward was explaining to Charlie where he planned to take Bella, while Charlie, though more relaxed these days, still held a shotgun out of old habit. When they saw Alex and the girls, all three turned toward them. Alex waved in greeting. Charlie nodded with a friendly smile. After all, it was thanks to Alex that he had mended his relationship with his daughter. Edward returned the gesture, but Bella looked at Alex as if she were staring at the main villain of her romantic life. Seeing Bella's look, Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes. Being a child at heart trapped in the body of a mad adult, he did the only thing he could, he stuck out his tongue at her. Bella froze, completely thrown off and unsure how to even respond to such a gesture. Chuckling, Alex got into the Impala under Bella's stunned gaze. Lucina and Alice, exchanging mischievous grins, settled into Alice's red Porsche, a car she hadn't driven in ages, since they'd all been riding to school with Alex ever since the move. As he drove past Bella's house, Alex caught her gaze again and, unable to resist, stuck his tongue out once more before stepping on the gas. The last thing he heard was Bella's indignant shout. "He's such a jerk." Alex laughed so hard that even the rearview mirror rattled. His mood was excellent. He drove down the road with his hand hanging out the window, enjoying the rush of wind and humming along to the music blasting from the speakers. Show me the champion of light, I'll show you the herald of darkness, lost in a never-ending night, diving deep to the surface. He nodded to the rhythm, a grin tugging at his lips, driving straight ahead, toward Samantha, and yet another round of chaos. Alex didn't care at all about the curious stares from drivers in neighboring cars as he waited at a red light. He was in a great mood today, and as usual, couldn't care less what anyone thought. When the light turned green, he pressed the gas pedal and continued on, still humming along with the song. When he finally reached the airport, Alex parked the Impala and, before getting out, grabbed a sign from the passenger seat, one he'd prepared in advance, filled with a couple of funny phrases. It was his first time meeting someone at an airport, and he'd always wanted to recreate that scene from the movies where someone greets a loved one holding a sign. Satisfied that the message looked amusing enough, he stepped out of the car and headed into the terminal. Inside, he first approached the information desk to find out where the arriving flight would land. After getting directions, he made his way to the right terminal and checked his phone. The flight was due to arrive in about 30 minutes. He found an empty seat in the waiting area, sat down comfortably, and pulled a pair of earphones from his coat pocket to pass the time. While Alex waited for Samantha, the girl herself was already on the plane, which was preparing to land soon. She sat by the window, resting her head against the cold glass as thoughts swirled through her mind. One night had changed her life completely, and surprisingly, she didn't regret it. But what lingered most in her mind was the conversation with her parents before the flight. That was when she learned a family secret kept hidden for decades, the disappearance of her maternal grandfather. Her mother had told her that he vanished when she was still a child, leaving behind only a small wooden box, the very one Samantha now held in her hands. She studied it curiously, remembering that conversation. The box was rectangular, about the size of a small book, made of polished walnut and trimmed with silvery metal along the edges. On the lid, a six-pointed star was engraved, two interlocking triangles within a circle. Faded symbols ran along the sides, their language long forgotten. It wasn't just a box, it was a mystery waiting to be solved. But Samantha didn't have the time or the means to figure it out, so she decided to show it to Alex. After all, if anyone could make sense of something this mysterious, it was her boyfriend, the Demon King himself. "I wonder what's inside this thing," she murmured, turning the box over in her hands. Thoughts of the upcoming meeting with Alex made her smile. They hadn't seen each other for a whole week since parting ways at the hospital, and now she couldn't wait to see him in person, not just through a screen. Samantha fully understood that her life would never be the same again. She now had to stay away from ordinary friends, as her father had said, once you encounter the supernatural world, you can never turn away from it. And with their family history, encounters with monsters were only a matter of time. When she asked her father how he had managed to avoid this fate, he only gave her a look of someone who had never truly left that world. Samantha then recalled the conversation between Alex and the old hunter Jack, about how only a few hunters die peacefully in their beds of old age. She sighed, staring out the airplane window, and glanced again at the box in her hands. The plane shuddered slightly as the pilot announced the start of the descent. Samantha gripped the mysterious relic tighter, eagerly anticipating the meeting with the one who might shed light on all these secrets. When a soft voice from the speakers informed passengers of the landing and asked them to fasten their seatbelts, Samantha tucked the box into her pocket and smiled. Her heart beat faster, she was about to see Alex again. The plane touched down gently, the wheels humming, and soon passengers began standing up, collecting their luggage. Samantha grabbed her bag and, unable to hide her excitement, headed toward the exit. Her face wore a smile, a mix of nervous anticipation and delight. As soon as she stepped into the arrivals hall, she began scanning for Alex, Alice, and Lucina, assuming all three had come to meet her. Spotting Alex, however, was easier than expected. Even in the crowd, he stood out. Tall, with his usual confident posture, and, holding a pink sign above his head, with her name written in large letters surrounded by countless drawn hearts. Samantha froze for a moment, both stunned and embarrassed, but laughter escaped her before she could stop it. She didn't care that Alex had drawn attention to himself, on the contrary, his shamelessness only melted her heart even more. She tightened her grip on the suitcase handle and hurried toward him. A few steps from Alex, she dropped her luggage and threw herself into his arms. Alex caught her, holding her just as tightly as she held him. Samantha lifted her head and, without hesitation, kissed him on the lips. "Where are Lucina and Alice?" she asked, smiling when she pulled back. "They decided to stop by Alice's family," Alex replied, not letting go of her. "They want to watch the awkward show." "Awkward show?" Samantha tilted her head slightly. "Edward is introducing Bella to his adoptive parents today." "Knowing Bella, it's going to be a disaster, awkwardness at an apocalypse level," Alex smirked. "Judging by what Alice wrote, you're probably right," Samantha giggled. "And how did your parents react to your move?" Alex asked, leaning slightly toward her. "That's better discussed in the car," Samantha replied softly, a slightly embarrassed smile on her lips. "I have a lot to tell you." "A lot?" Alex raised an eyebrow, catching the note of seriousness in her voice, but remained silent. Nodding, he grabbed her suitcase and led the way, holding her hand with his other. As they walked through the parking lot, Samantha talked about what had happened with her friends over the past week, things she hadn't mentioned in their messages. Alex listened quietly, occasionally nodding. It didn't surprise him that, after the nightmare on Blackwood Mountain, it had been hard on all of them. Jessica, for example, had suffered the most. After the Wendigo had kidnapped her and left her alone in the dark shaft, she still feared the dark. Fortunately, Mike had stayed by her side, never leaving her alone, supporting her even when nightmares tormented her. Chris, on the other hand, had thrown himself completely into studying the supernatural world. Ashley had tried to stop him, but without success. Alex sighed heavily when he heard this. "Tell him for me not to poke around in that crap," he said calmly. "The deeper he goes, the worse it's going to end." When they reached the Impala, Alex opened the trunk, placed Samantha's suitcase inside, and got behind the wheel. The engine purred to life, and they drove out of the parking lot, heading toward Forks. On the highway, Alex slowed down a bit so Samantha could enjoy the view of the dense forest stretching along the road. She cracked open the window, inhaled the fresh pine-scented air, and smiled faintly. Here, next to Alex, she felt at ease. Even the thought of monsters lurking in the shadows of the forest didn't scare her. "So," Alex said, glancing at her briefly, "what did you want to tell me?" Samantha looked at him, then pulled the same box from her pocket, its surface faintly shimmering in the sunlight. "Do you know what this is?" she asked quietly. When Alex saw the box, his eyes widened for a moment, so much so that he reflexively jerked the steering wheel, but quickly corrected it and carefully pulled over to the side. He stared at the object in Samantha's hands for several seconds, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Taking the box, Alex felt a slight chill run through his fingers. He knew what it was. Knew it all too well. But one thing truly surprised him, how this relic had ended up with Samantha at all. "Sammy, where did you get this box?" he asked, still not looking away, his voice full of genuine astonishment. My mom gave it to me, Samantha replied, smiling a little sheepishly. She said she got it from my grandfather when she was a child. And now she decided it was time to pass it on to me. Did she say what exactly this box is connected to? Alex asked, frowning slightly. Yes. Mom said that Grandpa often claimed he was a member of some secret organization called the Men of Letters. And before he disappeared, he left this very box, Samantha explained, telling how the box had ended up in her hands. Alex whistled softly and shook his head. Didn't see that coming. I thought almost all Men of Letters heirs in America were long dead. As far as I know, only 2 remain, but apparently not. I think I get what you mean, Samantha said, furrowing her brows. But I still couldn't open it. No matter what I tried, nothing works. Because this isn't just a box, Alex smirked, turning it over in his hands. It's a puzzle. Every member of the Men of Letters was obsessed with secrets, symbols, riddles, and their maniacal pursuit of knowledge. But in 1958, almost all of them were wiped out by a demoness named Abaddon. And your grandfather was among those who died. He didn't abandon your mother, he died fulfilling his duty. And inside. Alex pressed a barely visible pattern on the side, and with a quiet click, the mechanism activated. The lid opened. Is the key to the Men of Letters bunker. He pulled out the key, black, antique, with the organization's symbol engraved on the head. Samantha stared at it, mesmerized. It's so simple, she whispered. Alex grinned, spinning the key between his fingers. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. Now, if I ever run into the Winchesters, no need to lie. I have the real key. The thrill inside him was so strong that he couldn't resist and unexpectedly kissed Samantha. When they pulled back, Alex was still smiling. And how did your father react to all this, he asked. Samantha sighed, lowering her gaze. That's a complicated question. Turns out, Dad used to be a hunter. Actually, his whole family were hunters. But after he married Mom, he decided to quit. He wanted a normal life. I remember as a kid, wondering why he had a gun in the house, or why he always picked me up from friends' houses late at night. Now I understand, he was just afraid I'd accidentally encounter something, not from this world. But in the end, I did anyway. Alex blinked, slightly agape. Well, that's a twist. He murmured. Of course, he knew Samantha was kind, determined, and wouldn't abandon her friends in trouble. But for her to have a double legacy, hunters and Men of Letters, that was something only the Winchesters ever had. Then Alex remembered that this universe was now mixed up, and perhaps such coincidences were just part of the new reality. To confirm her words, Samantha pulled an old journal from her backpack. This is Dad's, she said. Alex took it carefully, flipped through a few pages, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. He knew John Winchester, and Bobby, Alex said, looking up. Samantha nodded. Yes, but he never talked about it. Only that the hunter's life made him paranoid. And if it weren't for Mom, he probably would have lived in fear, checking the closet every night as if someone were hiding there. Alex closed the journal and looked at her seriously. So, my dear Samantha, will you accept this legacy? Or do you want at least a half-normal life? Samantha smiled and took his hand. After everything that's happened, and after who my boyfriend is now, what normal life could I even hope for? I want to help. I want to learn everything I can. Even if I don't know anything yet. Alex chuckled softly and squeezed her fingers. Then it's settled, my love. I'll teach you everything, from hunting to defense. And who would have thought it all would start with one old box? Samantha just smiled at Alex's words. She still wanted to help him in any way she could with his work. But having learned about her legacy and after Alex's explanations, she understood that sooner or later she would inevitably face the supernatural, given her family background. Before returning the Men of Letters bunker key, Alex made 3 more copies, one for himself, and he decided to give the other 2 to Lucina and Alice. Then he took out a small box he had prepared specially for Samantha. When she saw the ring in his hands, her eyes widened, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She realized that sooner or later she would receive her own ring, just like the other girls she had interacted with in the family chat. Samantha reached out to Alex, slightly embarrassed. After all, like any girl, she dreamed that her boyfriend would be the one to place the ring on her finger. Alex smiled, took her hand, and carefully slipped the ring onto her ring finger. At that moment, Samantha literally radiated joy, especially knowing that Alex had made the ring by hand, specially for her. There was no other like it. While she admired the ring, resisting the urge to show it off to her friends, Alex began explaining the artifact's functions. Samantha listened eagerly, even though she already knew much of it. When he finished, she carefully placed the key back in the box and stored it in her personal inventory. Realizing how convenient the spatial storage was, Samantha sighed lightly with a hint of regret. It was a shame she had received the ring so late. She could have moved all her things at once instead of being limited to one suitcase and waiting for her parents to send the rest by mail. Starting the engine again, Alex drove onto the road, heading toward Forks. First, he wanted to stop by her house so Samantha could drop off her things and, if she wished, change clothes. As they approached the house, Alex noticed Jacob entering to see Bella. It turned out she wasn't home. Holding back a laugh, Alex watched as Jacob looked like a lost puppy while Charlie explained that Bella had gone on a date with Edward. Samantha couldn't help but smile too. Alice had already detailed all these romantic dramas in the family chat. She found the strange triangle between Bella, Edward, and Jacob particularly amusing. Parking the car by the house, Alex took Samantha's suitcase and led her inside. "Here's your new home." "Oh, and almost forgot, I don't think you should go down to the basement," Alex said, glancing at her. "I know," Samantha replied with a slight smile. "Alice already explained that you keep a demon, or demons, down there. Honestly, I've lost count of how many there were. For now, just one. The others, let's just say they weren't fortunate enough to give me the answers I wanted," Alex said calmly, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "I guess I don't need to explain that demons aren't to be pitied. That was explained to me too. I told you, Lucina and Alice told me everything. And the other girls in the family chat repeatedly warned me not to go down yet. Demons can possess humans, so they look like normal people," Samantha said, showing her phone with the chat messages. Alex nodded and led her upstairs so she could unpack her things. Climbing upstairs, Samantha pointed to the second room, but Alex just grimaced and explained who lived there and why there was noise coming from it. Nodding, Samantha headed to her own room, the one she would be sharing with Alex, Lucina, and Alice. While she unpacked her things, Alex sent a message to the girls, explaining that he had already picked up Samantha and that they would come over as soon as she finished and changed. However, he didn't mention her legacy. He wanted to tell them in person to see their reaction. During the chat, Alex felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw that Samantha had already changed, and he hadn't even noticed when. "Ready?" Alex asked, putting his phone in his pocket. "Yes," she replied with a soft smile. "I didn't bring many things. The rest my parents will send by mail. So for now, I only have one suitcase." Alex nodded and got up from the couch, taking Samantha's hand to go downstairs and head to the Cullen family. Once in the Impala, they drove onto the road. Alex rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, enjoying a brief moment of quiet. "What do I need to know about vampires?" Samantha asked, glancing at him with curiosity. "Actually, not much," Alex replied with a slight smile, flicking ash out the window. "They're really sweet and kind. Everything you've seen in movies is complete nonsense. After I tweak their bodies a bit, they're basically no different from humans. They can eat regular food, though sometimes they still need to drink blood. But yes, they still sparkle in the sun like walking disco balls. You'll make friends with them easily. Carlisle and Esme, the heads of the family, you've already heard of them. I think Alice told you everything you need to know. Well, you might have to get used to Emmett's silly jokes. But overall, it's just a normal family, even if they are vampires." "Alice really did tell me a lot," Samantha smiled. "I just wanted to clarify. Though you forgot to mention that you like making silly jokes with Emmett too. Alice explained in detail how you both walked around school with bunny ears and added pico to every word." Alex laughed. "The main thing is, it was fun. School without that would be pure boredom. But if you keep being so clever, you might have to go there yourself, even if you already graduated." I'll think about it," Samantha replied with a smile, leaning on his shoulder. "Though a few months back in school. I'm not sure if it's worth it. But honestly, I wouldn't mind going back for a bit." Alex just smirked. He had no intention of forcing Samantha to go back to school. She could decide for herself. If she wanted to dive back into school life, he would happily help her get the paperwork in order. Arriving at the Cullen house, Samantha peeked out the window and couldn't hide her admiration. The house looked luxurious yet cozy at the same time. She quickly realized that an immortal family living for decades could easily afford such a place. Alex parked the Impala next to Alice's red Porsche and turned off the engine. Stepping out, he took Samantha's hand as she looked around with interest, the fresh air, tall trees, and the quiet, serene atmosphere. "I'd love to live in a place like this too," she murmured in awe. "We can think about that," Alex smirked as he approached the door. He didn't even knock, he just opened the door. And as soon as they stepped inside, Alice dashed out of the living room. Alex held out his arms, ready to catch her, but she zipped past him with a joyful squeal, hugging Samantha and speaking at machine gun speed. Lucina appeared right after. Alex reached out again, but like Alice, she passed by him and went straight to Samantha. Emmett peeked out from the living room, pointing at Alex and laughing loudly. Alex clicked his tongue and, unable to hide his smile, followed the girls. In the living room, he noticed that Edward and Bella weren't there yet. "Everyone, meet Samantha." Alice shouted excitedly, introducing her. "Hi, everyone," Samantha said, slightly embarrassed, waving her hand. "Don't be so shy," Emmett smirked. "When you hugged Alex in just a towel, you didn't seem this bashful." Rosalie immediately gave her husband a playful nudge. "Don't listen to him, he's an idiot as always. But he's right about one thing, you have nothing to be shy about. We've already seen you, well, through that little thing that's always flying around Alex," she said with a warm smile, stepping closer. "Samantha, dear," Esme said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You must be hungry after your flight. I've prepared so much food, you'd think 10 people live here." "I wouldn't say no," Samantha smiled. Esme nodded happily and invited everyone to the table. Alex wasn't planning to tell anyone about her legacy just yet, he wanted Samantha to settle in comfortably before revealing the details. As Alice had said, the Cullen family turned out to be friendly and welcoming. Although Samantha still felt a little embarrassed that almost everyone had seen that awkward towel moment, it quickly faded into the background. She relaxed and soon found herself chatting with Rosalie, Esme, Alice, Lucina, and Jane, feeling right at home. To be continued. I thought for a long time about what to do with Samantha. She can't just be a simple girl who suddenly plunged into the world of the supernatural. So I thought, screw it, and chose a rather interesting route for Samantha's family. He. Chapter 489, Darkness Approaches Forks. Samantha fit into the group surprisingly fast. With her friendly and open nature, it wasn't hard to see why, and her frequent chats with Alice had already done their job. She knew the entire Cullen family quite well. Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane, who had watched the broadcast of the events at Blackwood Mountain and later told Esme and Carlisle about it, were now eagerly asking Samantha questions about her friends, how they were feeling after everything that had happened. Esme, as always, was the first to show motherly concern, genuinely worried for the kids' well-being. Everyone sat around the table, enjoying the dinner Esme had prepared. Alex couldn't help but note, the lady of the house was truly talented. The food was delicious, filled with that comforting homemade warmth you couldn't find even in the finest restaurants. When dinner came to an end, Alex, Emmett, and Jasper moved to the living room to play Mario Kart. Meanwhile, the girls discussed their own topics, and Carlisle sat nearby with a book, the very one Alex had given him as a gift. The next race ended with Alex's victory. With a smug grin, he glanced at Emmett, who once again came in last. Emmett gripped his controller in frustration, ready to smash it against the floor, but one sharp glance from Esme was enough. The giant vampire instantly calmed down, carefully set the controller on the table, crossed his arms, and sulked like a 100-year-old child. Carlisle looked up from his book just long enough to smile. His family truly seemed happier now. A few minutes later, Emmett recovered and grabbed the controller again, determined not to come in last this time. But their next race was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up outside. Alex smirked, he immediately guessed that Edward and Bella were back from their date. He exchanged glances with Jasper and Emmett, all three nodded in sync like conspirators about to ruin someone's romantic moment. Alex quickly pulled out a couple of blank posters, scribbled ridiculous phrases on them, and handed them to the others. Just as Bella and Edward were approaching the house, laughter and quiet conversation echoed from outside. Bella was admiring the beauty of the mansion while Edward calmly told her about its history and interior. She listened attentively, but the closer they got to the living room, the more nervous she became. Before meeting Edward's parents, she had rehearsed every word, but now her heart was pounding, and her thoughts were a mess. Edward, noticing her tension, gently squeezed her shoulder and gave a reassuring smile. "Everything will be fine," he said softly, guiding her forward. Bella took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold of the living room, and froze. Before her stood Alex, Emmett, and Jasper, all wearing smug grins and holding up posters above their heads. The posters read things like, "Welcome to the Madhouse," and, "Congrats on your first supervised date." Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Rosalie, and Jane burst into laughter. Edward, on the other hand, froze with a stony expression, as if nothing could possibly faze him. Bella stood in the middle of the room, unsure whether to laugh, blush, or just sink through the floor. Esme gently rose from her seat and approached Bella with a warm, kind smile. Carlisle followed right behind her, standing beside his wife. "Bella, these are my adoptive parents, Mom Esme and Dad Carlisle." "You already know the others," Edward said, pretending not to notice the trio with the posters. Pleased to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen," Bella stammered, nervously biting her tongue as her face turned red. "No need to be so formal, dear," Esme replied kindly. "Just call me Esme. Feel free to make yourself at home." "And I'm Carlisle," added the head of the family with a gentle smile. "It's a pleasure to have you here." Bella nodded, feeling her cheeks burn. She was sure she had already ruined everything she had practiced so hard. And then, from the couch, came a familiar, overly smug voice. Come on, Bella. Where's the girl who lost sleep trying to find out who her pale prince was? If you don't know what to say, just say something stupid. Like, your son sparkles so sexily in the sunlight. Or better yet, does everything on him sparkle in the sunlight? The room fell into dead silence. Then came Emmett's loud, contagious laughter. He doubled over, clutching his stomach. Jasper turned away, trying to hide his grin, but his shoulders were shaking with suppressed laughter. Bella, however, stood frozen like she'd been struck by lightning. Her eyes were wide with shock and disbelief, her face burning crimson. She didn't even dare to look at Edward, not after what Alex had just said. Edward himself, as always, kept a perfectly straight face, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. Carlyle chuckled quietly, while Esme sighed and shook her head, the way any mother would when dealing with familiar mischief. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Rosalie, and Jane exchanged glances, silently asking Alex with their eyes, "Did you seriously just say that?" Alex just leaned back, folding his hands behind his head, pretending not to understand what the problem was. But his little stunt worked. The awkward tension in the air, caused by Bella's nervousness, vanished instantly. While Alex, Emmett, and Jasper kept laughing, Rosalie stood up and walked closer to Bella. "Don't mind those idiots," she said with a small smile. "You get used to it pretty quickly. As you can already tell, our family isn't exactly normal." "Oh, Rosie-chan," Alex drawled in fake hurt, clutching his chest. "You wound my delicate heart. I thought we were family, yet here you are, stabbing a knife into my soul." Rosalie shot him a cold look, clearly unimpressed by his performance. "Of course we're family," Alice chimed in, grinning. "Come here, my fluffy Nikomata, I'll comfort you," she said, stretching her arms toward Alex. "Nikomata?" Bella repeated, looking between Alice and Alex. "Is that his nickname, or, what is that supposed to mean?" "Ah, that," Alex said with a sly smirk. "Want me to show you a trick? Just try not to faint." Bella tensed, but curiosity quickly won over caution. She hesitantly nodded. Everyone instantly knew what he was about to do. Carlyle and Esme even set their things aside. They'd heard the stories of Alex turning into a two-tailed cat, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes yet. Catching their expectant looks, Alex took off his black coat and tossed it into the air to distract Bella. Instinctively, she looked up, watching the coat drift downward, and when she looked back, Alex was gone. "Did he run away?" Bella asked, glancing around in confusion. "No, I didn't run. I'm right here," came a familiar voice. Bella spun around, and froze. On the table sat a sleek black cat with two tails and bright blue eyes she recognized immediately. "Oh my God." Bella breathed. "He has Alex's eyes." She rubbed her own, thinking she must be seeing things, but the cat was still there, lazily flicking both tails. Samantha couldn't resist reaching out to stroke his glossy fur, and Alex narrowed his eyes in contentment. Alice was already moving to pick him up, while Esme stepped closer and gently petted his fluffy head. Carlyle, ever the scientist, examined him with genuine fascination. "Alex, is that really you?" Bella asked, approaching cautiously. "Who else would it be?" he replied lazily, flicking his tails in opposite directions. "Well. Surprised. You're a shapeshifter?" Bella whispered, unable to look away. "No, not a shapeshifter," Alex said seriously, sitting up on his hind legs and crossing his front paws. "It's just a transformation spell. Handy when you want to spend some time being fluffy." Can I pet you?" Bella asked uncertainly, reaching out a trembling hand. "If you want," Alex sighed, rolling his eyes. "Just know that everyone else here's already had their turn." Emmett burst into laughter again, Alice snorted into her palm, and even Rosalie shook her head, fighting a smile. Bella glanced at Edward, and he gave a small nod, showing that he didn't mind. The girl carefully reached out to pet Alex, and when her fingers brushed against his soft fur, a warm smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Alice was already circling around Alex, snapping photos from every possible angle. Before he could turn back into his normal form, Samantha suddenly scooped him up. She hadn't gotten the chance to cuddle him before. Samantha adored animals, and the fact that her boyfriend could turn into a cat was, without question, a huge bonus in her eyes. Bella finally noticed Samantha, whom she hadn't seen at first. I didn't notice you earlier, sorry." "I'm Bella," she said awkwardly. "It's all right," Samantha replied with a gentle smile. "My name's Samantha, but you can call me Sam. I also just arrived today and met everyone. So I'm not the only normal human here," Bella whispered, feeling a little relieved. "I'd argue with that, Bella," Alex said lazily, still in his feline form as Samantha stroked his fur. "What do you mean?" Lucina asked, glancing between him and Samantha. Alex smirked and turned his gaze to Samantha, giving her a slight nod, silently giving permission to reveal the truth. Samantha nodded in understanding, opened her bag, and took out her father's old journal and a small ornate box marked with the symbol of the man of letters. When she set it on the table, silence filled the room. Lucina stared at Samantha in open shock. She hadn't expected to see something like that. Even Alice raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Alex looked over at Carlyle. He, too, recognized the symbol. Jane, having once been part of the Volturi coven, recognized it as well and frowned. The rest simply watched in confusion, not understanding why Samantha had brought an old journal and an ancient-looking box. "I didn't expect to see one of those," Carlyle said quietly, still surprised. "And what the hell does that even mean?" Emmett asked, looking from the box to Samantha. "Allow me to explain," Alex began, sitting up straight on Samantha's lap like a lecturer. "My dear Samantha is the heiress of an ancient organization called the Men of Letters. It's been around for centuries. Their purpose is to study and observe the supernatural world. They possess knowledge you won't find anywhere else. In other words, Samantha is one of the last 3 remaining heirs." "And what about the journal?" Alice asked curiously, leaning closer. "Hey, on top of that, Samantha comes from a family of hunters," Alex said with a sly grin. "You're kidding. That's a joke, right?" Emmett exclaimed, stunned. Alex just smirked and let Samantha take over. The girl began to tell what she had learned from her parents. Everyone settled around the table, listening intently. Esme offered Bella something to eat, but out of politeness, Bella was about to refuse, until her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Blushing, she nodded in embarrassment. As Samantha spoke about her heritage and how she recently discovered the truth about her family, the Cullens and Bella asked questions. None of them had expected that the girl Alex had rescued on Blackwood Mountain would turn out to be the descendant of such an old and secretive lineage. For the questions Samantha couldn't answer, Alex or Lucina stepped in, both clearly knew far more. When the story ended, Alex had already returned to his normal form and was sitting between Lucina and Samantha, while Alice perched comfortably on his lap. Carlyle shared his own experiences. He, too, had encountered members of the Men of Letters long ago. Jane mentioned that during her time with the Volturi, she had also crossed paths with them, and it was never pleasant. They all agreed on one thing: the Men of Letters were powerful but troublesome people capable of causing a great deal of problems. Bella, however, listened with particular fascination. She was increasingly drawn to this mysterious supernatural world. But Alex quickly cooled her curiosity with a single calm phrase. "Not everyone you meet will be kind and smiling, Bella," he said quietly, but with a tone that left no room for argument. Bella nodded, her face paling slightly. Even the Cullens silently agreed with his words. After some time, Bella didn't even notice how her nervousness had faded. She was laughing freely, joining the conversation, and feeling like part of the group. When the chat came to an end, Edward offered to show her his room, and Bella agreed with a soft smile. Esme and Carlyle also went upstairs to spend some time together. In the living room, Alex, Emmett, and Jasper remained. They settled back on the couch, giving the girls space to talk about their own topics while resuming their video game session. While Alex focused on the screen, his thoughts wandered far from the game. He was thinking about the Men of Letters bunker and how he should visit it as soon as possible. But he quickly dismissed the idea. A sudden appearance could create tension between him and the Winchester brothers. First, he needed to earn their trust. He already had plans for that bunker. Alex remembered that it stored a map marking locations of supernatural activity. He wanted to upgrade it, embed a tracking system to advance his own goals. But to do that, he first needed to meet Dean and Sam. His intuition told him the meeting wasn't far off. He had recently found traces of Rowena, and if she was nearby, the Winchesters couldn't be far either. "So, your girlfriend turned out to be the heir of an ancient organization," Emmett said, eyes still glued to the screen, controller in hand. "What are you planning now?" "Nothing special," Alex replied, pausing the game. "I'll focus on training Samantha. Even though she has the ring that literally protects her from everything, she still needs to know how to stand up for herself." "Good choice," Jasper nodded. Until recently, Samantha knew nothing about this world. Alex simply nodded. He had trained the girls in his family before, making them stronger so they could protect themselves. With the ring, Samantha would progress exponentially faster. He glanced at her, their eyes met, and Alex smiled, warm and loving. Returning to the game, Alex, Emmett, and Jasper involuntarily glanced out the window, and froze. Edward was climbing a tree, carrying Bella on his back. The girls, noticing this, also turned toward the window. Seriously?" Alex asked, blinking with a blank expression. "Are you jealous?" Emmett teased with a smirk. "Do you want me to carry you like that too?" Alice jumped up at him, her eyes sparkling. "I prefer to be carried like a princess, not like a sack of potatoes," Alex replied with theatrical seriousness. Before he could finish, a branch cracked above. Edward nearly lost his footing and almost fell with Bella. The whole group burst into laughter. As tempting as Alice's offer sounded, Alex refused. He could do the same thing himself, only much more impressively. However, Alice didn't give up and continued looking at him with that offended gaze that was almost impossible to resist. Alex squinted, thinking over the situation, but eventually sighed and nodded. Alice immediately lit up, her eyes sparkled, and she started bouncing excitedly on the spot. "Since you agreed, then let's go. I want to try it right now," she exclaimed, grabbing Alex's hand. "Alice, do you even realize how this looks? You barely reach his chest. How are you planning to carry him?" Rosalie said, sounding like the voice of reason. "Very simple, he can shrink," Alice declared confidently, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Shrink? How?" Samantha asked, confused. "Well, become smaller," Alice answered, carefully choosing her words, as if explaining the obvious. Everyone, except Lucina, stared at Alice, who was enthusiastically trying to explain how she intended to carry Alex on her back despite his height and weight. Listening to her rambling arguments, the others just exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their eyes to Alex. He let out a heavy sigh, as if resigning himself to the inevitable. A soft light enveloped his body, and within a second, 10-year-old Alex was sitting on the couch between Emmett and Jasper. The light faded, leaving behind the boy with black hair and that familiar, piercing gaze. Alice couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped up and immediately scooped him into her arms, shining like a Christmas garland. "You turned into a child?" Rosalie asked in astonishment. "Yep. I can do a lot of things," Alex replied lazily, gazing off disinterestedly while Alice hugged him tightly. "I just try not to use this form." "Why?" Samantha stepped closer, unable to resist squeezing his cheeks. "Because last time I did this," Alex said calmly, "one overly persistent goddess decided to kidnap me." "And who was that?" Rosalie asked with a soft smile. "Though, I must admit, I can understand her. You really are charming like this. Aphrodite." From Brunhilde's world, Alex sighed, glancing at the girls. "Long story. And enough with the squeezing, it's weird. I'm a grown man, by the way, I just look 10. The girls laughed and reluctantly stepped back, though smiles lingered on their faces. Jane, however, wisely kept her distance, observing the scene with her characteristic cold interest. Emmett, on the other hand, nearly rolled on the floor laughing, watching Alex in child form fend off the intrusive attention. "Oh, I can't. The mighty and terrible baby form," he exclaimed. Alex just rolled his eyes but stayed silent. After a few minutes, the chaos finally settled. Alice, happier than ever, hoisted Alex onto her back and shot out of the house at superhuman speed. Emmett's laughter echoed through the living room for a long while. The fresh air stung his face. Alice raced through the trees, her feet barely touching the ground. Alex felt the wind ruffle his hair as the trees blurred past him. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" he asked, holding onto her shoulders. "Absolutely," she shouted back, climbing up the trunk of the nearest tree. Despite the strangeness of it all, Alex caught himself, enjoying it. He watched Alice leap effortlessly from branch to branch, laughing, moving with a grace as if she were dancing. Finally, they reached the top of the tallest tree. Alice stopped, and Alex, standing on her shoulders, spread his arms, feeling the wind blow against his face. He looked down and leaned back slightly. "Alex!" Alice shouted, but it was too late, he was already falling. Without hesitation, she jumped after him, caught him midair, flipped, and, pushing off the trunk, gently landed on the ground. "That was awesome." Alice laughed, holding him close and twirling him around. "Glad you enjoyed it," Alex replied, still smiling. "Although, you know, falling from orbit without a parachute is even cooler." "Heh, I'm not that crazy about extreme sports," Alice snorted. "Seeing it in my visions was enough, like when you and your friend fell onto that icy planet with monsters." Alex nodded, saying nothing. Alice decided not to return immediately. They strolled through the forest for a while, just the two of them. She wanted to savor the moment, the quiet, the lightness, his presence. Alex didn't mind. Sitting on her shoulders, he chatted about trivial things, joked, and discussed plans. Everything was calm, until a strange sound echoed from afar, breaking the silence. Alice tensed instantly and sprinted toward the noise. Leaping effortlessly from tree to tree, she moved swiftly until they reached the source. Before them stood Edward and Bella. Edward shielded the girl with his body, eyes wary as he observed several figures surrounding them. A thick, black mist rose from the people before them. Their movements were unnatural, and their voices distorted. "I'm drowning, you're drowning," rasped one of them. Edward pressed Bella to him. His eyes darkened. "Bella," he said in a low voice, "I'll hold them off." Run to the house. Call for help. I'm not leaving you. You're hurt. Bella shouted, gripping his hand. I don't want to be in your story. Muttered another, his voice hoarse, as if spoken through water. This is not my path. Whispered a third, and the air around them grew icy cold. Alex frowned, he knew exactly what these creatures were. The Taken. Humans whose bodies and souls had been consumed by darkness. What puzzled him, however, was why they had appeared in this universe. The darkness that created them and the local one were completely different concepts, inherently incompatible. But there was no time to ponder. First, he needed to help Edward and Bella. Alex extended his hand, and a portal opened behind him. From it, Chastifol's spear shot out. With the slightest flick of his finger, Alex aimed the weapon downward, the spear whistled through the air, piercing all three Taken and pinning them against a tree trunk. They writhed, trying to break free, but it was futile. Alice jumped from the tree, holding Alex on her shoulders, and rushed to Edward, examining his body. Were you hurt? Alex asked as he landed on the ground. Yes, one of them grazed Edward, Bella replied, barely noticing that a 10-year-old child stood before her. How did you encounter them? Alice asked, studying the wound carefully. We were just walking through the forest. Edward began. Then these people appeared, or whatever they were. They were too fast. One of them tried to reach Bella, but I managed to shield her. Though I got hit. When he moved his hand, Bella gasped and covered her mouth, tears welled up in her eyes. Alex and Alice frowned as they saw black smoke seeping from the wound. The darkness slowly crawled over Edward's body, infecting his flesh. The vampire gritted his teeth, holding back the pain. Alex placed his hand over the wound. A soft light radiated from his hand. Within seconds, the injury healed, and Edward's face relaxed. After finishing the healing, Alex turned to the pin Taken. Their incoherent, distorted mutterings made no sense. It annoyed him that he couldn't extract anything from it. What happened to them? Why are they like this? Bella asked, still holding Edward's hand. They're called the Taken, Alex replied grimly, lighting a cigarette. But they shouldn't be here. This is wrong. There's no condition under which they could have appeared here. What do you mean? Alice frowned. These creatures are born from a special kind of darkness. It takes over a person's mind and body until nothing human remains. But the darkness that created them is from another world. And the one here is completely different. That's why this whole situation doesn't sit right with me. Alice nodded, she knew exactly which darkness he was referring to. The one that once went by the name Amara. Alex stepped closer to the Taken, sensing the tension in the air. According to his information, they shouldn't have left the borders of Bright Falls and usually stayed near Cauldron Lake. All of this was damn strange. He pulled out his phone and began searching for references to familiar names. Maybe it was just Amara's influence on some creatures. But when he stumbled upon Alan Wake's book and the news of his disappearance, his eye twitched. Damn. He whispered, ruffling his hair irritably. I should have figured it out. He realized that he had spent months searching for cursed locations but had somehow missed one of the most obvious. A city no one spoke of directly. A city that existed only within the boundaries of someone else's story. Not wanting to waste another second, Alex stepped forward and with a single punch destroyed the three Taken. Their bodies dissipated into dark smoke, vanishing without a trace. Bella recoiled, but seeing no blood, her eyes only widened. My love. I think we screwed up, Alex said in a tired tone, flicking off the ashes. Is this connected to them? Alice asked, holding his hand. Absolutely, he replied. What did you do? Edward asked cautiously. We've been collecting data on cursed locations for months, Alex said, looking at Alice and Edward. And, of course, we missed Bright Falls. By the way, how far is it from here? About 150 kilometers, Alice replied. The city is within the Olympic National Park. Got it. Alex muttered, staring into the darkness. All right, let's head home. I don't like that the Taken showed up so far from their territory. That's strange. Bella asked quietly. Very strange, Alex replied grimly, tossing his spent cigarette to the ground. And if I'm right, we should prepare for the worst. Seeing no reason to delay their return home, Alex, Alice, Edward, and Bella headed toward the Cullen mansion. Alex flicked his finger, and Chastifol's spear, tracing an arc through the air, vanished into a portal, returning to his inventory. Alice held Alex's hand tightly, stealing glances at his face. She could feel how his thoughts swirled frantically, as if he were trying to piece together scattered fragments of a mosaic. Alex was pondering how the Taken could have ended up so far from Bright Falls. After all, the darkness's influence extended only over the city itself and a few spots around Cauldron Lake. He walked in silence, but his mind was racing. The only logical explanation, the darkness in the lake could be part of Amara's power, leaking into this world. After Cain's seal was broken and Amara gained her freedom, she had burst from the depths of the earth. That meant Chuck had indeed imprisoned her at the very core of the planet. And if Amara had been down there, underground, it wasn't surprising that a fragment of her power had seeped out. Even through the seal, it could influence the host's mind. Alex understood, if he didn't deal with Bright Falls now, the consequences would be far worse. He remembered the story of Alan Wake, a writer whose imagination had become a tool for the darkness itself. In that reality, the darkness needed Alan to gain freedom and plunge the world into darkness. But here, it was different. Here, the darkness was Amara, and the darkness in Cauldron Lake was essentially a shard of her. A small, independent alter ego that had leaked out while the main essence remained sealed. If this hypothesis was correct, perhaps through this shard, it might be possible to find Amara herself, but first, he needed to deal with what was happening in Bright Falls. When they reached the Cullen house, all four of them wore serious expressions. Inside, the usual warm atmosphere reigned, some laughing, some arguing. But as soon as they entered, the laughter died. Edward's torn clothes and Alex's grim expression were not a good sign. Lucina was the first to notice Alex's look, pensive, tense, with a hint of irritation. She knew it meant he was trying to tie too many complex threads into one. What happened? Rosalie broke the silence first. Shit hit the fan again, Alex replied dryly, sitting down at the table. Everyone exchanged glances, not fully understanding what he meant. Alice silently headed to the kitchen to brew some coffee. She knew Alex wouldn't think clearly without it. Once everyone had settled, Alex began to speak. He didn't go into unnecessary details, but enough to make it clear that something serious had happened. Bella listened quietly, Edward frowned, and Lucina's scowl deepened as he spoke. For God's sake, can we ever just live a normal life for once? Emmett muttered, leaning back in his chair. And what are you going to do, Alex? Rosalie asked, intertwining her fingers with Emmett's. Are you going to check out Bright Falls? What choice do I have? Alex said, taking a mug of coffee and swirling it in his hands. If the Taken appeared this far away, it means the influence of the darkness is spreading. And that's bad. Really bad. And what does that mean? Samantha asked, leaning forward slightly. If nothing is done, Lucina answered for him, pressing her hand to her temple, it will only get worse. And how are you going to handle that? Edward asked, looking directly at Alex. I don't know, he admitted, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. Maybe I'll tie Emmett to a big spotlight, turn him into a disco ball, and throw him in the lake. Darkness disperses with light, it's logical. Hey. What the hell? I didn't sign up for this. Emmett protested, pointing at him. I allow it, Rosalie said calmly, with a sly smile. Just make sure he comes back in one piece. And dry. Emmett stared at her like a devoted man, while laughter began to fill the room. The atmosphere lightened just enough for everyone to relax a little. Alex smirked but couldn't shake the heavy feeling in his chest. The thought that he had missed Bright Falls gnawed at him. It annoyed him that he hadn't noticed something so obvious. Lucina, noticing this, gently touched his hand. It's okay, she whispered. Alex just nodded and exhaled. He knew the next few days would be difficult. Bright Falls demanded attention. The city needed to be cleansed of the darkness's influence, and he would have to do it without using his powers, to avoid drawing unwanted attention. He lifted his gaze to everyone sitting at the table. Rest for now. Tomorrow, we start dealing with this. To be continued. So, no matter how much I thought about it, I realized that Alan Wake's style fits this universe very well. The darkness is there, the writer is there, everything is connected. If Chuck can write his own story, then why can't the darkness do the same? So that's how it is. Chapter 490, Bright Falls, the city where darkness dwells. After spending a bit more time in the Cullen household, Alex carefully explained to everyone the possible ways to fight the darkness. He emphasized more than once that people infected by it were no longer human, and if that happened, there could be no hesitation. They had to be destroyed without mercy. Even Carlisle and Esme came downstairs when they heard the discussion in the living room. Upon learning what had happened, Carlisle frowned, while Esme anxiously paced around Edward, as if afraid her son had once again been put in danger. Alex assured them that everything was under control and that he would handle the problem quickly. However, he insisted that if the Taken appeared again, no one should try to restrain them, they had to be eliminated immediately to avoid attracting human attention. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carlisle suggested contacting the Quileute clan, the Wolves. Under such circumstances, he said, old rules needed to be set aside temporarily. Alex simply nodded in agreement. He would deal with Bright Falls himself, leaving Forks under the protection of the Cullens and the Quileutes. Rubbing his face in fatigue and frustration, he let out a heavy sigh. His gaze lingered on Samantha, who had only recently arrived in town and was already facing its supernatural side. But Samantha only smiled back, calm and confident, as if saying, "It's all right. I'm used to this. It's not the first time." Carlisle and Esme insisted that Alex, Lucina, and Samantha stay the night in their home, along with Bella. Bella initially wanted to refuse, but then Charlie called. He said he had an urgent call in a neighboring town. He didn't go into details, preferring not to discuss work, and so Bella gladly stayed with Edward. Alex, Lucina, and Samantha didn't object either. They were given Alice's room. Alice's room turned out to be almost perfect for work, cozy, spacious, and bathed in the soft light of a desk lamp. Alice always had everything within reach: brushes, canvases, paints. Alex used the space to set up a temporary workstation. As soon as he began organizing his memories of Bright Falls, the writer Alan Wake, and the dark waters of Cauldron Lake, the room instantly filled with spectators. Everyone was there except Esme and Carlisle, who had gone to speak with Sam, the Quileute leader. Lucina and Alice were already used to helping Alex with research, but the others mostly got in the way, bombarding him with silly questions and distracting him from his work. What surprised Alex, however, was Rosalie. It turned out she had read Alan Wake's novels, and even had a complete collection of his books on her shelf. A couple of hours later, Carlisle and Esme returned. They reported that a temporary truce had been established between the Cullens and the Quileutes, at least until the situation with the darkness and Bright Falls was resolved. Thus, the day came to an end. The next morning, Forks was drowned in grey rain. Heavy drops drummed against the roofs and leaves, while the sky blended with the mountains in a single leaden haze. A black Impala sped down the highway winding through the forests of Olympic National Park. From the speakers played an old song by Old Gods of Asgard, its rhythm echoing something distant. Alex listened absent-mindedly, not paying much attention, though a faint sense of déjà vu lingered within him. He sat behind the wheel, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel in rhythm with the music. Dressed in a sharp black suit, he looked like either a government agent or an undertaker. "Remind me again why I agreed to come with you?" Emmett asked from the passenger seat, tugging at his tie, which seemed to strangle him worse than the darkness itself. Alex glanced sideways at him. Emmett wore the same kind of suit, and judging by his expression, he still didn't quite understand why he was part of this mission. "For starters," Alex said calmly, keeping his eyes on the road, "Alice and Lucina are helping Samantha get used to the supernatural world. Edward's trying to convince Bella not to stick her nose into things she doesn't understand. I didn't bring Jasper. His empathic ability would make him easy prey for the darkness. Jane, well, she looks like a child. No one would believe she's an agent. That left you and Rosalie. And you were the one who said you wouldn't let Rosalie go into a place like this. So here I am," Emmett finished for him with a crooked grin. "Makes sense. But tell me, did we really have to wear these damn suits? The tie's choking me, the pants are uncomfortable, I feel like a mannequin. If we went in regular clothes, we'd look like two guys sticking their noses where they don't belong," Alex replied evenly. "This way, we look like agents. Just don't talk too much when people start asking questions." I know. Rosalie watches so many detective shows that I've memorized all the interrogation tricks by now. By the way, tell me, when do we play good cop, bad cop? I call dibs on being the bad one," Emmett said, leaning back with a grin. "Of course," Alex replied, handing him a badge. "If anyone asks who we are, tell them we're part of a secret organization called the Men of Letters. For short, MOL. Emmett took the badge, turned it over in his hands, and snorted. "Well, sounds convincing enough. I just hope we at least get coffee out of this." "We will," Alex said with a faint smile. "If we live to see lunch." The Impala disappeared around the bend, dissolving into the gray curtain of rain, while the road ahead led them straight into the heart of Bright Falls. Without another word, Emmett took the ID from Alex's hand. By now, the Cullens were used to Alex pulling objects seemingly out of thin air, and his mysterious inventory had long ceased to surprise anyone. Opening the document with curiosity, Emmett immediately noticed the round insignia of the Men of Letters, with the abbreviation MOL engraved in the center. Beneath it was his photo, and he couldn't help but grin. He never thought he'd become a special agent, even a fake one. If he hadn't known it was counterfeit, he might have believed it himself. With a practiced flick of the wrist, as if he'd done it 100 times, Emmett snapped the badge closed and slipped it into his jacket pocket. The road to Bright Falls stretched through gray hills and pine forests. Wet branches flashed past the window, raindrops racing down the glass. Along the way, Alex explained their cover story, a precaution in case someone started asking too many questions. He already knew that federal agents had arrived in town, among them a woman named Saga Anderson, a person with a rare gift. Alex could have left everything to her, but the risk was too great. He understood perfectly well that the darkness surrounding Cauldron Lake wasn't just a phenomenon. It was a fragment of Amara's power, one that had seeped into this world long before she gained her freedom. For now, Amara was still growing and adjusting to her physical form, unable to sense this lost piece of herself, the one that had gained sentience. But the fragment still carried her essence, the drive to destroy everything Chuck had created and plunged the world into shadow. It acted like a program with a spark of consciousness, executing its original directive, to annihilate. Alex explained all this to Emmett so he'd understand what they were up against. Emmett almost asked why Alex couldn't just snap his fingers and erase the darkness entirely, but he remembered Alex's earlier explanations in time and simply nodded, promising not to screw up. Bright Falls was only a few miles away. The weather had improved slightly, the rain had stopped, though the sky still hung low and gray. Alex leaned forward, peering through the windshield. His eyes gleamed faintly for a moment, he could see the darkness even in daylight. It crawled over the hills, spreading across the town like a heavy shroud. Even from this distance, it was clear, the densest concentration of darkness hung over Cauldron Lake. Thin black tendrils stretched from it, fading into the air, as if the darkness itself was testing the limits of its influence. Through these very threads, the three Taken had managed to reach Forks, 150 kilometers away. Alex shook his head, leaned back in his seat, and kept driving. "What did you see?" Emmett asked, peering out the window. "The town's already covered. Like I said before, this darkness distorts reality. The main thing is, don't take off the amulet I gave you. Otherwise, you'll become part of the story yourself," Alex said, glancing at him. "And what happens then?" Emmett asked curiously, folding his arms. "I mean, becoming a character in a book sounds kinda cool. Rosalie loves those novels. So how does it end?" "Badly," Alex replied calmly. "In stories like this, side characters are disposable. If we turned our arrival into a narrative, it would sound something like this: two agents of an ancient secret organization arrived in town to stop the darkness. They thought they were ready for anything but failed to notice that, upon crossing the border of Bright Falls, they let the darkness into their hearts. Soon after, one of them became taken and killed his partner. Something like that." Emmett grimaced and snorted. "Yeah, on second thought, I'll pass. Not really in the mood to become some monster from someone else's story." He adjusted the amulet around his neck, and Alex simply smirked, shaking his head. Rolling down the window slightly, Alex lit a cigarette. The smoke mixed with the cool air, heavy with the scent of rain and pine. The Impala sped down the cracked asphalt of the old highway. After a few minutes, a faded sign appeared ahead: "Welcome to Bright Falls, the town of light." Alex chuckled. The irony wasn't lost on him: a town of light swallowed by darkness its own citizens didn't even suspect existed. Only a few knew the truth, those belonging to the tree cult. Outwardly, they were seen as fanatics, pagans, and murderers performing sacrifices deep in the woods. But in reality, the cult was the only barrier between the darkness and the town. They spread rumors and ghost stories to keep people away from Cauldron Lake. Better to scare them with legends than tell them the truth no one would believe. Though, as Alex knew, idiots always found a way to ignore warnings. And every one of them would become a new victim of the darkness. The black Impala slowly rolled into town. Alex eased off the gas even more, giving himself time to observe the streets and the townsfolk, who, in turn, were watching the newcomers with equal curiosity. "Nice little place," Emmett muttered, glancing around with interest at the passers-by. Alex just nodded. His first stop was the police station. He wanted to make sure which of the locals actually served the law and which were connected to the tree cult. He had already explained the plan to Emmett, who nodded in agreement, trying to memorize every detail. This was his first mission of this kind, and before leaving, Rosalie had managed to remind him, "Listen to Alex if you don't want to cause a disaster." Emmett took that advice seriously. Sitting in the passenger seat earlier, he had worn his most serious expression, really getting into the role of a federal agent. Alex had noticed and smiled faintly but said nothing. They headed for the Elderwood Palace Hotel, where, according to Alex's information, the FBI agents Saga Anderson and Alexander Casey had set up a temporary base of operations. Pulling up to the building, Alex carefully parked the Impala. There were no federal vehicles in sight. Emmett stepped out, stretching with relief and looking around. The town seemed peaceful, the rain-washed streets gleamed under the gray sky, the air was fresh, and the locals bustled about, hanging garlands and posters, preparing for the upcoming festival. "Charming place, if you don't know what's really going on," Emmett remarked, leaning against the car. "So what, we showed up just in time for the festival." "You could say that," Alex said, lighting another cigarette. "Bright Falls celebrates Deerfest every year. Kind of their local version of Thanksgiving. Old tradition, maybe too old." Emmett shrugged, he was just curious why the town looked so lively. The first thing Alex planned to do was rent a room. He had no idea how long they'd have to stay here. Inside the Elderwood Palace, a cozy silence reigned, the scent of aged wood, coffee, and a damp fireplace filled the air. Approaching the front desk, Alex requested a room for a couple of days. While the receptionist, a middle-aged man named Phil wearing a name badge, filled out the paperwork, Alex made polite conversation, subtly fishing for details. "The hotel's very pleasant," he said with a faint smile. "Quiet, cozy, good atmosphere." "Thank you, sir." "We try our best," Phil replied with a slight smile. "You've probably heard. The feds have been here again recently. They've taken over the entire conference room for their headquarters." "Yes, I heard," Alex nodded. "We're actually here on business as well." "You're with the FBI too?" Phil asked, surprised. "Not exactly," Alex leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "We have a more specialized profile. We go where conventional methods don't work." Phil nodded knowingly. "Well, then you've arrived just in time. People are saying that another body was found at Cauldron Lake. A man. They think it's the work of the local cult. Everything about it looks ritualistic." "Does this happen often?" Emmett chimed in, leaning on the counter. "There have been cases, but the police can't find a single clue. So they called in the feds, and now, apparently, you," Phil said with a slight sigh, placing the room key on the counter. "Thank you," Alex said, taking the key. "Where can we find the sheriff?" "He's usually either at the station or at the diner down the road. Hard to miss, the smell of blueberry pie carries for miles. I recommend trying it, it literally melts in your mouth." "Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful," Alex said, smiling. Emmett nodded in appreciation. They went upstairs to the room, a spacious space in warm tones, 2 separate beds, a window overlooking the lake. After a quick glance around, Alex put away his suitcase, and the two stepped back outside. Alex lit a cigarette and, looking at the dark expanse of water in the distance, said, "First, we'll stop by the diner. I'm sure the sheriff is there right now." "Well then, let's go, Agent," Emmett smirked, adjusting his amulet. Alex smiled faintly, flicked the ash, and headed down the road, toward the aroma of fresh coffee and blueberry pie. Emmett nodded and waited until Alex tossed the cigarette butt in a trash can. Then they walked down the street toward the family diner, where locals said the sheriff often had lunch. Alex remembered clearly who Tim Breaker was, the man destined to end up in the dark place, a dimension of darkness capable of consuming human consciousness and transforming people into creatures known as the Taken. The dark place wasn't just a parallel world, it was a space where art and the power of words could alter reality itself. That was why Alan Wake, the writer, could influence events thereby rewriting reality through his stories. As they walked along the sidewalk, Alex carefully observed the pedestrians. Some were decorating windows, others carried boxes of garlands, preparing for the festival. For a moment, his eyes glowed with a cold blue light. He had activated his magical vision. What he saw didn't please him in the slightest. Every person bore a faint trace of darkness, like a mark that could awaken at any moment and turn them into Taken. A few minutes later, they arrived at the diner with the sign, "Oh Dear Diner." The warm glow from the windows and the aroma of coffee and blueberry pie gave the place a cozy feel, though it clashed with the tension lingering in the air. Upon entering, Alex immediately spotted the men he was looking for. At one of the tables sat a man in a dark green uniform, topped with a brown leather jacket. A sheriff's badge gleamed on his chest, and a wide-brimmed hat rested on his head. This was Tim Breaker. Alex approached him. "Excuse me, are you Sheriff Breaker?" Tim looked up. Before him stood 2 men in sharp suits, clearly not tourists. Years of service had taught him to instantly distinguish casual passers-by from those on official business. "Yes, that's me," he replied calmly. "Sheriff Tim Breaker. How can I help you, gentlemen?" Alex, wearing a faint confident smile, pulled an ID from his inner pocket. "Special Agent Voldegode, and this is my partner, Agent Cullen. We're from the Men of Letters Agency. We've been sent to investigate a case related to the tree cult." Emmett mirrored the gesture, presenting his own ID. "May I see them?" Tim asked, holding out his hand. Alex calmly handed over the documents. The sheriff examined both IDs carefully. The quality of the forgery was flawless. Paper, seals, signatures, everything looked official. Yet one thing caught his attention: he had never heard of an organization by that name before. He handed the IDs back. "Interesting name. What exactly does your agency do?" "I don't recall hearing about it before." "That's normal," Alex replied with a slight smile. "We have a narrow specialization. We handle cases that ordinary federal structures try not to get involved with. And if we're here, it means the situation in your town requires special attention." Tim nodded, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against his coffee cup. "Understood. 2 FBI agents have already gone to the crime scene. If you want, I can take you there after our conversation. But I suggest we step outside, wouldn't want to disturb the other patrons." "Excellent idea," Alex said. He ordered 2 coffees, one for himself, one for Emmett, to make the conversation less formal. Tim patiently waited by the exit. Despite his calm demeanor, fatigue showed in his eyes. The town seemed to be sinking back into a nightmare he had faced before. When Alex and Emmett stepped outside, Alex lit a cigarette and offered one to Tim, who politely declined. As I understand it, Alex began, exhaling smoke, the victim is Robert Nightingale, an FBI agent who went missing 30 years ago. His trail supposedly ended somewhere near Bright Falls. Doesn't it bother you that a man missing for decades suddenly turns up dead? Emmett chimed in, playing along with the cover story. It bothers me, to put it mildly, Tim replied, frowning. I contacted the FBI immediately. They sent 2 agents, Anderson and Casey. They're already at the crime scene. Under Anderson's orders, the body will be brought to the station for further examination. If you want, you can be present for the autopsy or take a look at the body afterward. We'd appreciate that, Alex said, flicking ash from his cigarette. The more details, the better. The sheriff nodded and added. Then I suggest we head to the station. Believe me, agents, I have a feeling this murder is only the beginning of something bigger. Alex glanced briefly at Emmett. His look said it all, he was right. Alex nodded with a faint smile, but his mind buzzed like a hive of bees. He didn't like Saga Anderson. People who were too smart for their own good always made him wary. He knew that sooner or later she would start poking her nose where it didn't belong, trying to get to the truth. Alex understood perfectly well, even if he tried to drive Saga Anderson and Alex Casey out of the town, the darkness would still bring them back. Both had already become part of the story, written by Alan Wake and his sinister reflection, Scratch. Meanwhile, Emmett was fully immersed in his role as an agent, calmly conversing with Tim Breaker and carefully extracting details. Alex glanced at his partner and struggled to suppress a smile. Allowing Rosalie to read detective thrillers and discuss them with Emmett had clearly paid off, the guy knew how to behave and could play the part of a special agent almost flawlessly. Here come the FBI agents, Tim said, nodding behind Alex's back. Alex and Emmett turned. 2 people were approaching them. Saga Anderson, a dark-skinned woman with her black hair pulled tightly into a ponytail, walked forward. She wore a strict FBI agent suit, topped with a standard jacket. Her brown eyes combined insightfulness with a warm, almost homely glow, a rare combination for someone accustomed to investigations and interrogations. Her gaze was attentive and analytical, but not cold. Beside her was Alex Casey, a man in his 40s with a tired face, wrinkles, and a hint of stubble. Blue shadows lay under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in ages. He bristled every time someone remarked on how much he resembled a character from Alan Wake's books, even down to the name. Who will you be? Saga spoke first, stopping in front of them. I'm Special Agent Voldegode, Alex replied calmly, showing his ID. And this is my partner, Agent Cullen. We've arrived under the orders of our bureau to investigate a case related to the cult in this town. And you? Agent Anderson. This is my partner, Agent Casey, Saga introduced herself, keeping her gaze fixed. I've never heard of the Men of Letters. What do you do? Our agency is a closed structure, Alex answered with a slight smile. But we're here for the same reason as you. I think we should join forces. If you don't trust us, we can work in parallel, as long as we don't get in each other's way. Although, I suspect you, like us, are curious why Agent Nightingale, missing for 30 years, suddenly appeared, and became a victim of the local cult. Saga nodded, her expression softening slightly. In that case, I count on your help, Agent Voldegode. And yours, Agent Cullen, Saga said, extending her hand for a handshake. Likewise, Agent Anderson, Agent Casey, Alex replied, shaking her hand. I think together we'll find answers faster. Now that introductions are over, Saga said, releasing his hand, do you mind if we speak with Sheriff Breaker? Of course. We just finished. After you, I'd like to examine Nightingale's body, I imagine you'll want to see it as well, Alex said with a slight smile, stepping aside to give them space. Saga looked him squarely in the eyes, as if trying to detect even the slightest hint of a lie. But Alex was a master of deception. He could wear any mask and play any role, and the blessing from his wife, Loki, made the task even easier. No matter how implausible his words, people inevitably began to believe him. Smiling, Alex stepped aside, letting Saga pass. She finally averted her gaze, but he could see her mind already forming his psychological profile. Thanks to her unique ability, Saga could interrogate a person without asking a single question. Alex and Emmett moved a few steps back, giving the agent space to speak with Tim. What did you manage to get out of the sheriff? Alex asked Emmett. Emmett gave a brief summary of the conversation. He always knew how to inspire trust, despite his imposing appearance. Alex listened half attentively, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Alex Casey was watching him closely. He smiled politely and gave a slight nod. After a short exchange with Breaker, Saga headed into the diner to speak with the Bookers, the couple who witnessed Agent Nightingale's murder. Curious, Alex moved closer. Saga's conversation with the Bookers was brief. Soon, the woman pulled a pendant from her pocket, the tree cult's talisman, and handed it to Saga. Saga noticed Alex's gaze, and without revealing any emotion, slipped the cult pendant into her pocket. Now it was evidence. The cult symbol consisted of two triangles, one piercing the other, forming an unsettling emblem as if carved from madness itself. When Saga left the family diner, she briefly reported that she had questioned the Bookers. Sheriff Breaker nodded and suggested they all head to the station to examine Agent Nightingale's body. Alex and Emmett walked behind, listening to Saga and Casey's conversation. Casey spoke irritably about the cult that, according to rumors, operated in the town. The sheriff, as if defending himself, noted that the tree cult was just a local scary story. But, he added with a grim tone, bodies continue to be found, so there had to be something behind the legend. Alex remained silent. Now was not the time to reveal details, neither Saga nor Casey would believe him. They needed to see for themselves what lurked beneath the surface of Bright Falls. He knew Saga carried the page she had found from Alan Wake's book in her pocket and had already started piecing together the puzzle, a puzzle that left no room for him or Emmett yet. There was no trust between them, and Alex even saw that as an advantage. They reached the police station without incident. At the entrance, they were met by Mulligan and Thornton, officers assigned to the crime scene. "Who are these?" Mulligan asked suspiciously, eyeing Alex and Emmett. "Another team of special agents," Breaker replied. "Agent Voldegode and Agent Cullen. They've also been assigned to investigate the same case." Alex nodded politely and extended his hand for a handshake. After a brief exchange of greetings, Tim led everyone inside the station. They headed to the basement, where the morgue was and where Nightingale's body already lay. "Our coroner is currently away," Breaker said, opening the door. "I hope you have experience with autopsies." "I do," Alex replied with a faint smile. "You don't mind, Agent Anderson?" "I won't refuse help," Saga said calmly, nodding. Alex let everyone go ahead. On the way down he glanced briefly at Emmett, letting him know that something unpleasant might happen downstairs. Emmett caught the look and gave a short nod in response. They descended into the morgue slowly, their footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor. The girls watching the live stream froze. What was happening now felt less like an adventure and more like a true detective thriller. Another officer met them downstairs. He was guarding the body. Alex immediately noticed, Nightingale's corpse was strangely bloated, as if it had been in water for a long time. That made no sense. According to the reports, he had been found tied to a table. "You found him in the lake?" Alex asked calmly, examining the body. "No," Saga replied, watching his every move closely. "He was tied to a table." "Why do you ask?" "Because the body looks like it's been underwater for weeks," Alex said, putting on rubber gloves. Saga frowned. She had noticed it too. When she first examined the body, it had looked different. Now, after Alex's remark, she clearly saw it. The skin was swollen, like after drowning. Alex began the examination. Saga followed his lead and pulled on gloves. Emmett, standing behind them, made a face of disgust. Even as a vampire, he had no intention of touching a corpse that looked so grotesque. "Look," Alex said, slightly lifting the corpse's shoulder. "There are inscriptions here. Looks like tattoos, or they were added later." "Nightingale didn't have tattoos," Casey said sharply. "I'm sure of it." Then, Saga summarized calmly, they were applied after his disappearance, while he was listed as missing. Alex nodded and continued the inspection. On Nightingale's body, blurred markings appeared more and more often, so distorted that no word could be made out. Yet Alex knew these were lines from Alan Wake's book called Return. The very book Wake had rewritten countless times, trying to force the perfect ending. Unfortunately for Alan, his dark alter ego, Mr. Scratch, also had plans for Return. While Wake desperately sought a way to keep the darkness from escaping, Scratch quietly intervened in the plot, distorting it to free the darkness. Because of that, Alan developed memory gaps. He forgot many things, including what he himself had written. Alex examined Nightingale's body carefully, methodically describing every detail like an experienced specialist. He wanted Saga to understand that she wasn't dealing with a dilettante but with a professional who had dealt with similar cases before. It was all part of the plan, to earn Saga Anderson's trust, a woman who, unbeknownst to her, had become the main character of Alan Wake's book. "One place left," Alex said, looking around. "Saga, hand me the tweezers. I'm not squeamish, but I'd rather not dig into a dead man's chest with my hands." Saga silently handed him the tweezers. Her expression turned serious. Now she saw that this guy truly knew what he was doing. Not long ago, she had thought Alex was just a young man sent on his first case. But watching his confidence and composure, she realized, in front of her stood a seasoned professional. Alex took the tweezers, already knowing what he would find inside. Within Nightingale's chest should be a page from Alan Wake's book, and, as he suspected, this page had something to do with Saga herself. Everyone watched his actions tensely. When Alex carefully extracted the folded sheet of paper and unfolded it, the air seemed to grow heavier. He quickly scanned the text. Everything matched what he had expected. The page described events word for word, and mentioned Saga. Fortunately, due to his unique nature, Alex could not become part of someone else's story. "This seems to concern you, Agent Anderson," he said, handing the page to Saga. "Another page," Casey muttered, clicking his tongue in irritation. "Have you found others like this?" Emmett asked, standing nearby. "Yes," Casey nodded. "Those damn cultists, it's like they're mocking us. One was found near the tree, what's it called, the witch's ladle, I think." "Wait, pages." Tim Brecker interjected. "We've found some too. We thought they were nonsense, unrelated to the case. But now I remember, your names were on them. Just, wait, I'll get them." He walked over to the shelf with folders. At that moment, the lights flickered suddenly. The room plunged into a brief darkness. Alex tensed instantly, and in that short, almost weightless moment when the lamps flickered back on, he caught sight of a tall dark-skinned man in a blue suit. Their eyes met, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on both their faces. Alex recognized him immediately. It was Warland Dorr. A mysterious man, capable of moving between dimensions and alternate timelines. Alex knew little about him, but one thing was certain, this man was not an enemy. Just a wanderer, always balancing on the edge of mystery, appearing at the right moment to lend a hand, or leave a clue. When the lights fully returned, Tim Brecker was gone. Warland Dorr had taken him. On the floor remained only a single page from Alan Wake's book. To be continued. It's so damn hard to fit all the necessary plot points into one chapter. I could, of course, fit a chapter just on Alan Wake's plot, and then the entire chapter would be dedicated to Alan Wake's plot alone. But I'll try to give you the plot details of the parts as they unfold in Bright Falls.